These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells. And you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies. A rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. And I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we're coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we live. Around here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Fucking right.
You can't take my freedom, can't take my land, you can't take my guns from me, young man. Don't tread on me, you'll fall where you stand. I played dirty as a dog, Lord, forgive my sins. The world that we're living in is going to hell. You'd rather bite your tongue and by the stories they sell. Stand my ground till the day I'm gone. Salute the ones who never made it home. I bleed red and my stripes were white and my skies were blue. I I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible. And a middle finger to the
See, we
man.
soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. Old school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. All these crooked politicians on a mission just to find all the brains they can wash and all the rules they can't apply. Just a bunch of sheep inside these fences, always sleeping, mostly senseless, medicated, incarcerated. I hate to say, but the truth is vicious. Lied to and deprived too. They got us in the system. Middle finger to the man. You either with us or against
I
us.
bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible and a middle finger to the
See, we
man.
soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. I said we soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of
I
time.
bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. So morning, everybody. Good day, good evening, wherever that's working for you. Sorry, I went ahead and did a second little song because, I don't know, I'm still trying to get things together. I'm still going 90 to nothing. Man, didn't Zach have a good show? That was a good one. By the way, welcome everybody. Good morning. Karen, Hit Gal, Chrissy Cat, Silver Girl. I know I'm going to miss people, and I'm sorry. Hurricane. Let's see. Miss Indy. Kino. What's up, Zach? Who else? Kino Garrett. Dang it, I know I'm going to miss somebody, and because I'm sorry if I do. I just know that everybody here, I like it, so I appreciate it. Oh, hey, Garrett. Yeah, man, I like that new one there. That one, I was like, oh, yeah, man. If they keep that up, I'm just going to end up with half the show will just be their song as an intro. Hey, Wildflowers. Chrissy Cat. Hey, what's up, Hawk? Let's see. Man, I don't know. Probably wouldn't, I'd lose my head if it wasn't connected, probably. Now, so did everybody check out the show? You liked the show? That was pretty good, huh? Oh, and thank you, Wildflower. Zach did an awesome job. He, man, I just, that young man is rock solid. Got a good head on his shoulders. He thought about what he wanted to do, how he wanted it to kind of go. And he kind of put it together. Every now and then we adventure off a script, I think, and he'd have to nudge us back on track. But did you picture everyone in their underwear when you were on stage coming? No, that's some of that though. I gotta say, it's you looking into stuff and see, I really enjoyed that myself. I thought that was so, because I like that kind of conversation, that kind of the interaction. I like that. It was right on. I like it. It was cool. Oh yeah, Chrissy Cat. What'd you think? You like that? You like that second song? That was a good one, huh? That was a good one. I like that song. Oh, thank you, Hit Go. Well, Bug Out and Tom are pretty educated people. They're really cool to talk with and listen to. You can learn a lot. 95% of it was on topic. Y'all did great conversation around the solid topics are important. That's it, Hawk. I think he did a real good. He picked some good topics and he had a good focus. Chrissy Cat, we talked about the Smith-Mundt Act that came in. We talked about the Patriot Act and Freedom Act, and we talked about the whole thing behind Monica Lewinsky and how that played. We actually talked about kind of how a lot of stuff ties in and a lot of the fake media stuff, and so we but it was good, solid. Zach had some good videos to kind of initiate the topic and kind of lay the groundwork, and it was a very cool show. Definitely worth the rewatch. If you didn't catch that, it would be definitely worth to kind of go back and watch through it. Let's see, I like Bushido, yeah, and then let's see, the second song, it's New Breed. Yeah, it was New Breed, Karen. That's actually both of those. Both those songs are the same people, New Breed. They're an independent artist, pretty solid. I like quite a few of their works. I like Rashida. He's a wealth of knowledge, but if I said that, it would ruin my image. I think all of y'all done awesome. Well, thank you, Avocado. That's true, Silver Girl. So Chrissy Cat, yeah, the intro video to the topic, and then after that it's discussion, so you could just listen in. So go. Rescue and check. Can y'all pray today? Going with my daughter to take grandbaby, 21 months old, to specialist. She has severe eczema, one worst case. Oh, you bet. So I'm going to say that. Let me repeat that again, so in a clearer voice. I'm sorry, I didn't realize the importance of that until now. So, Pit Gal is saying, rescue and chat. Can y'all pray today? Going with my daughter to take my grandbaby, 21 months old, to a specialist. She has severe eczema. One worst cases her doctor seen. She cracks and bleeds been on many meds. And yes, ma'am, we can put her in our prayers. Anybody that would offer a prayer up, that would be awesome. Prayer works. Alrighty, shift kicker, get you some rest. Oh, alrighty, Ron. You got it, brother. That's right. Vacation camping time. And let's see, who do we got? Hey, remote. There we go. Hey, money. NC Deb, Hoot Owl. Hey, Miss Cindy. Name's just going by. Mr. Ron gonna go have fun. He's gonna go camping. He's gonna get us some cool drone footage. Hey, staying. Polarin. And I think I said hey to Auntie, but because I think Auntie had Jack done poked at me about the underwear thing. That's right. See, man, my brain's just going nothing. I didn't. Might have to short it out in order to get it to work right. Hey, Andrea. Morning. Nice to meet you. Welcome aboard. Kick back, pull up a spot. I hope that ran out right. Let's see. Hey guys, for sure. I saw something recently about B1 deficiency being a cause of eczema. Maybe they can check levels. There you go. Oh, you got it, remote. Yeah, that's fine, brother. Anytime. Everybody in chat offer a prayer for Gal and her grandbaby. If you want another good song tomorrow at noon, Jimmy Levy and High Res Books are dropping song tomorrow at noon called Faith Over Fear. Oh, okay, cool. And then let's see, what is that? Rescue. I saw a video. Oh, the weaponized drones. Yeah, we talked about that on the show. That's a little bit. That's some of the drones that Bug Out was talking about, the little ones that can actually, multiple ones will track a target type thing. And yes, they are. They're real. And it definitely is nerve-wracking. Morning, Brian. Let's see, rescue, if you short it out, maybe. Yeah, good. Some zinc remotes, yes. That's a good show on Zach's channel for once. It wasn't some goofy junk. Yeah. This is true. Polarin prayers. I had the same thing as an infant. They lied, said milk allergy. It was really Agent Orange. That LOL. Oh. Thank you, Wildfire. A link. I didn't have one out just yet, remote, to be honest. I just kind of needed a moment to kind of get my mind in that atmosphere. I just come off of that one and I really haven't much rest. So that's why I hadn't put one up. Sorry, no offense. Killer drones, yes. Hey, Virginia. I was starting to read that before I even realized it was your name saying it. It was just kind of like, hey, have I got something? I'm glad you're here, Virginia. I meant to catch you last night because I saw you stop by last night. And I'll show you real quick, and then I'll show you more later once you're interested. But look, remember we were talking about the recipe golden treasure box? Well, I brought it from the pantry, and I've got the recipe treasure box now. All kinds of stuff. What do we got? Chrissy kept on me okay in the morning. Next up, canning chicken broth. I'm boiling it in the pot first. Oh, there you go. Damn. Hey, Summer. Remote. Okay, I'll go for that. Yeah, sorry, remote. I mean, hopefully you don't take no offense to that. It just. Hey there. Okay. Yes, the recipe box. Make sure I didn't miss nothing. Let's see. That's our Mr. Great Show of Zach's. Garrett and I were wishing you there. Are you okay? Man, that damn white background drives me crazy in StreamYards. I might even end up changing to Restream just so I can get rid of this stupid ass bright white background. It's just blinding. Try to read chat. No. Or she's fine. Oh yeah, well how are you, Summer, by the way, because there was something about a deal. So is everything okay? Let me scroll up. Man, I need to make this shit bigger. Hold on, I need to. There we go. Holy moly, now it's gonna make me blurry. And this falling apart shit's for the birds, I gotta say. Okay, where was she at? I saw her come in here. There it is. Okay, did she? There she is. Oh, yeah, there. Summer said, funny thing is, I came into the village and 2 older cookbooks were sitting by my desk. Hey, all right. Okay. Well, no, Polarin, what I mean by the blank white background is the overall window of StreamYard. They won't let you change the background window from like the backstage and then the chat window and stuff in StreamYard. They won't, the browser thing won't let you change that. I got it changed on my normal browser settings. Like normally I have a darker background to ease the eye strain, but oh no, not StreamYard, heaven forbid. Hey, what's up, Tom? Let's see. What'd Summer say? Summer said something weird. It's been a long day. It started off rough and still blah, but tomorrow is a new day. Yes, ma'am. And ain't that the truth, Tom? And by the way, morning, everybody. I know I'm missing people coming in. My record's skipping tracks right now. It's trying to catch up. Morning, Hoot Owl. I just seen that name. And here's Mitch McCall for hands. Man, that Mitch McConnell dude, there's a POS. Okay,
Time request, if I may. Love listening while I fall asleep, but BB is usually louder than everyone else, and I can't, or he wakes me up. Oh, well, I can make sure. And I think some of my problem when I get talked over some is because if I'm not right here by my mic and I go back right here, then it starts getting kind of lower. And sometimes I'm just kind of like lean back. I lean back in my chair to kind of adjust my back. I noticed that actually when what did I do? I went and had to re-listen to something. And then I was like, oh. Let's see, what was it? Heavenly Father. Oh, that is very cool. Amen. Let me see. I can read that remote. I got to take my hat off because I just feel weird if I don't. So, and then my damn bald head blinds everybody. So, hey, you know what? I'm going to turn my camera off for a moment. There we go. Now I can ignore that complex I have right now. And so we're going to pray for Hit Gal's granddaughter. And remote says, Heavenly Father, God, please heal Hit Gal's granddaughter's skin, completely restore her. Oh man, you got me, brother. I don't know that word. Integument. Renew her protective organ, which protects her whole body and breathes for her in Jesus Christ's holy name. Amen. There we go. And I apologize for butchering that word. I know God's okay with it, so I just want to apologize to you remote. I did not know that word. And then let's see, what's our next thing? So, Rescue, if you load Dark Reader, you can darken your StreamYard, as I have Dark Reader, and I use it to darken my StreamYard. Easy to do. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Silver Girl. Then I might try that. Okay, remote. Good night. Love you, buddy. God bless. Wake up with a smile. I'm pretty sure you will, though, sir. Hey, T-girl. I don't know about all that handsome stuff, but then again, it is late at night, so I know your eyes are kind of blurry, so it's cool. Thanks. Oh, what do we got? There was something else. Rescue, you use a mixer, right? Just raise the volume on the channel. The mic is plugged in, so you don't have to hunch over the mic. No, I don't use a mixer. I just plugged it into my computer, and it's just me. I've actually been told it sounds the same if I use my headset mic and plug it in. And I don't know, man. I did this because I thought, well, this kind of, might sound more professional. And after I got this mic, then people told me it sounds the same as the other one. I'm like, oh, okay, well, then that's fine. This is like DJ mode, though. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, Robert. And morning, Miss Mayor. Sorry, I just saw that. And I'm sorry if I've missed anybody. Morning to everybody. Good morning, good day, good evening. I'm just glad you're here. So if I didn't say your name, you just still need to know that I'm glad you're here. And hopefully you got a smile, or we're working on it. And Tom, I sent that to you. I don't know. I guess you got it. I'm assuming. I'm not sure. I think Bug Out fell asleep. Robert, what's that old money rolling? Rolling. Thank you so much, Bob. Oh, thank you, Girl. Well, that's, and man, the power of prayer, it works. I got 5 more hours till I'm off. Okay, so power of prayer. That's like now I say prepare for the worst and pray for the best. Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just scrolled up and saw that. Man, all the credit goes to Zach, really. He put on a good show there, a good episode. Oh, and how was your birthday, Chi-Girl? I just saw you had said something about the birthday, and how was that? Let's see. I made it. Today is my birthday. I have been wished happy birthday by so many awesome people. Oh, okay. I got you. I guess I should have got your email then, Tom. Hey, it's on your about thing on your deal, huh? I can get it from there. I'll get it from there and I'll save it for next time. But you can go hug that pillow. I know you're going to go have a long conversation with it. We'll check into it and share how do we apply for Kinsey. All right, Cindy. Cindy said, hope you left the doctor with happy boobies intact. I think that was the T-girl. She was having a rough birthday. Okie doke. Tom, I'm going to send you an email just so that then I got it in there. You don't have to acknowledge it. I just figured I'd let you know why it was coming. That way now I kind of got it there. So I don't forget. Let's see, what is this? I have a good look at microphonium. Just take a minute. I didn't even bother trying to set nothing, twerk nothing. Hell, I wouldn't even have done this. It's all Indy's fault. Just saying, this lady, the premess are no fun, especially on your birthday. I can only imagine, Miss Cindy. So T-Girl said, for 3 years I refused to celebrate because I felt like it wasn't fair. I had a birthday and hubby was gone, but this year I'm celebrating. Well, I'm glad you did, T-Girl, and and hopefully I'm not overstepping my boundaries, but I would think that he would want you, to enjoy your birthday. So I'm glad you did. I'm hoping you do have a good day, because I think that's what he would want. Hey, Black Watch, good to see you again. Yeah, I'm assuming that, yeah. Okay, cool. And you can ignore it, Tom, if you want, because that way now I got it in my inbox, my address book. Yeah, this is all Indy's fault. Yeah, I don't know where Bug Out is unless he passed out. I might have taken too long to come get started. But I didn't even check to see if anybody else was live. I even bought myself a lottery ticket and won $50. See? It's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Hey, $50, that's almost a quarter of a tank of gas, isn't it? Man, I wish I could put like a movie on or something. I'd put a movie on and lean back and take a nap. I don't know, I'm drawing a blank. Now I just gotta push forward. Gotta be here for my peeps. Where the crazy is, that's right. I don't need to DIY my own e-bike. I have a hover round. And it's got a joystick and it goes. Now, EMP goes off, ain't got no power. Well, I ain't worried about much at that point anyway. I'll just sit out on the porch and enjoy the breeze. It'll be like camping. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there was something. I'm glad you just said that, Chrissy Cat, because I remember there was something in my brain about Prepping 101 and something. Let's see, and it's had a short live tonight. His dog is not doing so well. He is quite upset. Prayers for Lucy, his dog. She goes to the vet tomorrow. Yeah, it's hard to deal with the pets like that. I know mine broke me down. It might as well have been one of my kids. He was one of the family, so I can only imagine how he feels. Hey, what's up, Larry? Morning. Oh, hell, Garrett, dare I ask, and what just might that be, sir, ma'am? No, you're a sir. I think you told me before. I don't know, man. I'm tired. Hey, Kentucky Moon. Good morning. Okay, and then let's see, we can use this music and have like a trivia live. Hey, yeah, could do something like that. I wonder if I got like the trivia box or something. If I could just sit here and do little card, and we could do it that way. I don't know. There's got to be something. Oh. I thought so, but you just never know. I mean, I forget. I skipped a beat, and the best thing I could think of was to just try to jump back and regroup, and that was the best way I saw to jump back and regroup. So where are we at? I lost track, man. I'm losing track. Anyways, I hope the puppet's okay. Hi, everyone. Hey, Summer. Am I ready? What's the best for a baby? Hey, everyone. Love to you. Okay, got that. Oh, Chrissy Cat, Larry says present because it's like present and accounted for. Did he ever replace the other one? If not, that's his last right. Oh, yeah, that's 101. Summer, he will find out tomorrow if he should put her out. Oh, goodness. Rescue, I understand if you want to. Yeah, I can't bail on y'all, though. Dang it, Chrissy's screaming my name, saying, rescue. You can just see it in the caps. See that, rescue. It's like, ah. I'm just picking. Hey, man, I don't know. They'll scream at me. It's like, I got a headache now. Garrett screamed at me. All this hollering going on. Alrighty, Hawk, get you some rest, brother. Hopefully you wake up with a smile on your face. That's the idea anyway. Ooh, you ain't kidding, Larry. That's why I'm July and August here is fixing to be really rough, dude. These gas prices, the stuff that ain't gonna be here. Boy, howdy. Hey, morning, Miss Connie. Hey, morning, Angry. Morning, evening, good day, somewhere in there. Well, I guess I could pull up like Epic Times and we'll see what kind of, although I don't know, I think they do that damn page shit now. I hate all these people. Well, I tell you what, for people that are all about these, ooh, we need to get America back on track shit, boy, all these damn people sure wanting everybody's money when things are going high right now. It's amazing. Everybody got some damn subscription to some shit. It's like, well, you'd think if you want to pull everybody together, you'd kind of start making it easier to get the shit instead of help break them more. So what do we got now? Let's see. It was cool last May. It's in the 90s here now. That's right, Larry. Man, it's already starting to rock. Angry could jump on Zach's channel. Yeah, Zach did an awesome job, Angry. That was a good, well put together little deal. Oh shit! It just got real. Finland leaders in favor of applying for NATO membership. Yeah, they're trying to. Those crooked leaders are trying to help pitch in and jump in and save the day before they lose it all. Because I think they're in panic mode. I think some places ain't going quite like they planned, and hopefully we'll be able to pull our head out and get back on track. Like I would say to my grandson, I love you, garbage truck's full. Looks like a long hot summer. Amen. Summer is my favorite season. Well, normally it probably would be down here summer, except for, boy, this one's probably going to be extremely hot. Alrighty, Mr. Tom, get you some rest, sir. Have a good conversation with that pillow. I'm sure it's going to be a very in-depth and deep conversation. Take care, buddy. Oh, okay, Angry. So you got your memory installed. Awesome. And I bet it probably runs quicker than get out now. Probably a lot better than what you had, if I remember what you were telling me your memory was before. Two-girl spring and fall is my favorite. I like spring. I really enjoy spring because things just start blossoming, and it's kind of nice watching. It's kind of like you go out and all of a sudden the grass is a lush green. You start to see blossoming leaves, nice green leaves. Hey, morning, Jennifer. And what is that? Summer, spring is here is sty. Spring up here is sty. I don't know what that is. And then Garrett Rescue. Here's the thing: if Finland joins NATO, their leader is good friends Ukraine. Oh yeah, but that's. Let's see. Would you like some company on panel? Yeah. I'll tell you what, give me just a few more minutes if you don't mind, Angry. I'm just trying to, dude, okay, I've been full disclosure on everything else. Hell, I've shared pretty much every part of my life with you guys. So here you go. Here's just more food for, I don't want to snap at nobody, and I'm kind of tired. So I'm just, if I can get kind of in a numb mode in my head, I just don't want to be tired and angry or snap at nobody. So I create a buffer zone. But give me just a little bit if I can kind of get chilled out or something. Spring up here is too cold. Wait, I like spring, but I love fall, so colorful and air supposed to be good. Love crunchy. I don't like the cold weather anymore now, T-Girl. Well, I mean, I say I don't like it. Well, actually, no, I don't like it anymore. Actually, the past year really showed me I really don't like it now. Man, when my head gets cold now, it gives me such a headache and makes me just, oh man. I feel so bad when my head gets cold. Everybody needs a buffer zone. Yeah. I need a smoke break. Yeah. Yeah. I need to prepare some. I understand what kind of restart. Yeah, and it's not a bad day, Angry. I'm just out of my sequence, if that makes sense. My rhythm. So, and since I'm trying to change the way I interact, I just figure it's easier to tread a little softer. Depends on the process. Well, most are at least 64. Oh, because you can't eat their light meetings. Yeah. Tiredness is a frame of mind. That's all. Fall in Vermont is like the perfect world. First week in October is fabulous. Trees vibrate with colors, literally vibrate. That'd be cool up there probably in like Vermont, because that's usually where most of all your picture perfect kind of fall scenarios happen. Down here, pine needles, you really don't notice much difference. So we don't get the churning so much down here. That's Southeast Texas really ain't got many seasons. It's either hot, cool, or cold. There you go. Summer says definitely don't like the cold. Yep. Cold wet towel on the face, head, and neck always invigorating. Oh wow, that's just way too invigorating. T-girl, because that's invigorating, all right. That cold thing on my neck would chill that plate out on my spine, and that'd give me a headache there too. So, yeah, no way, no. Black watch, my pressure is set up for 64. It's not so much a processor. If y'all are talking about memory, Angry, by the way, just to stick my nose in your conversation, if you're talking about the memory and the amount of memory you can have, it won't be based off your processor. It's based off your motherboard and what the BIOS is able to handle on that motherboard. Most of them nowadays can handle 64 gigs of memory. Low-end boards will only handle 32 gigs. And then you can get higher end boards that'll handle up to 128 gigs. And that's what you're talking about. I don't know. I'm tired sticking my nose in the conversation. I just happened to see a comment about the processor. I'm made to live in 80 degrees. Oh wow, where'd the hell did that go? There it goes. Cold hurts my bones. Yes, it does. It does. I love your intro song. The Midwest is like that too. The Midwest is like that. I love your intro song. Oh, cool, T-Girl. Yeah, did you hear the second one? That second one's pretty cool. I like that new one. I laughed earlier and said if they keep releasing those like that, hell, I'm going to end up with an hour-long intro song. Okay, Money. I'm going to lay back down and stretch my back out. I know, just tease it. Yeah, I know. I thought about trying to coordinate some shit and come up with a mattress. Oh, wow. I just figured out I forgot something. So I'm sitting here reading this off. And hey, is Virginia still here? I don't know. Hey, Virginia, are you still in chat? I don't know if she was. I was going to kind of go through the recipe things and show her something. I just forgot about that. I don't know. I just happened up and think about it. If I want to bring those knees to your chest slowly every morning, I do it. It helps stretch out ligaments. took 24 hours for me to recover from mowing 4 acres, and I was on a zero turn. Ooh-wee. Chris Kit, that would take an act of God because I'm not a contortionist. right, man. I love your taste in music. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Well, what you do, Money, to be honest, if you got like an old sheet, or you can go like a real thing with a piece of rope, but if you lay on the bed and put it underneath your feet, like you're jumping rope kind of, but you put it across the bottom of your feet, and then as you pull back, you start bending your knees, you can actually pull your legs in closer to you and kind of help stretch. Even though you might not have the actual strength to pull your knees in, you can actually use your arms to help pull your legs in close, which will stretch all those muscles back there along the side of your spinal cord, and it can help. The most comfortable position for me, you ready for this one? The most comfortable position, it's held on my knees and shit, but if I get on my knees and I lay over on the couch, face down on the couch, it's at the right height and everything. So if I lay over face down on the couch, I can just kind of lay there and relax, and it takes the pressure off my spine. And it feels the best. It's just that the whole bottom half of my body is steadily cussing me out for every minute it's down there on the hard floor. Hey, morning, milkmaid. I was hoping Virginia was still in the chat, but I didn't catch her before she left. The back doc told me to do that. Yep. The fetal position, when I'm laying down, the fetal position is actually the most comfortable position if I'm laying down. Oh, hey, there's Virginia. Oh, it went good, milkmaid. Zach put on a hell of a show. It was a good deal. Very informative. Let's see. I hyperextended both knees too many times. I've been like a normal person. No, but that's why I said, Money, if you'll do the sheet or a rope or something underneath the bottom of your feet when you're laying there, then you grab the ends and you just kind of pull it. You can keep your legs where you don't actually bend it so far, but you can keep it out farther, so your knees, it won't be so hard on your knees per se. And Blackwatch, do you have a GPU in your machine? Yeah, you got a video card, Angry? I'm here for a few minutes. Okay, man. Oh, you don't have a video card, Angry? Really? So you're running off an onboard video on your motherboard. Ooh, that's a resource hog. That's funny, Ron. That's funny. If only. Okay, let's see what we got for you, Virginia. I didn't even really dig through it until I was running to you. By the way, I did find this cool little hand one she had for cream cheese frosting. I love how my mom just wrote shit down like she knew what that all meant. But there's cream cheese frosting. So I put that on the screen. Oh yeah, here was a funny one I found on a damn notepad. I guess for some reason she felt the need to write down real quick what the hell a cookie and a cup is. Oh, it's a new one because it does a microwave. Oh wow, mixed together in a mug and then microwave for 60 seconds. So apparently this is cookie in a cup that I guess you microwave in a minute. So it's like in a minute. So let me get that. Damn. Oh, hell. Hold on. Let me get this light up there. There we go. God dang, the wind, the fan. Trying to get it right. Yeehaw. There we go. See, look at her beautiful hand. I know, man. My mom she was awesome. My mom was the shit. I know, and what was cool, Virginia, was that when she wrote that, it gives all the pizzas, and then it says to mix together in a mug, and then you microwave for 60 seconds. So that's 60 seconds of cookie in a cup. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's see, what's this one? Okay, so this one is streusel topping. Yeehaw. Come on, damn, focus in. Stupid camera doesn't want to play ball. There we go. I figure, hell, I just hold it up there that way in case anybody wants to. I'll put the damn light over there. Okay, so some are terrible, but some are great. Like those bags, you can nuke a potato and they look pretty darn good, right? What we say, Wingnut? Where's Wingnut? Wingnut, hey, what's up, Wingnut? Waves, everyone can't stay, probably back in a few. Okay, Sherry. And by the way, morning. Morning, everybody that's here. Appreciate you hanging out. Oh, let's see, Miss Sherry. No, ma'am, 3 eggs. I'm sorry. I'll hold that up there again. Let me see if I can get some better lighting on that scenario, too. Oh, nope, this way. There we go. And that thing is creating a mess. Sorry, I'm totally screwing this all up. There we go. Bam. And she cut out a bunch of recipes. There's a bunch of little clippings. Apparently shit got her attention. And she'd be like, ooh. But there are all kinds of these cutout things. Oop, let's see this one. Okay, I don't know what the hell this is. So, that's a 2-parter. And it's front and back. This is called an ugly cake. Anybody ever heard of an ugly cake? I don't even know if this is my mom's writing. You know, this might be my damn grandmother's writing. That's not my mother's writing. Well, this one I think is my grandmother's. Because this isn't my mother's handwriting. And I know it ain't mine. I remember hearing about the ugly cake. Well, this is and if I hold this up, I mean, I can hold it up, but I don't know if you can read this or not. So I'll pause this for a minute there. And then I will flip it around. So whoever wants to look at that later will see both sides. Because there we go. Oops, slide that bad boy over. Add top to the cake mixture. Bake 1 hour at 325. So there we go. That's the ugly cake. Man, all them little cutout recipes. Oh man, here's an old one. Son, this bad boy. Holy crap. Rescues recipe. Well, to be honest, I don't know what. I ain't got nothing else to do. I can't try to do this one. I'll show it to you, but I think this thing says something potato casserole. I don't know. But it's apparently an old one here. I don't know, this old piece of paper right here, buddy. Oh, nope, that's the recipe. So here's the old recipe. Hey, what's up there, Mr. Zach? What's up, buddy? Hey, you know what? You might be on to something there, Chrissy Scout. No, because that almost looks like buffet potato casserole or something. Hey, well, I'll tell anybody that makes one of them recipes, I hope you enjoy it. And you can thank my mother. She was an awesome lady. All that hard work and they trade it for cookies, right? I hear I made something once at the recipe called slop. He ate almost the entire pot. So how are you doing, Zach? Doing good? Cool deal, brother. Thank you again for having me up there, man. You did such an awesome job with that. You are the man, sir. Alrighty. I don't know why I'll do this, but I'm going to tell you, do you people want to know how to make a pound cake? Here's my mother's pound cake recipe. Yeah, I'll move that bad boy over in front of the camera. There we go. Little pound cake recipe. Damn, it makes me think of Van Halen all of a sudden. Pound cake. Hey, morning, Eric. Yeah, I was just going through recipes of my mom, Zach. Just kind of sharing it with everybody, and thought it was kind of cool. Kind of gives me something to do, share a little bit. Let's see, somebody. Oh yeah, there we go. Good to see you, made it, handsome. Oh look, T Girl says hi, handsome smiley, Zach. I got the handsome dude up here now. Holy shit, I think that's the shortest recipe I ever seen for something. Man, that's an old piece of paper. So this is a beer biscuit. I love this. This is funny. My mother's beer biscuit recipe. 4 cups of Bisquick, 1 can of beer warm, 2 tablespoons of sugar, mix and knead lightly. Now, there's my mother's beer biscuit recipe. That's funny. Put that back in the file cabinet under B's for beer. What else we got here?
By the way, guess what? I also finished another stream for the Android customer app today, so I was super busy.
Oh, wow. Hey, that's awesome, Zach. That is cool. But do you got it loaded up? You want to show it? Do you feel like showing it? No, not yet. Okay. I got you. Oh, Lord. Angry said, Zach, have you ever heard of Operation Mockingbird? He said no, Angry. So this, apparently, this is called Joe's Casserole, and this is for 12 servings, this recipe here. So for 12 servings, and it's called Joe's Casserole. And I can tell you now it has chicken and turkey in the thing. So I'm going to go full screen. Where are we at? Full screen. You guys can see this recipe real quick in case you want to copy it. Damn it. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do this in a 2-part. So I'll do this way. And then I'm going to go up to there. Damn it. There we go. There we go. Okay. I figure that way y'all can go back and always pause it and then be able to read it. That's called Joe's Casserole. I think that's pretty cool. Hey, what's up, Zach? Go ahead, brother.
Angry, tomorrow I'll do Operation Lockstep recap.
Did you catch that, Angry? Be there or be square. All right, Zach, awesome. Had your office tie on today, right? He was loaded for bear. Girl, I love the love you have for your mom and the smell you have when you talk about her. She was an awesome lady. She was my best friend. Really, that's. Chrissy, I think Joe was my stepmom. I think because my stepmom was Jolene, and they called her Joe. And they were friends, so it wouldn't surprise me. Or it could have been actually there was another little lady that was named Joe, and she was a cool little neighbor. It could have been her. Matter of fact, she's the lady I talked about before and said something about having a lady that wasn't far away that when you'd burn poison ivy, she could get it by breathing the smoke. That was the same lady. Her name was Joe. Ooh, Virginia, I feel like I've been lost in a dark cloud, but today this birthday is different. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, and I'm glad your day has been going okay too, girl. And I think your husband would be happy that your day is bringing a smile to your face. So, I think that's a good thing. Connie, your mother had nice handwriting. Thank you. Yeah, my mom was a professional woman. She wasn't that. She could accomplish, I think, anything she wanted to. Rescue, why don't you do some videos of you and the wife making recipes? Well, one, my wife doesn't really cook much, and two, I don't eat much, and three, well, I don't know. I don't know what three would be, but I'm sure there's a three probably. Greedy, hey, Kush, how are you? What is this? This is hamburger dinner in foil. I don't even remember that. I'd have to probably see that one. I don't know. It looks like she was writing something down. Somebody was telling her on the side, because this is some little like hand notebook little recipe thing. She wrote that shit on. I can't even full screen that, because hell, you won't be able to make that out. Them little lines are so small. I'd have to probably take a close-up picture of that to get it to where you could do it. But there is another one. Christmas cake. So this is called Christmas cake. We got, hey, NC Dip.
Man Rescue, thank you so much for tonight. I'm just ecstatic about how well it flowed.
Dude, you did a great job, brother, and everybody loved it. You got a good response from everybody. You were able to connect with everybody. I think you got a good thing going there. I think you made a good decision. I think you got a good format to follow through with. Angry, it's going to be different people. He's going to kind of pull different people and kind of, as he kind of comes up with his idea, but that way he's kind of got a flow of people, but he can stay on the stuff that he wants to make sure and get people's attention and stuff for people to focus on, because we only got from now to November. We've got to wake as many people as we can up. Hey, I'm going to go full screen real quick and show you this is the Christmas cake recipe, so you guys can write it down, whatever you want to do. So there's the Christmas cake recipe starting there, and I'm going to scroll up slowly because it's a whole page recipe all the way to the bottom right there. Oh, there. So we got that coming back down. There we go. Cool. Hey man, I like to share. My mom was an awesome lady. You guys can make this cool food, and then I know your family will love them too. I didn't get to be 6'4", 285 pounds because my mama wasn't a good cook. I can tell you that right now. I'm a corn-fed, South Texas raised. I was raised on the groceries. My mama was a cook. I see. Hey, well, Virginia, I didn't celebrate. I stayed in the dark room. Didn't want to hear happy on my birthday because he was missing. But this year, something woke up inside me. Hey, and you know what? There was none of the drama. So happy for you, Zach. That's it. Cola said that, Zach. I put that on the screen. Bam, there she go. Have you heard the wolf cry at the blue corner? ask the green balcony, can you sing with all the voices of the mountains? Well, all righty, Black Watch. Pocahontas. Oh, go ahead, Zach.
Cola, I agree, and it made my heart happy.
Awesome, buddy. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I really am. And I really enjoyed that conversation, Zach. It was good. You know, the way you kind of had it in the topics, and it stayed calm, on point. You know, it was just good. I don't know how it was cool. It was welcome that I hadn't had a good talk like that in a while. Angry says, Zach, if you would like to stream to any other platforms, let me know, because I will let you use my different channels. Virginia, something woke up, T-Girl. I hear you on that. When your spirit is emblazoned by strength, hold tight to that, and I hope you continue to enjoy each day. Oh, awesome. Look at Virginia. That's a good... I like the way you said that. That sounded really good. When your spirit is emblazoned by strength, hold tight to that, and I hope you continue to enjoy each day. Damn, that's got like a hallmark saying to it. It's kind of got a kick to that saying there, Virginia. Yeah. That is so awesome, girl. My son saved a cat. I love animals and people who say that. NC Deb, yes, T girl, the coolest thing I've heard twice in the last week. If we didn't have any problems, we wouldn't know how to appreciate the blessings. Oh, T girl said when he died at 2 a.m., I didn't get to stay beside him to wait for the morgue. I had to be rushed to the ER because my heart gave out. Sorry to hear, T girl. Hey, Zach Cola said, mine too, Zach. You deserve to have fun and not be stressed with disrespectful people. Well, and you know, it's your channel, brother. You should enjoy it. Your channel is to bring good feelings for you and to make you feel good, not to bring more crap for you. You don't need more crap.
It flowed really smoothly and it kind of surprised me.
Well, I knew you were capable of doing it. You're Zach. You are the man, sir. You just forget that. You doubt yourself, but you really are. You got charisma. Especially if you had thrown on the hat, Zach, you know that you'd have won everybody over. So if it had got a little rocky, all you had to do is reach over and grab the hat. Bam. Put on the hat, and it'd been like, now what's up? And everybody'd been like, oh, Zach, because there he is. Got this little soul patch going. I think that's what they used to call that part. The soul patch. Hey, Yvonne Everett.
I haven't shaved it in a year.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hey, Chrissy Cat said she loves your leather jacket too. I see it. Thank you, girls and everyone. What T-Girl said. Thank you, girls and everyone, from the bottom of my heart for the uplifting words. Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here. You're always uplifting. You're always uplifting and positive. Most everybody that hangs out here seems to be positive and good orientated. So that's why I say this is where all the cool people hang out. Kush says his banner over us is love. Zechariah 3:17. That's it. What's up, Vaughn? Hopefully you're doing good, buddy. Zach, who is your favorite U.S. historical figure? Angry was asking.
Regan.
Reven?
Ronald Reagan.
Oh, Ronald Reagan. Yep. Hey, Milk. Hey, ma'am.
Good
How are
morning.
you?
I'm good. Still waking up.
There you go.
Hey, Zach.
You'll have to go back and check out the show.
Oh, yeah. I really want to. Sorry for the squeaky door.
And you can really, I mean, it's pretty, the audio, you can listen to almost everything. What he did is he had an awesome layout. Zach really come up with a good layout for everything. So the three main topics we talked about, well, each topic starts off with a video intro on the topic. So you can watch the video and then listen to just the conversation audio after that. And then the next topic will come up. Well, there's a video portion and then the audio. So it's kind of broken apart like that. It's very awesome. Hell, I think you did really cool.
That sounds really cool. Well done, Zach.
Had over 100 viewers.
What, in the chat?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I went and I clicked on it when I was waking up this morning earlier. And then I realized that you were on and everything. So I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll go back and I'll listen to it today when I have the little one. So, or when she's down for a nap, if I need to actually look at the screen. My daughter's not here today, so I've got to drag her along for all the chores and everything. That's going to be a little bit more challenging. What's that, Zach?
Oh, what you got?
We actually had 100 people a couple times.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And everybody loved the format and was even commenting going, oh, wow, this is so cool. Good job, Zach. Good job. I mean, everybody loved it. So that's, he kind of come up with a good little format for everything.
That's really cool. Some of those types of streams are my favorite, where it's very topic focused. Love that. Well done, Zach. I can't wait to watch it. I really can't. I already thumbs upped it because, you know, I knew it was gonna be awesome. See, I can't talk in the morning. Oh no, Sherry. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, very
One
sorry.
of my favorite podcasts I have ever done.
One of your most favorite podcasts?
Bet. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I really am.
Oh, I told him and told Bug Out and Tom both. To me, I thoroughly enjoyed that whole conversation. I just haven't had that good of a good conversation on some different topics like that. Just kind of totally.
So you're saying our conversations are boring as hell then, huh?
No.
I see how it is. I'm just giving you a hard time.
You know, I'm sorry, Zach, but your girlfriend, you know, she's just kind of. You got to do something, brother?
He calls me a bully, Zach. Are you going to let him get away with that?
Yeah, she's a bully. She's mean, milky.
Uh-huh.
That's mean, milkmaid.
That was hilarious when you kept changing my name the other day.
That's so funny, too, because I'd never do that. I was like, I don't know. Okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Oh, you know I can take it.
Okay, so here you go, Zach. Ron said the best one Zach has ever had, I think. And then Angry said, Zach, would you like to join me on May 20th to do President Reagan? I do historical figures on Fridays now, and I would love for you to join me. And you got the thumbs up, Angry.
That sounds cool.
NC Deb says, Chrissy, I'm grateful God gave me a gift for pet and wildlife rescue. Hurts the heart sometimes, but it's a purpose. I'm glad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it just makes you feel good to help something. That's what we're supposed to do naturally, but yeah. Just can't please all of them all the time.
Oh, this is true. Sorry, I'm kind of coughing this morning. Pollen's been really bad. I don't know if you can tell. It makes my voice all scratchy.
Yeah, it's starting to affect people around here too.
Yeah.
Everything's blossoming, and the pollen's starting to flow.
Mm-hmm.
You got it, Zach. What's up, buddy?
I got 129 likes and 2 dislikes between the 2 channels tonight so far.
You got some dislikes?
Oh, yeah. We were laughing about that. He got 2 dislikes. I always get a 1 or 2.
Oh, do you? Oh, I love dislikes. It means I've pissed somebody off somehow.
That's what I did. Hell, I laughed and figured. So it's like, so you sat in on my 8 or 10 or 12-hour stream, and at the end of that, you gave me a thumbs down. Well, thanks for sitting in there that long, at least still.
Right?
Better be.
Thanks for caring so much. I hate that they took away the dislike counter, because I was kind of like enjoying that.
Yeah, well, can you imagine the fun everybody would be having with the White House right now if they hadn't?
Right. I think that's why they took it away.
Oh, it is, exactly. He come out, them first few little things he come out, buddy, it would have been minutes would be in the thousands of dislike, and it'd be like, oh, well, okay, no, you got to stop this. This is not looking good.
Right.
Well, shit, what are we going to do? Just take the damn thing off. Okay.
I love how they covered it and as like they didn't want to, they thought it was not nice or something along those lines.
It was very discouraging.
And I'm like, that's BS. Might as well take away the likes then, you know?
Right.
Just leave it all alone. Sorry. I'm not highly energetic first couple of hours in the morning.
Oh, me neither. Yeah, NC Deb said I give likes on both streams. Cola said probably just someone that wanted to crash the panel that couldn't. That.
Yeah, probably. Or it could be because you had BB up there.
Well, this is true. Milkmaid could have really been watching in the background and we didn't know it. She's one of those because she saw BB. I'm
like, nope. Click dislike.
Oh, I might have been your other one then, Zach. That explains it all.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
I like
I
your
don't
shirt,
care.
Zach.
Yep,
Sorry. Mm-hmm.
that's it.
Is that an AR on the front of the flag?
You know it.
Heck yeah. Oh my gosh, we went shooting at, we have this friend who set up a range, and I had just gotten a pistol. My husband had gotten it for me as a surprise, because I had kept telling him, I was like, I need my own. Like, I know we have plenty here, but I want my own. And so I took it, and I didn't realize how resilient bowling pins were. Like, you can shoot those things over and over and over again, and you just can't destroy them.
Right.
But he brought his AR, and I had so much fun with that thing. It doesn't kick at all. Yeah, it was fun. I'm hopefully going to make it to the post office. I'm going to put send off the slide and put a red dot on it. Learning all these things.
Oh, cool. Hey, morning, Sojo.
Morning, Guardian. Sojo. Oh, Chrissy Cat, it's a Glock 43, I believe it is. It's kind of little, which is fine. But that way I can conceal carry it a little bit easier. I want to get in the habit of wearing it all the time.
Sure, I started doing that. No matter how fast I want to start listening, glad I even have internet tonight. Oh yeah, Sherry said she just likes the channels that she follows. She likes it as she comes in. I'm that way. There's most of the time I'm not even listening to most of it. I just gotta swing by everybody I can see that's doing something. I hit like. Then I go lay down or something.
Oh, that's sweet.
There's been times I've had, matter of fact, I think last night I did it. I had POTB and Backwoods with their war game thing kind of playing in the background to give them credit, and I think somebody else was doing something, and I had theirs going.
I haven't been watching as many videos, but I do try to go around giving likes. But like, especially if oh man, hold on. I have to keep clearing my throat. What you got, Zach?
Well, hey family, I hate it, but I'm going to zonk out. Have a great night, and I love you all.
Love you too, buddy.
Zach. Dream sweet dreams.
Get you some rest, brother. Sleep well. You did an awesome job today. Proud of you, buddy.
Can't wait to watch it. Oh, I can't even remember what I was saying. What was I saying?
You can't wait to watch it.
Oh, well, yeah, that. I caught my last sentence.
Well, that's what you were saying.
I used to have this trick with my mom when I tuned her out when she was lecturing me. And I could recall the last sentence that she would say. So she'd be like going on and on and on and on and on. And then she'd look at me and she goes, "Did you just hear what I said?" And I'd be able to recall that last sentence real quick and spit it back out. Probably should have paid attention a little bit more, but you know, that would have been smart. Yeah, Chrissy Cat, the local honey, I need to do that. I don't eat a lot of honey, I'll be honest. It's almost too sweet.
Well, but see, just need a little bit, like one time a day, just to get it in your system, help with your pollen.
Yeah. You know, I heard something one time regarding honey, because you've heard of Manuka honey, right?
Manuka honey. I've heard that, but I don't know.
It's pretty pricey. I think it comes from Australia or somewhere over there, but it's this particular area that has this particular plant that the bees use in making honey. And for some reason that it's a really powerful honey. for healing and stuff like that. Like I put it in on wounds, and that kind of thing really helps speed up the healing and also taking it internally. But I heard this cool thing one time that explained that when you get honey, especially local honey, what they're doing is they're going and collecting the pollen from all these different plants, and a lot of these plants are medicinal, and some of those properties kind of make it into the honey, and that's why it's so beneficial. Whereas like if you had honey just for bees that collected it, say from only orange blossoms, for example, that kind of thing, it's not as diverse in the pollen that's there.
Oh, okay. I got you.
It's pretty cool.
More strength because it's more diverse.
Mm-hmm.
So it's okay.
Manuka honey is really expensive.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I wonder how they do that. You know, it's like, do they just place them? Do they move them so that, like, because I know like around here you'll see them move the farm, the little, you know, a farm is what we call it. We call them bee farms, but the hives, I guess you say. But do you just move those around, like if you try to put them closer to certain things so that they will go then towards that? I wonder what makes them choose one over the other. Pollinating.
What, the bees?
Yeah.
Well, I think the bees just choose whatever they're, pollinating, right? Or, I don't know. Bees are fascinating though. They talk to each other through body movements. Have you seen that?
Right.
Like if they wiggle a certain way, they do this little dance to tell everybody where they found something, scout well.
Okay.
And basically they're giving directions to a spot, and then the other ones will go there. But I know the industrial thing where they have bees, and they'll have, say, like an almond farm, or I think almonds, orange, and that kind of thing. They have people who will actually ship boxes in with the bees so that they have enough pollinators there. It's a business. I don't think the bees are necessarily that's necessarily good for them, but they don't have enough natural bees in the area, so they bring them in, and they have that quote unquote job.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that, Guardian.
Yeah, certain bees prefer certain pollen. See, that's why I was wondering if it's like if you took the hives and you put them closer to certain things to get pollen, to pollinate, versus other things. If you move them, if you would actually direct what they're pollinating because of what's closer, or if they would literally go over the top of something to keep continuing to go to one thing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. And, a lot of people think that it's just honeybees that pollinate, but I don't know. Those mason bees, you know what I'm talking about?
Mason bees.
Or masonry bees.
Oh,
they don't make honey.
Yeah, just they're
Big
smaller.
Things. Oh, smaller?
Aren't they smaller than honeybees?
I don't think so. Well, we may not be thinking about the same thing. These will bore into wood.
Oh, well, now we have
obnoxious.
Yeah, we have what we call them wood bees, and they're like bumblebees.
Yeah, I have them all over the place. But people actually build structures for them, like little tubing type things, for them to breed and stuff, because they're pollinators as well. A lot of people aren't aware of that. And the ones here, so I remember hearing, because I thought maybe they compromised the integrity of the structures around here, so it was bugging me. But if you stop up their hole, if they've already put their larvae in there, apparently what they'll do, because they do it vertically, but then they'll burrow horizontally and back down to escape. Something like that. Now, don't quote me on that, but
Oh, okay. Morning, Silver Girl. Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile, ma'am. And let's see. Who was the guy that used to come in a dangerous stream? That
Oh
was the
yeah.
beekeeper. And then I think Virginia said that his channel, I miss him too, took channel down. He had great lives at his bee boxes.
Yeah, she's talking about, I always called him Spike. Obamp Spike. Yeah, he got frustrated with YouTube censoring him and left.
Oh, wow.
Kind of sad.
What the hell do you censor on bees?
He had a lot of political opinions.
Oh, okay. So yeah, if he was liked and he didn't have their opinion, then he had to be silenced.
He may have gone to Rumble. I want to say that he was going to try that. I don't know if anybody knows. I saw him on Discord some, and he was talking about that, but I kind of haven't been on Discord in quite a long time.
Carpenter bees. Yep, that's another word for them that we call them. It's
Oh,
like
yeah, yeah.
bumblebees, carpenter bees.
Back when I didn't think so much of insects, we went to this. My husband had gotten back from deployment, and we were getting ready to move down to Fort Benning. And so we got these cabins that they have down there, and there was badminton rackets there. And I would sit on the porch of the cabin because they get right in your face and are obnoxious. So I'd take it and just thunk, whack them out. And then later on, I felt bad about doing that. They really were in the way. Now I kind of try to leave insects alone if I can help it.
Right.
Except for squash bugs. Those suckers die.
So Sherry says, has anyone tried buckwheat honey? It is really dark. I've never heard of it.
I don't know, Sherry.
Buckwheat honey.
Buckwheat's fun to grow. I grew it one year as a cover crop. They make these really pretty little white flowers.
Oh, okay. So then that's how they're pollinating and they get the honey.
Mm-hmm. And then there's seeds. You know what a buckwheat seed looks like?
No.
It's kind of strange. It's kind of triangular, for lack of a better word. 3D, kind of like pyramid shaped, kind of. And pretty easy to harvest too. But their holes, I don't know how to get their holes off where I grow it. For buckwheat.
Hey, morning, Grumpy.
Hey, Grumpy.
Well, I don't know. Wait, it's only 3:45, so that might not be Grumpy. That might more be like a Grumpy. That's a smiling Grumpy. That's a Yoda.
Yoda?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a video on making Hawaiian bread yesterday.
Oh, very cool.
And she was doing it, and she had like multiple projects that she was working on. Made me feel like a slacker, man. I'm over here like, yeah, I took a nap, and then I checked on my strawberries, and then fed the animals. But I didn't get very far on projects yesterday.
Oh, Grumpy said so. Good combo on bees.
I like bees. I'm having to teach a little one not to be scared of bugs. She's got a thing against bugs. So I'm teaching her how to shoo away flies.
If you want to send that to Virginia, you can. Nope.
What?
Link.
Oh, okay. Give me a sec.
I think Bug Out fell asleep.
did he?
Or he got hung up on another conversation and then fell asleep. Because, I left him over there. He goes, well, yeah, I'll try to hop up for a few. He's going to try to knock out some stuff in the morning. So he's like, I'll try to hop up for a little bit. Well, I might have taken too long to get started or something. Or he might have meant in the morning. I don't know, because I was tired too. And then Tom was here, but he went to lay down.
Oh yeah. Y'all night people.
Oh, okay. It's grumpy. It says it's me. I was up troubleshooting the freeze dryer again. It's down
Oh yeah,
hard.
you said something about that. That's got to be frustrating. Right before things start coming in.
Right.
I mean, I guess it's a little bit longer now, but I've wanted one of those things so badly. I just haven't been able to swallow the price.
Yeah, they're kind of costly, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Last time I looked, I think it was like $1,200 for the one I wanted. I could be wrong. A $5,000 paperweight.
Right.
Yeah, that's obnoxious.
First time I got on Ron's channel, I got a wrench. I was like, wait, what? I know that was the first place I ever got a wrench. I didn't even know what the hell a wrench was. I'm like, what the hell's a wrench? Well, oh, no, but wait a minute, what is this? What is it? Oh, well, what can you do? Oh, okay, well, okay, I guess.
You know, probably in 2020, because I remember I was rolling out a hay bale over top of my potatoes while I was listening to this stream, and it was Roots and Refuge. Are you familiar with them?
Who?
Roots and Refuge. They're a homesteading blog family, basically. Jess and Maya and their kids. It's a beautiful channel. She grew big time. Like when I first started following her, she was at like 10,000 subs, and I want to say she's like over half a million at this point. But anyways, they were doing this live stream, and there's a running joke. She loves tomatoes, and she grows all kinds of cool tomatoes, and is very knowledgeable. You can learn a lot. But her husband does not like eating tomatoes at all. It grosses him out. And so they were joking. Somebody put a comment or something that if they got enough super chats or donations or whatever, and they didn't ask for this, it was like a joke. He was like, yeah, we got enough to get a freeze dryer. I'll eat the biggest tomato in her garden. The most hilarious thing is they were flooded with donations to get this thing. We're able to get the biggest one that they had because everybody wanted to see him eat a tomato. It was hilarious.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
They're very loving and giving. I met them once in 2018, I want to say. I ended up talking to him for about an hour.
Oh, damn. 420 says, help me, my kid's anger. OMG. Uh-oh. Well, I guess two things. One is the kid having a tantrum, and then two, what age of a child are we talking?
Are the kids angry or are you angry? Man, my kids have pissed me off so badly sometimes.
Oh, he's 19. So, oh, yeah. Well, so now exactly which one of you is really mad, though?
Yeah.
If he's 19, I can see where you could be pretty pissed off. Teenagers can do that.
My oldest is 19. It's freaking hilarious. My new son-in-law, right? He's 22. She's 19. And he was talking to my husband. And
sorry.
He was
all good.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
He was talking to him and about, some of his stressors with my daughter. And my husband looked at him and he goes, I told you, we're marrying a freaking teenager. What do you expect? It's like, oh, snap.
So for 20 Wild Dragon, I'm intrigued by this. I had a issue with one of my boys. They're 21 now, almost around the age of 16 or 17. He actually moved out for about 9 months because he had some anger issues that resulted in altercations that required mitigation. So he went and lived with my mom for a while. But he was just so angry. And for a lot of it, I blamed it on video games. He was addicted to Call of Duty type of games.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think he was just bored. I think he's really intelligent and simply had nowhere to direct his thoughts. But 420, tell us more. I'll try. It'll be all right. This too shall pass.
Mm-hmm. Morning, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, good morning, guys. Gals,
Morning.
how are you all doing today?
Pretty good.
Doing all right.
Doing pretty good.
Still getting coffeed up.
I want to go back with that with 420 though. Is it something that's like is this a normal thing? Like, does it happen a lot, or is it just you had an incident, something kind of came up?
Mm-hmm. Right.
The aftermath.
I think that's a good question. Is this a repeated occurrence, a systemic issue? And for the record now today, I am so close with all of my sons, but all the time, 420 says. There was about a year or 2 or 3 that we were really kinetic, you know?
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
But now, I mean, it is all, he respects the shit out of me, and I respect him, actually. I'm really proud of him. So,
Yeah.
We'll say one thing. T-Girl says, I have seen that way too many times with the video games. It's like something takes them over.
mm-hmm.
And it is, but, and now here's just my 2 cents on this. It's not the video game as it is the atmosphere inside those video games, because, you know, it's not the actual game and the actions of the game. It's when you go in those chats. Oh, I tell you, any parent across the country, if you want to know just what your kids are really being exposed to besides the school thing, oh, feel free to go sit over their shoulder and watch that Xbox or that PlayStation chat.
Mm-hmm.
That's about, it's more atrocious than the shit you'll see on YouTube even.
You know, that's an aspect I did not understand of the gaming nowadays. Like when I was playing video games, it was Super Nintendo, Donkey Kong, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw my son getting so blown up over this, I couldn't wrap my head around it. And then I realized not only do they type out chat, they talk on the headsets in groups, and they egg each other. They just, oh, it's so toxic.
Oh yeah.
So toxic.
Yeah. Both my younger 2 actually do that. And their group of people that they play with are rather small, and they do egg each other, but usually it's a couple people they know in real life,
Mm-hmm.
and then a couple that they don't. But yeah, it gets addictive. But you know what I think is the problem? It's purposeless. Like other than social stuff, which we live in the middle of nowhere, so I allow some of that because they have people they can talk to their age, and the fact that they know some of them in real life.
Now, Milkmaid, I don't quite know about that for sure, because I see a scenario where video games can actually be useful, but only
Oh, they
as far
can.
as only as far as it would be is like training for the military and stuff like that.
I guess if you're a
But-
drone operator.
Well, not only that, but you know, if you give them fake guns and let them go through fake scenarios, and you know, it teach them a little bit of teamwork as well. So there's a little bit of beneficiality to it, but not
I could see-
a lot. But
I could see the teamwork aspect when they do that kind of stuff. My concern is, and you know, people bring this up, and I'm not sure it's quite accurate or not, but people say it desensitizes people to violence, war, that kind of thing, and I can see an element to that. But at the same time, these same people, they'll get really, really cocky and think that they're, you know, capable of some of the stuff that they do online, when in reality, it's nothing like their Call of Duty, you know, thing.
yeah.
Right. And it's
Well-
a psychological trigger.
It is,
Yeah.
because that's men. I mean, if you're sitting there and you're trying to play and you're trying to have a good time, but you're going to have somebody in that chat that's steadily fixing to call you every name under the sun, or they're going to sit there and intentionally antagonize your mom, you know, and then they get the characters, because that's sometimes it's a thing that they do with the character. It's called teabagging. And because they know that on your screen that you can see, you know, when your character goes down, so they'll come up in front of there and they do the little squat icon so that it's teabagging is what
Yeah.
they call it. Well, you think, oh, and it's a joke, you know, and you tell people that don't really play games and they think, oh, yeah. But it's like, no, that's a mindset. That's like the water drop theory kind of. I mean, you sit there and I've watched people and heard them, and you can just listen to them start to bubble. What? Ooh, man. Next thing you know, banging shit. Oh, yeah. And seeing what happens is you're tapping into that rage aspect. Well, then if this becomes the norm of what they do every afternoon, they get on and go play, then this is the reaction. This is what becomes custom. So now all of a sudden you're in a real life situation and you get this smart ass comment about up yours, and you're like, yeah, I've been waiting all week for one of you people, and now you get this violent interaction. And really it wasn't that one, it was a buildup, because it's all virtual aggravation. So there's nothing to actually touch, there's nothing to address, it's a virtual.
Yeah, I agree. I think also though, I think once they're at a little bit of maturity age to where they do know what's going on, I think they do have the ability to, when they do lay that controller down, then it does become reality, and they do realize, you know, hey, that was just a video game, you know. So
Oh, it's not the game, it's the interaction with real people in that game. It's not that, like, Call of Duty is what made them bad. It's the fact that they're trying to play that game, but they have a person on a mic that's steadily calling them a piece of shit, all kinds of names, MFer, you know, oh, your mom this, your mom that, you know, your dad that, you know. And so you're just like, man, all I want to do is play this game, but you are driving me nuts. So see, it's not the game, it's the people, but nobody ever addresses the audience. Instead, it's just the game. And so all these committee meetings, all the stuff over the news, you always hear the games. No, it's that personality is what they're dealing with.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a segue into. Just wanted to say hello to the panel as well.
Hold on just a minute, Guardian. What do you mean segue? I didn't want to segue to nothing else. We're talking about games. No, I'm just picking, brother. You talk about what you want to, man. I'm just...
No, you're good. I'll keep it around the same topic as well, because this is an extremely interesting topic as well. One that I've actually looked into quite extensively, and I know that most people have. You know, the modern world is full of it, like the difference between the virtual world and like that anger and frustration that comes in. And it's a topic that I'm actually pretty passionate. Go for it, Rescue.
Hey, Night Angry, but let me ask you something, Angry. Do I got your email? Email me if I don't have your email, please, Angry. And you know what mine is, right? It's brian.rescue@gmail.com.
I'll put it in. It's brian.rescue, and what's after that?
at gmail.com.
Okay.
And Rescue, sorry to have texted you during the stream earlier.
Oh no, you're good. You're
No,
totally
but as
good.
soon as I hit send, it was like he vanished, and I was like, oh no, surely he wasn't on his phone.
Oh no. No, had to visit the latrine.
No, I mean during Zach's stream.
Yeah, I had to visit the latrine.
You come right back on. He was like, I guess I went out and disappeared.
Oh yeah, no, there was that time when I don't know what happened, dude. I'm telling you, these FBI people are starting to piss me off. If these bastards don't pull up a chair and just get comfortable and quit jacking with my internet, they're gonna piss me
It
off.
was as soon as I texted you, though. It was like not even 5 seconds after I texted you, and I was like, oh no, I hope that wasn't because of me.
Well, Guardian, I'm curious what you were insinuating, like.
So this is.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so the reason why this topic is extremely important to me is because, like, it's one that when I was much younger, I took those Nintendo cartridges, and it all started, like, the infection started off when I was, like, taking those Nintendo cartridges, like the Contra and Super Mario and those type of things, and the mentality behind it as well. I have so much to input about this topic, and I won't, like, blabber on too much. I want to try and be as concise as possible. I also want to say hello to Ghetto, who's in the chat as well. It's awesome to see you. And the other day, like you said, Guardians, yeah, may as well jump off. I know you were joking about that completely, but I always love seeing you, bro. Like, I always enjoy the conversations, and I know that on this topic, you've also got a lot of input, but much respect to you, man. I really mean that. So when it comes to this topic, the best way, I know that Mrs. Guardian as well also has a bit of input when it comes to this type of situation, but what I'll say is that, okay, so to put it in as concise of a way as I possibly can, the problem isn't the video games. And I know that one may instantly assume so because of the violence within the video games, and our subconscious doesn't always know the difference. That is true. But when it comes to that, we live in a world where if you watch any movies or media or series, whatever you do to integrate, there will always be a vast element of violence. And it's the same thing where our subconscious doesn't always know the difference between the movies as well. Gaming specifically can actually be an avenue to prevent you from going too far down. Like, look, the stresses that we encounter aren't because of the gaming, it's because of the world that we live in. And if you look at, like, human adaptation, if you look at how vastly different ourselves are now within this generation compared to previous generations as well, you'd absolutely see that the difference is that it's like our whole world and everything that we know is different. When you were younger, you had much more of a direction on what you were going to be when you're older. The youth these days don't know where the hell they're going to go or what they're going to be or who to turn to. So what do? They look at, like, some of the celebrities out there in the world, and they follow the wrong leadership at times. That's where it really comes down to. It's not so much as the gaming can be an element of it. Sure, there has been cases where gamers have actually been doxxed and been found out, and people have violent situations have occurred from gaming. Go look it up on YouTube and you'll find, like, gaming situations which turned into real world violence. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, it absolutely does. But I'm saying that the gaming surprisingly can be something where, look, if you're in a world at the moment where you're confused and you don't know where to go and you have no direction whatsoever, some of the times the only thing that'll actually, like, give you any sort of clarity is being able to express yourself to a degree in one way or another. For the longest time within the world, we haven't, you can look up the term the long peace, which is the peace that we've had from our last big world war to what we have now. It's one of the biggest periods of history that we've ever experienced peace, all right? Humanity is a warring like humanity is terrible when it comes to this. We want violence, we want war, we want rage, we want anger, we want all of these things, and, like, we don't even understand them to ourselves from a human aspect, right? The reason why I'm getting so passionate about this, and it really means so much to me, is because in the modern world, like, there's a certain figure, a certain amount of people that you're supposed to only know about 150. It's roughly about that number. There's an actual specific term for it, but you're only supposed to roughly know about 150 people. Now, what happens past that number is it causes a certain, like, disorientated feeling to human beings, and that's where we are. And at the moment, because of social media, it's extraordinary how many people you actually know. If you think about it, there is so much frustration out there in the world, and there is so much anger, and there's so much confusion, and there's so much lack of direction, and that is what is causing the problems within the youth today. The gaming is a slight element of it, but I don't know that I know that I've
So the
rambled on.
gaming isn't
No,
the
you're
problem, but it can be the solution.
It surprisingly can be the one thing that can. Okay, can I ask? Mrs. Guardian also would love to have an
I'm
input.
just gonna speak. I'm not gonna be on camera, but like they found that there are games that like surgeons can play that make them more like precise when they're doing surgery. Like there are things that within gaming that improve, and I'm very biased because I, as a 28-year-old mom of two soon to be, I love my games, and it was an escape for me because we live in a very dangerous country. So it's not like I can go do stuff, you know. I can't go out with my friends. So a way that I could spend time with my friends is online.
You know, our country is so dangerous.
Gaming.
Our country is so dangerous that Kay won't even she won't even come with me hiking because it's too dangerous at quite often at times for a woman to be hiking with a group of guys. Quite often, it's
but
only
you're also an adult, and we're talking about teenagers and young people who are 14,
Yeah, but what
15,
I'm saying
16,
is,
17.
I've been
adult.
hectically into gaming since then. I started playing games when I was like 12.
Yeah, but it was different back then. It's not the same level of interaction, and
I suppose that is true.
Yeah.
I just feel that I think some kids can handle it and some kids can't. Honestly, that's what it comes down to.
I feel you on the escape aspect. The extra badgering now with the fact you can live chat and talk shit to other people playing the same escape. That's where you get, as the lines cross between virtual reality and real reality, the emotions get tied in far more when it's a live critiquing session, you know?
Yeah, no, I get that, and you get that toxicity in video games. So I do understand that side of it. I just don't feel like you could say on the grand scheme of things that video games have played a significant role in the violence, you know, that's in our world, or
I agree.
If I can put it that way, because, you know, Hitler didn't play any video games, Stalin didn't play any video games, neither did Mao, and they killed people in the millions, you know.
They played propaganda games though, and that's kind of the same receptors in the brain, you know.
Well, and I think it plays a part because
I don't know enough about that, about which receptors in the brain get activated. So I can't comment on that, but I'll take your word for it.
So
I think about the interaction. It's not the game. I mean, I've been seeing these since Hell Doom, whenever it was one of the first computer games, Return to Wolfenstein, Castle Wolfenstein, all those. It was, you know, everybody laughed. Shit, I used to work on a platform offshore in the Gulf of Mexico, and we would be sitting there laughing in the evenings, and we'd be taking turns playing Doom on the computer that was out on the platform, and these are all grown men playing. We just sat there. It was entertaining as a game. The problem is the social fabric behind everything. It's no different than going to the mall and having these mob of kids that jack this stuff from these people, or you're stopping at this red light and now you're carjacked, or you're walking out of the theater and you just got mugged. It's that social fabric, and games, the only reason it promotes it is because now they're sitting even on their phones playing these games, but it's that interaction with people that don't have to be accountable for their behavior. There's no accountability in the virtual world. I can do and say whatever I want. I can be whatever I want. I can portray to be whatever, and I can talk however I want. Meanwhile, I can be somebody that maybe I'm a married man talking to a woman, but I don't talk to my wife very ugly, but I can sit here and call you every ugly name that's ever been thought of to address a woman. See, so I can do that. Well, don't tell me that's not going to change my social fabric. That's going to change me as a character. If you play that little shadow character, eventually one starts to win over, you know. Well, next thing you know, you end up with the kid out here on the street that just went on a tirade, and you kind of go, damn, well, they want to just point and go, oh, he played that game. No, it wasn't that game. It's that social fabric you've allowed to create and fester inside that gaming environment.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that also goes along with what Grumpy's saying. And before I get to Grumpy's comment here, which was brilliant on the side, I just want to read that up real quick. But it's also the whole moderation thing, across the board. It's about, obviously, I understand, where VA was saying that the online element of that can also become really toxic because you've got those real world interactions. It's no longer you sitting there with Super Mario anymore. You know what I mean? Like the way that people get, and because the friendships that are online are sometimes tangible, like they're not, it's not no longer just like a friendship, a little type of chat message, people chatting to each other all day, playing like Discord on a game or something, becoming part of a team. They become like integrated as if a group of friends. You know what I mean? Like it's so much more deeper, as VA is saying, 100%. One thing that I wanted to add on to what Rescue was saying as well, and I wanted to read out. So Grumpy Acres Farm.
Did you want to read that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Video. That's perfect. Thank you, Rescue. Video games cause problems when people play them excessively to the exclusion of everything else and use them to replace personal relationships. And that's something where it's absolutely that. It's spot on. It's 100% that. And that's always what the bigger problem of it is. And it's like, and then Ghetto over here, that's why you don't allow your kids to communicate in the games until they're old or / mature enough to do so. That's a key thing as well, because of out there, you don't know who's on the other side of that keyboard. You don't know always who they're talking to, and people will try to, there are creeps out there. So you've got to be really careful when it comes to kids having like access. And then Hurricane, always good to see you. And I love that you also enjoy your gaming. It's really cool. I don't know, gaming can bring people together in a certain way. As said, it definitely is in moderation, though, as you say.
Well, there's so many of the parents or grandparents that aren't even aware of what entails gaming. So the kid or grandkid says, "Hey, I want Mario," and they're going, "What's Mario?" "It's this game from Nintendo," and they go, "Oh, okay." They don't even have a clue what the hell what does it involve? It started out innocent because I guess with my age gives me a weird perspective, because it was all intriguing. Nobody ever looked at shit like, oh, this is bad, this is really corrupt, because it was all new and it was just the inventiveness, the imagination in creating them. But now it's like you were saying, it's too much in excess, and this becomes part of who you are. Well, then that's going to change you. Even if you didn't play games, if you just sat here on YouTube, hell, if I did this for 18 hours a day, you don't think I'd be a different person in about 3 months?
Well, we also can't keep our eyes on them 24/7. We can keep them on pretty much all the time, but they do this with gaming and other things. It was about a dozen years ago that I realized my boys were deep into apps that did live video chats. They would sit and mess with each other, or doing the gaming ones, and so it does take a little bit of time to discover what your kids know and are into, because a dozen years ago, that was all brand new. You think about how quickly things have moved. So right now, we do need to be more hyper vigilant. It's speeding up really fast. And I tried to do what I could to meter my boys, but that's kind of what made them start staying up at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. I wasn't right there hovering over their shoulders. Like, they'll find a way. If they want to do it, they'll find a way to get that fix.
Oh yeah.
Grumpy
I love that.
Killed me with that comment.
Grumpy says, confession time. I quit playing online games the day I found myself cursing, no mic, just me in my living room, at a 12-year-old that was smoking me in a game, trolling me.
That's exactly what it is. Yep.
And it's like that. We laugh and we go, yeah, but that really does happen.
Yep.
And it's just like, I remember back beta testing World of Warcraft, then the release of it, and then within the first year, there were already reports of all kinds of extreme shit happening, because that year of release, relationships, there were divorces because one of the partners wouldn't quit playing that game all day. There were people that lost their jobs. It started even
Mhm.
picking up some negative momentum at the beginning because people were just committed. It was like, well, no, I got to play. Dude, people got married in that game. That was so crazy. That was what I see as the beginning of the batshit crazy side. Because they just, man, it
Hurricane-
was like, wow.
Sorry.
What? No, go ahead.
Hurricane has a really good point. It's all in teaching your kids how to handle the situations in life and in games. I think one of the key things there is, yeah, they'll find a way. They'll find a way to play those games because my kids have. In fact, my favorite thing was when I had a Wi-Fi that I could just turn off whenever I wanted, and I could tell who was playing games because all of a sudden people would be coming into my room going, "What happened to the Wi-Fi?"
Right.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that a little bit too much. Like if I needed their attention, I would just turn off the Wi-Fi and they'd show up. But teaching them how to handle real life situations and how to behave appropriately helps, I think. I don't know if it always does it. I did notice something really interesting with my son. He loved gaming, and I would catch him up late at night. So he'd wait until I go to bed, and I clonk out because I'm exhausted. And I wake up, and he was about 16, 17 at the time. So this was like the last couple of years, and he'd be up there yelling and hollering and, getting upset about things sometimes. And I'm like, this is childish. Like, this is a game. You don't need to get this upset over that. And if you do, maybe you need to step away from it for a while. But I think it was his escape. And he didn't feel this purpose. I mean, even though he was doing a school and he was working a job, that was his escape. And so I gave that to him a little bit because I felt like he didn't have much social interaction outside of his job. And these were his friends that he knew from way back in the day when we lived in another town. So I didn't mind that. But it's a pressure valve. But you know what I found interesting is since he's gone to work for my brother-in-law, who is a super driven person when it comes to work and hard work, he has totally changed for the better because number one, he's so exhausted at night he can't stay up and play his games. And number two, he's having this real interaction with somebody that he looks up to. It's like my husband and him could talk and stuff, but they're very different. And even though my brother-in-law is a lot like my husband, he's slightly different and he's an uncle, the cool uncle effect.
Yep.
So he'll listen to him more. And so, I mean, I'm kind of relieved that he doesn't have time to do all that stuff anymore because I was really concerned that, he was never going to be the 30-year-old in my basement playing video games all day. We made that clear from the very get-go. 18, you take charge of your life.
This is not an option. Well, see, in some of it, I will say...
No, I told him one time.
Go ahead.
I told him, I was like, you're not going to waste your life online and just expect me to take care of everything. When you turn 18, if you don't have some kind of a plan, you're going to find yourself on the street side. I'm not going to want to do it, but I'll boot your little butt out. He was actually really stressed when he turned 18.
Like, oh shit.
He's like, I don't want to grow up. He literally told me, I don't want to grow up.
Right.
It could backfire. Yeah.
I think some of it's also with these games online. It's the game, the social part, but you also got to remember that there's a competitive nature just because you're playing something that you can see that the soccer game, the football game, the baseball game in real life, you can see, especially, man, you want to see some goofy, stupid ass behavior. Go to like a junior high soccer game or football game and watch the parents in the stand, and there's some real goofy ones. Or go to the elementary ones. Those have become really ironic. It's like, really? You people are going to scream at a t-ball match? It's unbelievable.
My daughter did softball one year, and I swore, never again. What did it say? He's trying to show us.
Oh, I think that's, I did that. Oh, that's that one of those. I did that. Yeah, I did that.
Right.
I'm getting gas. I'm getting gas.
Oh, wait. Oh, you fixing to stick one on there?
I'm getting gas. Yeah. Yeah, it said save
Uh-uh.
5 cents a gallon by putting your phone number in, so I just put some random phone number in and saved a nickel a gallon.
Oh, there you go.
What?
Pulled down.
That phone's going off now, going,
Oh, gotcha. I
what
see
the
what you're
hell?
saying.
Where is this text message from? What? I can get no damn get. What kind of the hell? Spam. It's like,
Oh, Guardian had a work call. I don't know if you saw
oh,
that.
okay. Yeah, I saw backstage where he was going AFK, and then he said work call. Sorry. I don't know, man. We gotta try to just. What happened to really? I mean, I guess that sounds so funny to say that, but I'll say that with you guys on there and chat and the thing. But I mean, and I really am sincere when I say this, but what do you think happened to young people or anybody really of any age, but just doing something and then having pride in what you did, that you put it, you know, you're all in there, whether baking a cake, building a house that don't make a shit. But what happened to trying hard to succeed at something?
I think we've been conditioned to expect immediate gratification. Everyone wants the reward now, even if it's a participation trophy. But everything is so fast. Information, products, goods, you can get anything in the mail in 48 hours. You can find any piece of history you want with a quick Google review. You know what I mean? Like, everything is at our fingertips really quickly, and we do not have the patience anymore to sit and invest the time. In fact, my boys said that to me about school. They were like, well, why would I sit and read the book when there's an audiobook? Or why would I look up this specific thing when if I want to know at some point, I can just Google it? And of course, I was sorely disappointed. But then I'm also like, well, it's kind of true. Am I going to go study every subject on earth right now when I can just Google it if I need to? You know, we're all conditioned for immediate gratification.
$76 to fill this Jeep Grand Cherokee up, and it was already on a quarter of a tank.
Holy shit. So
Yeah.
3/4 of a tank.
Yeah, it was already on a quarter of a tank. So that's
That was 3/4 of a tank.
Yeah, so that's $100 to fill up a Jeep Cherokee.
Wow. Well,
You know, Grumpy.
Go ahead, Milt.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I was going to say, I think he's hitting on something that I feel might be, in addition to what Virginia's saying.
Our
One of
lives
the
become too
things
convenient.
that I think, well,
Is that the one
that
you're talking
and we don't actually, we can't connect the satisfaction of what we did directly to us. Like, so for example, you go, say you build houses or whatever, or whatever, but you go, you do this work, you get a paycheck, and then you can get something else. If it's directly related to your survival, you can take a lot more pride in it. And there's this purposeful nature to what you're doing versus just doing something over and over and over, and it's not really directly affecting you. It's just getting that paycheck that you can then trade for something else. I don't know if I put that across well, but
yeah,
there's no reward for hard work anymore either.
Well, but see, didn't we take that away though?
Yeah.
Like, we stopped acknowledging people, and actually, like, we now because what I hear, I just think about stuff you hear, and now if you tell somebody, they're going, shit, man, I put in 60 hours. Damn, they got you. So it's almost looked like you got punished for those 60 hours, where I remember when you would say that, hell, it was like you were making bank. That's what you'd hear. You'd be like, I put in 60 last week. Oh, you're making bank. Because it was in the overtime hours. So it was looked like you got something. So it's like that's what I don't understand. Man, when did that? I just sometimes feel like I literally am waiting for the dipshit to knock on the door to tell me what episode of the Twilight Zone I'm in, because it's like I'm starting to buy into this Matrix shit more and more. I got to tell you, because I'm starting to wait for Keanu Reeves to show up at the door too.
The simulation topic is one that we can definitely get into at some point if you're interested in rescue. It's one of the conversations I'd say in my top three conversations. That's one of them.
I just grew up. I remember I grew up seeing things, and it's kind of like I blinked twice, and all of a sudden now I'm looking at it's like, wait a minute, it's described as what? You're saying what? They're now identifying as what? What the hell? How the hell did we get here? It's like, wait a minute, I want to go back to sleep. This is a bad dream. Because it's crazy how to just see how far it just got. Because I guess, I don't know, hell, I thought my kids were a handful, but then you just kind of see where everything else went, and it's just,
man. So this kind of goes back.
I will say I love your little deal. Thank you for putting that up there. I've been waiting to figure out where that quote came from. I was meant to look it up earlier because I keep trying to remember that in my head. I'm fixing to make me something that repeats that. That's, God, I need to tell you that to everywhere.
So it's something that we were speaking about earlier, and what you just said there, Rescue. You see about the feeling that everything is just kind of going upside down. Now, we already have our kind of, when you're a bit older, like I'm 36 now, right? When I was younger, none of this like whole blown up kind of PC world and all that type of thing was the way that it is now, right? Things were much more straightforward in certain ways. At the moment, everything's just kind of like blown out of proportion in a lot of ways. People are more dramatic, emotions are more intensified. And now imagine, that feeling where you felt as though you fell asleep and you woke up, and now all of this type of thing is happening, all these conspiracy type of things almost makes you feel like believing in a simulation. All of this combined, if you take all of that into account, imagine being young. Imagine being in your teen years or as a young adult right now, and you don't have the base that we have, because we kind of have like, I know who I am. I'm comfortable with who I am. I don't need to be anybody else. And that's the greatest and most revealing, most refreshing feeling that you could ever have, is to just be happy within your own skin, right? But the thing is that, like, when you're younger, they don't have that. They don't have that base yet. They don't have themselves, like, they don't have that identity where they can say, this is who I am. This is where I'm going. This is where I'm comfortable. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm comfortable within the person that I am. Because I can remember, if you had to ask me, like, even 10 years ago in my mid-20s, if I knew where I was going to go, if I knew like everything that I liked, I knew that I liked the outdoors, I knew that I liked extreme sports, I knew that I liked America. I've always loved America. I knew that I liked a certain amount of things that I was extremely passionate about. So I'm just ending it off by saying that, on my side, I'm just ending it off by saying that, yeah, imagine being young in this world and grumpy. So yeah, it must be quite daunting being younger. Unfortunately, I'm fortunately able to say so with surety, because it must be extremely hard. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's going to get harder for them too as we go into the hard times, that they haven't had any of that basis. It's going to be really hard for some of these kids who, you're absolutely right, they don't know who they are, and a lot of this virtual reality kind of world too, they can make characters and pretend to be them, and that can get confusing, because I think that can trickle over into their lives, and they're not sure, like they're sure in the characters that they create or the persona that they create, but as a person themselves, they're not entirely sure. And I remember being confused about
Eric hit the nail on the head. It's mind all moments.
Yeah.
You can't mitigate your mind all moments.
True.
Mm-hmm. I do worry about the kids going into this, how well they'll be able to handle it. I tried to expose my kids to more instead of less than, because I was raised in a very sheltered environment, and we were taught values, and I hold a lot of those values, almost all of them, today, and I think it made me a better person. But also, I had a really hard time when I was exposed to the rest of the world, adjusting, because what they were showing me growing up was not exactly reality in the world, the ugly and all that other stuff. So I had a really hard time navigating it for quite a while. And then when I could kind of integrate while dragging my values along with me. So with my kids, I tried to expose them to more within reason, but not shelter them entirely, because I remembered how hard that was for me, you know?
Yeah, I think it's come away from it's a lot of the problems and a lot of the things that people have to deal with currently are so much more mental, are more mind oriented, right? More psychological things. Whereas back, if you look a little while back, things were much more labor intensive. So there's more about like physical application and the hardiness of getting through a day in an industrial environment, those type of things. Working in factories as well. And now what that's become essentially is that a lot of it's become like to the mind, psychological problems and daunting on a psyche side. No one can say, what's so bad about having something that's like a mental problem compared to a physical issue that you got to deal with. And well, it all starts with mental, right? That's the beginning of everything, is in the mind. So when you have these daunting problems mentally, like within the youth, it is much more difficult in certain ways. Like everything's become so easy. Like you can order anything online. It'll be delivered to you instantly. You can stay in your home and socialize, as we were speaking about earlier, via ways similar to this as well. Like I don't have to go to a bar to go find you guys or something like that. Like I don't have to get on my bike and ride up to the bar, and then this is where or a lounge, you know what I mean? Like a group lounge or something like that. I know it's not a bar because it's not really, but you know what I mean? Like I can still access that being so far away and still have that exact feeling of, learning a bit more about people and, gathering as part of a community, that type of thing. We can still get that feeling of it. But so it's mental, it's great. We got all that, but it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt, but I want to go back a little bit in chat. Hurricane said that she canned some ham, found some recipes. Hurricane, regarding sage, it's my understanding that when you can it comes out like funky. So use that judiciously, and from what I hear, not at all. I have not canned with it yet, but everywhere I go and read and see, sage is it changes everything in the jar.
I love that.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well.
Grumpy says, I firmly believe this. As a parent, you are a factory owner. Your kids are your product. Your goal is to get that product out the door and not have to issue a recall on them. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
That's
really
great.
Yeah, it's challenging when each one of them are different. And 420 was saying, like, my kid is angry at everything and I get it full on.
Mm-hmm.
In that instance, because my son went through this really angry period, and I managed to get him to talk to me one night and just asked him what he was so angry about. And for a while there, he couldn't figure out what he was so angry about. And a lot of it was based in fear. I don't know about your kid, 420, but it is hard to just be an ear and listen, and then to try to find some level to relate with them or relate to them, and then maybe provide some guidance. It is so hard because I've felt so lost in so many ways with my son, and I wasn't sure how to help him, but eventually he started pulling his head out of his rear and working through whatever it was he was angry about.
Well, I think it's who they're around. I know with mine it was because me and my wife even talked about that while they were growing up, because we noticed it more with my daughter than my son. But you could tell the impact of certain friends that she would be around. So you could tell the character change in her, because we even got to where it would be so different that we could even kind of go, I thought you weren't going to be, I thought y'all were fighting and you weren't even going to be like talking to her anymore. Who? You know who we're talking about. Oh, well, no, that wasn't really her fault. It was so-and-so's. And it's like, okay, so y'all made it. But you could tell the character change, and it's the way she talked and the way she started to see things through her friend's eyes, because her friend was one of those miserable kind of people. So everything was bad, everything was wrong, everything sucked, everything was, bad. And
Yeah.
so you could tell
Mhm.
when my daughter started hanging around her that then my daughter would start griping just about random shit that she had never even griped about before, but then she would. Well, then that kid was so extreme, there would come a moment that either her and her had a conflict, or me and my wife and that kid had a conflict with something she would say, and he'd be like, okay, you need to stay away from her. So there'd be a month-long gap, but it changed her mentality. By that month, all of a sudden, she would go back to being the regular kid that we saw all the time. And then all of a sudden, here'd be the change, and there'd be that kid again. So it's kind of, that's why I think man, I don't know how to say it. It's just, and I don't know how we can get a bunch of grown-ups to change the message that they're hearing in their ear all the time, because I think there's so much negativity right now. That's what you hear. This sucks. They suck. This is bad. That's bad. This is sucks. This is terrible. Nothing's ever good anymore. There's never it's kind of like the Make America Great thing. And then you cheer on something. Well, hell, if you do that now you're bad about that too. So don't, heaven forbid, you should brag about your country or something, because that's bad. Everything is bad. Nothing is good. There's no love. There's no, hey, this is good. Great job. I don't know. It's like first
It
responders.
sounds
I don't
like
know.
her friend had.
No, go ahead. I need to get off that soapbox anyway.
I was gonna say, it sounds like her friend probably had some frustrations too. I mean, I do remove my kids from, or have tried to remove them from, people I thought were bad influences. Sometimes that's hard to do. And, Anarchy, Wingnut up there had said, that he think it's that feeling that something is wrong in the world, but you don't really know what it is. I think that is really big for kids these days.
Mhm.
Like they know something's off, and it could be scary, and so they lash out.
Well,
Or they
especially
just
the
had a hard
message.
life and they lash out.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I'm not trying to make nobody mad, so don't read more into it than that's there. But that's what kind
Well,
of gets me sometimes. If I was a young person right now and I kind of got entered, like if I wasn't 60 and I was 20, oh, I'd be tripping. I'd be tripping right now, because it's like everything I'm hearing about is so. It's like there's been this plot to do me in since I even came aboard, kind of thing mentality. You hear those stories like that because this is gone, that's gone, and it's like, I gotta say, this would be some scary shit if I was a young person and just kind of coming into it.
Right. Exactly.
It freaked
if
me
you're
out.
aware.
Well, no, that's just it though. It's being not aware, I guess, as you'd say, because all of a sudden you're being told how far down this rabbit hole goes and about this rabbit hole and this, and all of a sudden you're kind of going, holy shit, man, I was just playing soccer on the field and stuff and playing ball. What do you mean? What?
Mhm.
Because, and then you're like, oh shit. And that's why I say I think there's a big disconnect between city life and country life, because that's all that's.
Shit in country gets too, though.
It's online life. Like one of the first things that we
But
saw were restaurant reviews online, right? Everything is on a rating system or based on thumbs up or thumbs down or how many people viewed it and shared it, whether
Mhm.
it's social media things or businesses. And working in restaurants, one of the things that stands true is if something bad happens, you'll get 10 comments on it. If something good happens, like it was the best meal of someone's life, you're not going to find a comment on Yelp. But if something bad happens, you will. So what I'm saying is the tendency to point out the negative, to critique one another, is where we're ingraining this thought culture.
Well, that, and mentally, you can tell somebody 9 times out of 10 that they've done a good job here or there, or give them some kind of positive input, and you can say one thing negative.
Yep.
And we naturally, as humans, will focus on that one negative thing.
Yep.
Which,
oh, well, hell, that's been the principle behind
I mean,
character
that's not
assassination,
online.
hasn't it?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
you don't have
that-
to be right about it. All you have to do is say it in a large enough crowd, and it doesn't have to be true, but then it'll always stick with that person.
Yeah, that's true. And then also, like, it'll be impossible for people to revert that as well. So, yeah, it's, I don't know. It comes down to just being cautious of what people say as well. You know, thinking before people speak as well, and having just a sense of care for others, so that you don't like say things that will, you know, be that one thing that took 10 to kind of, you know, fix in a way.
And I agree with you for the most part, Guardian. But sometimes I think in overdoing it in positivity, or trying not to step on people's toes, has led to the culture that we're seeing right now, where you can't say anything ever.
Yeah,
Because you know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah.
I get that as well. I just think that we also live in a world where people are so vicious verbally in a lot of ways, and they're just ready to attack one another. So
Oh, yes.
I don't see a lot of compassion. I don't see a lot of sympathy. I don't see things that would actually, you know, community building type things all that often. They are out there if you look for them. I get that. But it's just like, it's almost, you know, we're raised to believe that the more of a bully a person can be, and I'm not referring to you when I say bully, Milkmaid. I'm saying,
Sure.
I'm saying just in general, like that's kind of the whole, then you're seen as, you know, the more assertive, dominant alpha, if you want to put it that way, if we're going to get into those terms, which
Well, perhaps it's a decent litmus test to ask ourselves. You ask yourself, me ask myself, we all ask ourselves the nature of what you put into chats. If it's all good, positive things, maybe you sit back, listen, don't say anything positive. Let's say something negative comes up and you feed that negative. Or, you know, on the other side, something positive comes up and you contribute to the conversation. It's the same thing. You're reflecting yourself here as much as in real life, depending on what you react to.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely true. Yeah. And that's where, you know, we were saying earlier, it's about how much you are willing to put out there as well. And, you know, if you do this for a long enough time, people can only put up a facade for a certain amount of time as well. And then people start seeing through the cracks. And that's what happens as well, is that like a person can put up a front, but eventually it's going to come out like who you really are. And that's why if you try and fix who you really are and improve on who you really are as a person, and you have a large amount of integrity and honesty, then there's little that can come across, like there's little that can combat that. Do you know what I mean? Like the honesty can crush everything. If you can just be purely honest about everything, and there's ways in the modern world to prove that you're honest, which is amazing. So like, honesty will always back you. What's done in the darkness will come out in the light, and you know what the funny thing is though, right? Is that it's like, just give me a second. All right, so I just wanted to be on cam just if I want to speak about this just for a second. So yeah, you'll find quite often that there are people that would almost seem like they are putting on a facade when it comes to being positive about everything, and they're trying to be helpful to people, and they're trying to speak about good things and compassionate and be compassionate and stuff. There are people that would view that as being, you know, as almost an illusion, as though that person's not being genuine about it.
That's not a facade. That's labeling something. Because if somebody was pissed off, you wouldn't go, that's a facade of just wanting to act like they're angry. So see, why do we automatically say that's a facade? Somebody's trying to be positive. Maybe they're just trying to maintain that positivity and not fall into
like a character.
That's what I do. I'll tell you right now, it's easy for me to flip switch and start here and sit here and go, yeah, this totally sucks. And then start doing that whole tirade like I used to do a year ago. And I don't mean disrespecting this either, but I have felt like I brought myself above that. Not that I'm better than anybody. It's just for me, I talked a line of shit before, and I got myself in a lot of trouble, a lot of physical altercations because I was just there in your face. I didn't give a shit. Dude, I'm 6'4". I weigh 285 pounds. I don't give a shit. I used to climb poles. I had an attitude, and I had my opinion. I got louder. I make you listen to my opinion. I don't give a shit. Get out of my face if you don't want to hear it. I had that kind of, dude, that was brash.
One of two things.
Changed. Well, I've intentionally changed. And when I started this, that's why I try to, catch myself, and I kind of go, well, no, I just want to see, I'm intentionally lowering my tone. I intentionally slow my speech so that I have to sound a word out. That means I'm going to think before I'm fixing this. This is what I do for myself. People could see that as some facade. Rescue's always trying to be positive. No, this is what Rescue does to put Rescue in a better place for Rescue's benefit. It has jack shit to do with anybody else. Mm-hmm. This is all me.
Yeah.
But I think maybe more people ought to do that.
Yeah. And also, it really comes down to people are very quick to talk, and you should be slow to talk, slow to anger. I forgot the exact way to say that, but you know what I'm talking about. You should be slow to anger, slow to talk, quick to forgive. Quick to somewhere around that.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. When you said the facade of fake, I don't know. I guess, dude, to be honest, I'm being full disclosure. I almost felt like, damn, that almost kind of like not that you were meant personal, but it's like, damn, that kind of hit home. So, well, no, I don't feel like it's a facade. So I feel like a defensive.
Well, I think we all hit a spectrum of genuinity and realness, and opposed to utter character that you present to people, a presenting self. Some of us are more real than others, and I think you could admit that all of us put some buffer zones somewhere on that spectrum.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah, 100% so. Look, it's easier to be an a-hole. It's actually easier to be grouchy and grumpy and to see the world through see the world through shit goggles like Stan does from South Park. But like if you try to, and I have met people like that, there's definitely people out there that do have a very pessimistic, opinion of the world and that. I also wanted to bring up something that we were talking about earlier, which is, fading effect bias, which is the adverse of that, where what we do as individuals is we forget the BS that we've done. We forget our brains, the subconscious, like kind of push away things in the past. And it's almost like a hero syndrome. Like we forget the BS that we've done and we remember the good things that we've done because that's our subconscious way of kind of keeping things all steady. It's fading effect bias. It's extremely interesting, to take a look into. That's what we all do to a degree.
I think you're right there.
Actually, and by the way, Biox morning, brother. Ghetto says it's easier to be a character than your true self, and it's like there's it's like everything's a Hollywood scene. It's like
and there can also be. Oh, sorry.
No, ma'am. Go ahead.
There can be a false positivity as well, where everything's rainbows and butterflies. I think there's a balance there because Ghetto had said earlier, honesty will grab you a whole room full of haters sometimes. And I think it's important to remain positive in a lot of ways, like looking for the silver linings in the problems that we face, or finding solutions, or learning how to improve our own characters, not fake characters, but our actual character on the inside, to be able to withstand and to stand up, and all of these traits that you're going to need to get through life. Compassion as well. But it's also important to recognize the reality that surrounds us without losing ourselves to complete negativity. And I just think that's hard for a lot of people to do, including myself. I can get really freaking negative.
Well, I will say,
But
go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Well, I
That's
was
pretty
just,
much done.
for some reason, I was sitting there reflecting, and this is going to be weird, be dark for some, I guess. I don't know everybody's background, so some people might get it. But so when you're locked up and you get put in what's called the hole, and, everybody pictures this Hollywood image, but it's just, I'll just put it, it's an 8x10, and it's 4 walls and it's a damn steel door. So 3 walls and a steel door. There's no light. The light's at the ceiling. It gets cut on and off at somebody else's, leisure. So, and that's your life. And depending on the punishment level, you might have a mattress in there. You might not have a mattress in there. And so this becomes your existence. Well, I can tell you, to try to maintain some kind of what you would call sanity, but I'm sitting here thinking, going, actually, in a way, that's trying to maintain a positive mentality, because you're trying to maintain a reason to stay connected, and that can be very difficult. And there's people that actually don't achieve that. And that's the one thing I can say sitting here. That's where I think maybe that's where I started to develop the thought of always try to find the silver lining. There's something in something. Just focus on it, even if it's just that little crack of daylight that happens to come through that little sliver. But you can sit, you can look at it, and then that can open up your mind to think and imagine better things. So see, you're in that place, you imagine the stream that you want to fish at, you imagine fishing, you imagine, and you picture yourself there. Well, see, that's, I guess in a way, we had referenced that before as keeping your sanity, but now the way we're talking, it's kind of like, well, I don't know, in a way you're keeping your positive attitude. So anyway, I don't know. Probably didn't make no sense to nobody unless you've been there. That wouldn't probably make much sense, but.
No, I think I can see where you're going with that, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Will you guys give me 2 minutes? I'm going to walk my wife to the door. She's going to work.
Not a problem. Okay.
A lot of it is the base state of mind, like where you're at the resting state of mind. You know what I mean? The crazier you are, the more that state is in entropy, just heading toward more chaos. The more you can calm yourself, you've got a balance, influx from one to the other, equal distribution. Even more so than whether or not you fly off the handle or don't. And even whether it's true or not, whatever's happening is, to me, it's like accountability. Being accountable.
I think, as I listen to all this, like the whole trying to find balance, trying to find the ability to look at the world around us, be able to handle it well, stay in a good frame of mind while doing so, because it's so easy to get overwhelmed. And sometimes, well, like for me, I had to take a break from the news. Like, I took a complete break. I was listening day after day, and it wasn't like, mainstream media news. It was like natives thing. I stopped. It was like right before he did that. I stopped listening to that, even though I love Native and enjoyed his shows. I stopped listening to Prepper Now, and I stopped listening to Port Observer. Those were the 3 places that I would go and get information on current events, for the most part, other sources too. And I would just hear either what my husband had to say, or it was in discussion on panel, that kind of thing. But I needed to just take a break, because I realized that a lot of that stuff I couldn't actually change me right now at that moment. But the one thing that I could change was what I was doing that would benefit my family no matter what. So,
There's a tipping point to
our
knowledge,
farm
and
and
then you
taking
got
care
to
of all
go
the
toward
stuff.
action.
Yes.
Right. And I needed to, throw myself into the action that actually made me feel a little bit more in control. And I've been called a control freak before, I don't know if that's true or
We'll
not.
talk about your chart, girl.
But
You do have some shit in there. We'll talk.
You're not a control freak. No
But
way.
No, it's
I
more
mean,
an
it's something that I knew
organizational-
was underneath there.
Yeah.
This is actually where I was born. Was right here at this facility, and it is not very big, but it used to be a hospital back in the 70s, early 70s, and then they turned it into a drug rehabilitation center, and now it's abandoned. So,
Do you do geocaching at all, Ron?
do I do what?
Geocaching?
No.
Because it'd be a pretty awesome thing to do, to put like a geocache with like your title on it. If you look into geocaching, it can be quite nice for just an adventure to keep people outside and that type of thing. It's a whole thing, like it's a subculture. But geocaching can be pretty interesting, and because you do some of the riding around, you're riding around quite often. I would definitely recommend looking into geocaching and just maybe doing it as a little bit of fun every now and again. You'll see what it is basically people put these little caches like everywhere throughout the world, and they'll have little things on them, and then you go and discover them, and like you might be riding past one and you wouldn't have even known that you're riding right past one. And if you do the geocaching, just be cautious about using apps obviously when driving and that type of thing, but it's very interesting when you are in a stop and that. Just give a quick look at geocaching. You might find it quite interesting.
I've seen people do that. I think Northern Girl Hobbies is into that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But isn't that just a hobby, though?
It is a hobby, but it's something that can actually improve your like outdoor skills. Like there's some that are extremely hard to get to that actually take like proper
gear.
And you need to know what you're doing out there. You can get lost pretty quickly with the geocaching. So there was something that we were speaking about earlier as well. Yes, I wanted to, when you were speaking about negativity and positivity and that, and the impact on people that it has, unfortunately, I found that having friends who are drama magnets can be a very heavy weight. Having friends, you must evaluate the friendships that you have as well, and like make sure that the people that are within your life are also, contributing as well. I mean, everybody's going to go through things, and you're going to have to be there with them and that as well. But there's a certain degree of that just being, natural compared to some people literally being magnets to as much drama as possible and having as little of those people in your life. You were speaking there about the fact that, you were watching a channel that did, I know Prepper now is really good. I'll actually check in there every now and again. Great channel if people aren't familiar with him.
I love him.
Excellent at addressing the current topics. It's great to do so. But I'll say that there are channels that there are multiple channels out there that do kind of cover a lot of the current situations that occur, and that's actually really good for your YouTube channel. If you cover a lot of the trending type of havoc things that are going on, you can actually get a lot of people to subscribe. And if you get people to subscribe via that means, I don't do it personally for my own reasons, and I don't have anything against people that do that. But the thing is, at least you're getting those people to think about prepping. Because of having the clickbait titles, you're luring them in, and then you're teaching them skills at the same time. Excellent method. I completely understand it. But what I will say though is that what you were saying, there's a channel that I was following. I won't mention the channel, but there was a channel that I was following that we haven't mentioned at all in the stream, but I was following it very closely, and it was dealing a lot with the political situation that is occurring in South Africa, as well as on an international premise, on an international stage. It was always touching base with the more crazy things that are going on in our country locally as well. And it'd be like every day that stream would come on. Like he would do 2 streams a day, one in the early evening, one in the late evening, and he would just cover all the things. And now, taking in all of that information and all that knowledge, sure, it's great to keep your ear to the ground, but it can absolutely have a very daunting feeling on you over time. Like specifically because you feel powerless, like you can't really do anything about it. And it's just like, the thing is, when you're hearing all of these things, you should just be prepping. You know what I mean? Like when you're hearing all of these crazy stuff, like you should just be, instead of listening to havoc things, you should be, okay, something's going to go wrong. You don't know what it is, but something's going to go wrong at some point. How do you just like make sure that you can, you know, soften the blow that it'll take, that it will soften the punch that's going to come in when the grid goes down. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I don't, and I think you know this, but I was not saying that I won't listen to those things, because I think though sometimes it can get to the point where it's overwhelming and you know you can't control any of that, so you just have to focus on what will soften that blow. But the ear to the ground thing is really important too. And so what I'll find is that I can handle some like bits and pieces as I go along. Like I can take it for a little while, and then sometimes I just need to take a break. And then I can come back to it with a clearer state of mind in the fact that, okay, it's not the end of the world. I just have to be aware of what's going on so that I can mitigate or weave and bob with what's going on, you know?
Kind of roll with it. By the way, thank y'all for the compliments. I walk my wife to the door because, well, I don't know. You never know if there's hogs out there, if there's damn coyote, could be a snake.
Did you say hogs?
And it's just... Ma'am?
Did you say hogs?
Yeah, hogs.
Oh, damn.
Hogs, deer, snakes. Hell, if I listen to some of the people around here, where there's some panther stalking the woods, but I ain't quite seen the signs of that or even heard that. I kind of do have enough. I have enough cameras around my place. I pretty much see everything, and it's all. So I would get a notice if that had even shown on camera, even if I didn't see it. So
yeah, same here. It's much better to have surveillance, and also have surveillance on your phone. So if I'm not at home, I can see exactly what's happening around my property too. It's brilliant. I'm a big believer in cameras everywhere, like just everywhere too. That'll be, you know, out of foot of protection as well, and not just cameras. You don't hide your cameras. You put them in as plain sight and put a security warning right next to the camera, and make sure that like people see them there, because that can be an extremely good deterrent in itself. And the best combat is combat that you can avoid. So having having lighting on the outside of your home, and then having it dark on the inside of the home, and knowing strategically that you can move around, because you know your home is at the back of your palm, at the back of your hand type of thing. You know what I mean? Like just having precautions. Just don't make me get into the crime topic, because it's one that I'm quite passionate about. It's one that I care a lot about, like surveillance, camera work, making sure that you can have visible, having like a small dog on the inside, and then so that it can alert you as well. Like at home in the evenings, making sure that you just lock up and you're extremely alert when you come home, that you check everywhere around you, like that you're always alert no matter what time it is, that you always have your back to any wall, never have your back to the entrance of any building or any room that you're sitting in. Always sit with your back as close to the wall as possible. No,
that's what that sounds like. Somebody that's been to prison. It's like, yeah, it's kind of how paranoid that is in there, because that's
it's try to live here in my country for a year, rescue.
Morning, Mama Red. What's up, Mason?
You'll see if you lived here for a while. I promise you, you definitely adopt some of those.
Oh no, I get you shit. Whenever I was inside, it would have been nice to have cameras there. You just had to listen for sounds, and there were certain sounds meant that they were on certain sides of the walkway, and then the louder it was, the closer they were. And then if the door made certain noises, then you know that the lock got popped. That always raised every little flag in the back of your neck. Because it's like,
okay, there's trouble.
Yeah, the door just popped. Somebody's wanting to come in, and you just don't know who. What is it address, and what all is this fixing to entail, and how bad's it going to be?
Yeah, I have a story. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to make a joke. Go ahead, Guardian.
No, I was just going to say a little story. I was a bit naughty and did spend just an evening. It wasn't on my name at all or anything, and I won't go into what it was about. It's just you could say pickpocketing, all right? That's what you can say. Like, you know, when you're young and you're foolish and you I don't know, and you're just kind of, I don't know, naughty in a way. It's pickpocketing, and I ended up spending an evening in a cell. That was an interesting experience, but other than that, I've been very good.
You were the pickpocket?
Well, I don't want to get too much.
No, there's no well, comma. It's a yes or a no.
I'll choose, because we're on the live stream. Because we're on the live stream, I choose to hold my.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. I dig it. I dig it.
That's quite a skill, though. And I'm not going to say it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
You never know. I mean, in survival.
That's it. Hey.
It's true. It's a skill. Thank you. Thank you for making me feel good about something that I regret.
Hey, you might have
actually be a good person, but now that I don't need to regret it, maybe those choices in my life can continue.
Right.
No, that's never
you've
good.
Had a positive thing come from something negative in your life.
You were reading a journal you found at the thrift store. I get it.
Shows you all in perspective.
Yeah. No, I really try to be an upholding citizen at the moment. I actually actively do, crime prevention in my community as well. I try to, reverse that and try to be a good impact on the society where I'm in as well. And
see, that's good.
I really do. And that's the thing. Like when you're younger, sometimes when you're older, you can kind of, just make adjustments to just try and be like a better version of yourself and to try and improve and to learn from others.
See, that is something though you need to compliment yourself for, because and I know you don't like to think of yourself that way because you always say it, but these are those moments, I think, when you've done something that there are a lot of people that can achieve. They don't bounce back. If they took a toe in that path, they went ahead and fell all the way and they did it. And then there's people that don't. So to be honest, brother, that's the one thing that I've always prided myself on is where I've been, and that I raised 2 kids with manners and the responsibility, and I did right there. So with you, you're countering it to going the other way. You now do the security side of things. You didn't go the other path. You went the opposite way. And so that's something to actually be proud of yourself of doing. That's an accomplishment.
I agree.
It's awesome.
See, the higher that a person is put on a pedestal, the greater distance that they have to fall. And that's the problem, right? The higher that you put yourself or that other people put you on a pedestal.
But it's not a pedestal when you think about it, Guardian. It's not a pedestal. See, a pedestal is something that should be above normal.
Yes.
Well, okay, that's not above normal. That's
just meeting normal.
That was
You're right.
Was balance. It was a balance. You went here, you went left, and then came back right, or you went right and then go left. However you want to view that, but it's a balance. Yeah. So you it's not that you're a pedestal.
But you hear my point. The thing is that, and this is one of the reasons, and I'll speak about that.
Come back to true north. Is what you did. You came back true north, kind of. That's a good thing.
I get that. I just like.
I know you hate.
I don't know. I see a lot
it on you too. It's just like you're don't compliment me. Don't compliment me.
No. Here you go, Guardian. Here's the thing.
Ahead,
you are humble about it. Like, you're humbled by the fact that you didn't go down that path forever and fell deeper and deeper into, whatever. So if you look at it from a position of humility, then you can see that it's not putting yourself on a pedestal. You're humbled by the fact that you could turn that around.
Right on.
Does that make sense?
Yes, man. Perfect. I could. That was it. That was what I tried to say with all the Babylon I just did. That's what I was trying to get to. So there we go. That's what I meant.
You see, we live in a world where we kind of have the reason why I think the way that I do as well, and I mean this because I've given this extreme amounts of thought. I do a lot of meditation, and from the way that things are, like I see a world where arrogance is everywhere, where vanity and ego there's no shortage of them, and if anything in the world, I'd much rather be the opposite of that. And I'm not saying, oh, woe is me, I'm so humble. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I've seen what happens when people are arrogant. I've seen what happens when people aren't able to learn from others anymore, when they become full of themselves, when they become like, then they kind of stop trying. And until my dying day, I never want to stop trying to improve, to try and learn from people, to try and better myself. I'm not like, you know, like I've stolen before. I used to like fabricate things. I used to like be somebody that used to lie a lot because I was impoverished and because it made me feel okay, and it made me feel like I was one of the people in the area and whatever. Like but it actually had the counter and adverse effect as well, because lying and being dishonest was something that really didn't like do any good for me. And I had to discover in that, and we spoke about this about a week ago, but like I had to discover how important that is. And if it wasn't for Kay sitting next to me, and really, if it wasn't for my wife, I can tell you now that I wouldn't be I wouldn't have that sense of integrity and honesty that I value so much. And I really mean that. She taught me that because she, not in any way other than being an example, because sometimes things are awkward to say. Sometimes the truth is cringy. Sometimes things are said that aren't like comfortable, but if you say it, you know, in the right way as well. But if you say it like it doesn't do any harm. And once you understand how much freedom, we love speaking about freedom. You want to find real freedom is be honest. Just be freaking honest about things. But like, that's all I'm saying. Like, that is the greatest freedom that you'll ever find, that I found, is just because it means that I never need to like make up anything. I never need to wear a mask for anybody. I never need to do anything like that. But it's just, I don't want people to compliment me because if they do, it's like, don't compliment me, compliment yourself if you're going to do so, because the only reason you're complimenting me is because, and I said this to MM, is because you treasure and value those things that are important to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be complimenting me because you don't think compassion is important, you don't think truth and integrity are valuable, but because you do, you see it through that way. So I know it's a more around the Marbury Bush thing, but I'm just saying that I genuinely love human beings, and I have a deep love for humans, being one of them myself, strangely enough.
Are you sure? Is that how you identify today?
For now.
Guardian.
I feel so sorry for you, Guardian.
Oh, that's just spot
Guardian,
on. Go ahead, Mel.
I found that people who don't take compliments very well, because I've been this type of person and that type of person. I have a hard time when somebody compliments me, and so what I used to do was I would start pointing out everything bad about me. Oh no, oh no, I'm not like that. You should see, blah, blah, blah. I even did it when people would compliment my kids because I didn't know how to take compliments. And somebody actually called me out on that one day and said, why, instead of pointing out all the negative things that people don't see and degrading their compliment, just take the compliment. You don't have to be arrogant. You can take it in humility and just say thank you. And that goes for everything from, somebody complimenting your hair that day to, somebody complimenting your viewpoints, any of that. And the reason that you don't like being complimented is that you know that you have so much to improve inside because you are striving for that. People who eat up compliments like crazy, I don't think they're always wanting to improve. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can agree with that. See, I like complimenting Guardian on his hairdo because he's got the same hairdo as I got.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Morning, Connie. Morning, Tony.
Well,
And by the way,
Milton,
morning,
you
Mama
hit a
Red.
good point as far as just accepting a compliment, just saying thank you, because sometimes we shy away from doing that with each other, just saying nice things, whatever, because what's the first thing that people say? Oh, no, it was no problem. Oh, yeah, it's all good. Oh, no, you know what I'm saying? Just a simple thank you validates the reach out, but it does not imply what you think about it.
Right.
You can
No, and
suffer that
it
yourself,
also helps the person. It also helps the person that's given that compliment as well.
Yes.
100%. Or it's like when somebody gifts you something and I just lost my train of thought. Wow. I looked at the time.
You're not taking anything from it, but you're accepting their compliment.
Yes, it's a gift. Accept it. Say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line.
Oh, I remember
I
now.
agree. I'm gonna lose service here in a little bit, so when I disappear, then you guys know what happened.
All righty, buddy.
Okay.
We'll
Please
have a
drive
good
safe.
camping trip if we lose you. So.
Oh, I will.
Have you ever had somebody offer you a gift that it was out of the blue, above and beyond, and you didn't know how to accept it? And I've had this happen before, like being really, really broke and having my in-laws reach out and offer us some help, which we didn't ask for, but they knew we were in like a really tight spot, and so they offered to help with something. And I fought and fought and fought that because my pride, you know. And finally they said, please don't deny me the blessing of helping you.
Right.
And I was like, oh man, when you put it that way, I can't, like, that you just made it really hard for me to argue with you at this point.
Classic.
And I realized later on when I would help others, or had an opportunity to. I always try to do it anonymously, though. It just makes it easier on everybody.
This is why I don't believe in altruism, because when you give, you're receiving. Top, bottom, spork, your choice. But altruism, unless it's a philanthropic tax write-off, you are receiving as much by giving someone a good vibe, compliment, whatever.
Yeah.
So those of us who receive them, that's kind of the thing. Like, don't deny the person the blessing. Don't put up a wall to that good energy they put out. If you deny that blessing, you're putting up a veil, as it were, to the light being distributed there. I'm feeling it, girl. I'm feeling it.
Later, Box. Don't work too hard, brother.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like compliments, so I mean, I get where Guardian's coming from, but I'm also at the same time, instead, I'll just tell somebody like you guys are saying, I just go, oh, well, thank you, but I really don't. I don't know, it feels weird. I just don't. It's just, I don't know.
This could be fun, so let's do it. You have like the prettiest blue eyes there, Rescue.
Oh.
I love your headset. In fact, I cannot believe how awesome your freaking
see, the problem is
that
this
no,
doesn't.
your turn, Milkmaid.
It just doesn't. See, it's not really coming out the compliment thing because the humor's too much there. So
no, dude.
Okay,
I was so impressed.
We have
by
ammo
your
now.
Side coffee pot, because I told you the story. I had a coffee pot on my nightstand, so when you did that, I was like, "Oh, dude, we're connected." Like, I know how that feels.
So,
get it, arm's length.
Now, just so we know, so see, when you do this, what it does is it'll deflate all the legitimate compliments you had, because
that's a legitimate.
They were legitimate compliments.
That's the thing.
I just hadn't said them before.
I'm not fucking with you, dude. I don't have time for that. That's a legitimate compliment, and I backed it up by repeating an anecdote that I said last week. That I loved it because I was like, oh man, he had the same thought I did, man. I put it right there, arms like a few elbows away.
Okay, well, I appreciate it then.
Watch him start squirming.
See, look, Wingnut even laughs. So see, I'm not the only one. Look,
so I read
some kind of spin around happy face thing.
Yeah, there's a specific reason why I do come to the stream as often as I do, obviously, and just to give you a little compliment for myself, just realistic one, though, 100% for myself. Not that the others weren't. I think that they were real. I'm just saying that when it comes to not just the person that you are, but the fact that, my absolute addiction to the US. So the fact that you have your panel set up in the way that it does, it allows me to have my PC all US flag as well, and I love that. And just in every way, if it wasn't for you being the person that you are, I wouldn't be coming back all the time like I do. And I can speak for everybody else that comes here all the time. There's a reason why people come back. There's a reason why people enjoy these conversations, because you keep it real and you allow people to speak their minds sometimes. And I think that that's something that people need, you know. So thank you for that, and I appreciate always being up on your panel. I've got a lot of respect for you.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
I agree.
Although I will say, though, now, Guardian, it's not really fair that you do that because, see, I just tried to give you one and you proceeded to shoot that all down, but then you want to give me one and I'm supposed to be okay with that. Well, I need to rewind.
You can reject his blessing.
Right. Don't reject his blessing.
Oh, no. I already said, see, I said thank you first. If you catch, so you need to rewind. I said thank you first. Then I said what I had to say. Yeah.
Thank you followed by a but cancels the thank you.
Well, no, because then I was addressing. What?
Thanks, but no thanks, right?
What? It broke out. And now
I said that's considered a thanks, but no thanks.
Oh.
Grumpy, I see you.
Oh.
What can I say? I have old timers.
And then hell, here's Summer with this eye thing, which I see. I don't even the eye thing, because man, people bring up the eyes, and I've heard that my whole life. The eye thing, man, you get pinched on the face. You know, when you're a kid, let me tell you what, blue eyes are not like all that shit when you're little. The people annoy you. They want to grab you. They pinch you. It's just back in those days. Yeah, I see now. To be a kid nowadays, people just look at you and go, oh, and they veer away. But back then, oh no, you were cute, and here comes the cheek pinching shit.
It's like people touching your pregnant belly.
Right.
Perfect strangers.
Oh, can I touch?
Yeah.
Like, do I ask to touch your belly? No.
Oh. You're so right. It's weird how people do that.
It'd be funny because if you did that and then the guy goes, sure, go ahead. Okay, this is weird.
Yeah.
I'd probably
like
go up,
the
pat their belly and say, oh, how far along are you?
Right.
Grumpy's got it. Neener.
When are you due?
Oh gosh, man. There was this lady, and I'll tell this and then I have to go. My son was in Boy Scouts for a little while there before it got stupid. And there was a lady that was there often, and she would always wear like these sundresses, and she legitimately looked 9 months pregnant, and like just the shape and everything. You know how sometimes you can kind of wonder if somebody's pregnant or not, or whether it's just like a little extra weight. You never ask. Well, this woman had what looked like a legitimate 9 months pregnant belly, and the rest of her was small, right? And I thought, this is safe. So I smiled at her and I was like, so what do you do? And she looked at me, she goes, oh, darling, I've got Crohn's disease. And I just felt like so small because she really did. I mean, it looked just like a pregnant belly, like on a thin woman, a pregnant belly. And I started, backpedaling and everything. She goes, hon, don't worry about it. I get it all the time. I'm aware.
Right.
You can't tell. And I thought, oh, man, that was awkward as hell. At least she was cool about it. But.
Indeed. And Summer used to go
motherfucking Kong. Who are you? Do we know you?
It's King MF Kong.
Oh, my bad.
Just trying to, about that.
No, I'm just picking. Oh.
Shout out, hello.
Well, I don't know. I heard the twang of a robot.
Okay, so I'm breaking up still?
No, there you are.
So my sister was diagnosed with breast cancer, and it went to her thigh bone and then went to her brain. So they gave her 3 months, and she made it 9. But in that 3-month period, her and my other sister, and my mom went shopping for dresses because she picked out her coffin, the place she was going to be buried. She wanted to pick out her outfit. So she went to I don't remember if it's Kohl's or J.C. Penney or where it was, but she was looking at dresses, and the lady came back and said, "Can I help you ladies pick out a dress?" And my sister just looked at her and said, "No, thanks. We're all right. We're just looking. Thank you anyway." And she said, "All right. Well, let me know if I can help you." Well, a little while later, she came back and she said, "Are you sure I can't help you pick out a dress? What's the occasion?" And my sister just looked at her and said, "It's for my funeral." And she said that lady jaws was hit the ground, and she just turned around and walked off.
Damn.
But that's my sister. You know, she enjoyed that moment. She lived that moment up.
Damn.
Your sister sounds like she was really cool.
That's a pretty good sense of humor there. It's a little dark, but I like it.
Hey, I think I just stumbled across some kind of backdoor information on Grumpy, because Grumpy made this statement, and it's kind of like, well, that's funny, because if I read into that a little bit more, then that means you're one short little dude, Grumpy. Because Grumpy said, women walking up and rubbing my bald head, even if they're beautiful, creeps me out. And I'm like, wait a minute, let me read that again. So women walking up and rubbing my bald head. But wait a minute, if women are walking up rubbing your bald head, then sir, you are extremely short.
Oh,
you know what's going to be messed up? Is if he is extremely short. Now you've just insulted him.
Or he's always with Amazonian women.
This is true.
Well, that worked for my dad. That's what my dad did. My dad hooked up with an Amazon woman. That was my mom. That's where I get my size from. My dad was a midget, but he was a barrel-chested dude.
Oh, when he's sitting on the chair there.
Hey, I got to tell you, brother, that is probably one of the smoothest cleanups I've ever heard. That right Grumpy there, that smooth. Works. That's scoring. That's getting a gold star for that one. So that was smooth right there. I meant when I was sitting down.
As long as the bar stool isn't upside down, you're good, Grumpy.
Well, y'all, it's been real. I gotta go though. Little one's coming, and I don't have my daughter to help. So.
Well, I hope you have an awesome day. And
yeah,
smile.
I'll be listening.
Bye, milkmaid.
Okie doke.
Have a great day, Emma.
Bye. See you, guardian.
See you in a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can you please film that, Summer? Because did I just read that right? So I'm going to run around and do cartwheels just so I can stay awake. Oh, can you put can we get a YouTube moment? I'd like to see that. I hadn't seen a full grown adult woman want to go do cartwheels just out of nowhere. I'm curious to see how that goes.
I didn't know they could without being in the Olympics.
I don't know. Probably can. It's kind of like a guide just up and deciding that, hey, you remember when we used to jump from the house over to the garage? Let's go do that. Why don't we? It's like, see, once you kind of reach a certain physical, level, you just kind of go, yeah, it's not a good idea. So I'm just figuring that if out of nowhere after an all-night shift, she has a brain fart that goes, you know what? I think I'm going to go do cartwheels. This might not go over so well.
A cartwheel risks another fart too.
Howdy. All kinds of things could happen.
Yeah, for sure.
So 2 years ago, Rescue, I was riding Sea-Doos with my nephew, and we decided to climb up on these rocks where everybody always cliff jumped off these rocks. And it was probably like 60 feet in the air. Well, growing up, I used to jump off a train trestle, and it was like 75 feet off the air. So we climbed up there, and I'm like, yeah, this ain't real bad, but, I've done worse. And he's like, you going to jump or not? I'm like, I don't know. I'm still debating. Well, this boat, we heard this boat pulling up, and there must have been 10 chicks on it and 2 guys. And he said, are you really going to climb down from these rocks without jumping now? And I'm like, well, yeah, I guess you got a point. I'm pretty much forced to jump.
Right.
And boy, did I regret that.
Ooh, damn.
I was not as young as I once was.
This is true.
Yeah.
Damn, Summer says that she can do cartwheels and splits. It's like, holy shit. You go,
Girl.
girl. You go. Hell yeah. And of course, Hurricane, I gotta say, you cracked me up because she goes, wasn't it you people that said the same thing? And it's like, well, this is true. Hold my beer.
I'm so glad he's safe. That was one of the, the most nerve-wracking things I've ever.
Oh,
Dude,
man. Right?
All of a sudden, it wasn't funny, but it was
Yeah.
also kind of like a little bit funny.
As soon as the screen went sideways, it's like, oh, yeah, boom. And then it's like, wait a minute. Oh, wait, shit, what? Hey, you people. Oh, shit. Thank God, finally heard the grunt.
It happens.
It was like, yes, there's sound. Okay, he's still breathing.
You know, you see Ron doing this here and, you know, other folks. It kind of makes you wonder when you're riding around your own town, no matter where it is. I mean, he's doing his thing, right? How many of us get live streamed and don't even know it?
Oh, yeah, you'd be surprised.
Right?
Like this Jeep in front of me with one tail light.
Oh, I think last night was one of the better ones too. Hell, that's where midstream, all of a sudden Ron pulling up, and then bam, he's behind a mail truck with the back door open and the pallets of mail sitting in there on a pallet as it's going down the road. It's like, well, I don't know what the hell's wrong with the Postal Service, but there you go.
They was in watermelon bins rescue. That's what they call them, watermelon bins. Like did you see at Walmart or whatever, full of watermelon?
Yeah.
I mean, I literally seen packages and stuff inside of them. So I don't know if an envelope's flow out or what. Who knows? You know? Like, I can't believe people do that. And it's mail, so it's supposed to be a sealed trailer.
Don't you know somebody's messaging somebody already or calling them going, hey, I thought you said that shit was in the mail. Well, yeah, you should have got it by now. I didn't get it. Are you lying to me? You didn't send it, did you? Yeah, I sent it. No, you didn't send it. It's like, oh, yeah, it's just laying on the side of the road now.
A ravine full of boxes.
Well, yeah, there's always that.
Mm-hmm.
Postal delivery, dump.
Yep, they don't care. It's insured.
Yeah, see, but it's really not when you think about it. It's just what somebody terms as insurance, because it's like if I sent you a letter, there's no insurance to that unless you're going to get the damn letter that I actually wrote.
Right.
Right.
You know,
otherwise it's going to be words missing.
Yeah.
How do you value that?
Right.
Yeah.
And some would be worth way more than others when it comes to letters or information, you know.
Yeah, that's what Rescue said. Get my check there while you're there.
Yeah. When he first pulled up and he goes, oh, yeah, look, there's a mail truck. And he did his thing. And it was like, oh, shit. And he's going down the road. It's like, hey, if my check blows out, grab it.
Milkmaid was temporarily Asian. She was like, my hands are going to be misery.
Not the misery.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, we got a good show yesterday, too, with her milking.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen nobody actually do that.
Well, there you
I mean, I
go.
got friends and stuff that own milk farms, and they do it, but they don't hand milk. They actually have the machine that does it.
Yeah.
The vacuum machine.
It was probably
Beautiful sunrise you've got there, Ron.
Isn't it? I think I'll put him full screen. Hell, y'all don't need to see me. We'll put him full screen.
It's mesmerizing.
Actually, the sunrise is to my 7 o'clock position, actually. It's almost behind me.
Right.
Hey, Skepback. No, ma'am. I mean, I'm still just going from yesterday.
This is beautiful country, though. There's a lot of horse farms. I'm getting closer to Lexington, Kentucky.
Dude, Summer is right. Summer says, hey, I just found some YouTube ladies that buy packages the mail loses and they open them up and get to keep them. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, it is. And there are auctions for like lost mail, Amazon, UPS, whatever. There's piles of them. Sometimes they go straight to dumpsters, and sometimes you can find auctions where you just get random, unopened, undelivered shit.
I didn't know you could do that from the post office. I know you can do, you like the airports and bus terminal type things, and but post office.
All right, good point as far as post office. I don't know about the USPS, so we would need a confirmation on that. But I know you can get, well, I mean, I know they do it with just the companies like Amazon's non-delivered, and they use the post office,
There was somebody that said something about, have you heard of damaged pallets from Amazon? Like where they do a bundle of stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought I'd heard that not long ago, where somebody talked about buying a pallet from Amazon of it was either returned or damaged goods or something, but hell, they score sometimes the shit that's inside there.
Yep.
Yeah, you can order or you can buy a semi-trailer load of return. But I mean, a lot of it is junk, but there is a lot of good stuff that comes out of it too.
Hey, 1A. Morning, V. Well, I will say, I remember way back, like Dell and like the computer companies and stuff, and refrigerators and stuff. If you you could buy the scratched stuff, and it was actually a good deal back then. And but nowadays, I don't know that they really mark it down so much because they done mark the other shit up so high.
Right.
Well, see, it's just like I had a marine radio that wasn't working in my boat, so I went to my mom's to replace it, but I was going to do it over the weekend, so I got on Amazon and ordered a brand new radio because I figured, what it's going to take. And when I got there and got it out, the wires had come loose, so I just wired it back up, shoved it in there. Well, I took that radio, the new one, and sent it back to Amazon for return. So it's a brand new radio in a box. They'll sell that for literally pennies.
Resell it yourself.
Right.
Well, no, I got all my money back.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but that's kind of the thing with these auctions. You go and buy, whether it's storage auctions or online shipping like we were talking about, you roll that over, get you a little something going on eBay,
Yeah. A lot of people do that.
Yep.
Well, that used to be the thing, kind of a thing in airports. You could go, like people around here would go down into Houston International because way back, 70s, 80s type stuff.
Yeah.
And there was no telling what you're liable to get out of the luggage thing, the unclaimed luggage.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Unclaimed luggage. Oh, man.
That was like a discovery thing, It's like
Build
a treasure hunt. You never knew what was freaking.
Yeah. Don't buy the vibrating one.
And of course, nowadays, 2022 version of the unclaimed luggage, there's there's definitely don't have anybody underage around you when you pop the locks on that suitcase because there's no telling.
But don't you think they search it first? If there was, let's say there was like just fucking stacks of $100 bills, you really think that would end up in there? You know what I'm saying? They have to search it first.
Well, or do they just scan it to make sure they don't detect anything illegal? I mean, I don't know.
Right. Guess it depends on the...
Yeah.
Now, on this road, about 15 miles from here is, well, probably closer to 20 is Lexington, but just a couple miles outside of Lexington on this road is a farm that New Kids on the Block all pitched in and bought.
Holy shit, wait a minute. You mean to tell me you're in Kentucky and you got a farm? Get out of here. No, I'm just picking.
You got the right stuff,
There's
baby.
huge farms here. There's a farm here on the left.
New Kids on the Block has or one of the members, you're saying, has a farm out there?
It's the New Kids on the Pasture.
Right.
Yep, pretty much.
Tipping cows.
Damn, they really took that send out to pasture shit literally, didn't they?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Morning, TJ. Let's see. Let me read some of chat. I don't want to ignore my chat. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's working for you. Sorry, I haven't been trying to ignore you. Just kind of fell into one of them little moments. Let's see. Here we go. Summer Skeptic says, yeah, we have a lady here that does it. She opened a store. What she don't keep, she resells. Sometimes she gets nice stuff. True. Thought it was always cool when the people did it for the like storage sheds, but to see them do it with like Amazon packages and stuff, I didn't know you could do that, but hey, that's cool.
Yeah.
I see the ladies get her package searched at security, and she had some very adult toys on top of all her clothing. It was pretty funny. She was embarrassed.
No doubt.
Especially if they got to pick it up and ask you about it.
Yeah.
So what is this? And it's like, yeah, be sure everybody else around can see this.
And if you were searching it, if you were really bored at work, would you pick it up, flop it around, be like, explain this to me, ma'am?
I could see.
Or would you just slide it by?
Well, if that was one of those 2, 4 or longer type year veterans, and you've kind of been doing that, I could see where that could be one of those moments when you're kind of looking at your coworker going, hey, and then all of a sudden that becomes a thing because it's like that's that moment. I mean, every job has that little thing that some people never see it happen, but it happens. And that would be one of those, unfortunately, everybody in the airport would see it, but it would be picking up going, hey, what do you think this is? And be sure and hold it up real high.
Yeah.
I could so see that happening.
Yeah.
Somebody lose this.
He said, P.S. If you have a big tummy, I rewound, check yourself for diabetes. What has the big tummy got to do with it? What you trying to say, V? Actually, I don't have a big tummy no more. That shit's gone. Thinking I will lose this walker soon. Doing therapy 4 times a week. Rough, but that's how you get back to walking, etc. Glad all been good. I get being grumpy, LOL, Winnie. Well, I'm glad you're doing good, Mama Red. Let's see who we got. We got a hurricane. When I flew to Louisiana, they searched my bag, so I bought a giant alligator head for the way back, hoping someone searched it. Oh, and then there's Summer with it was funny. Is that lady had toys in her suitcase, and then I don't know, maybe myself and a couple other women had some bullets in our purses. So yeah, it was pretty funny. We were all laughing.
Right? They're like, okay, we got to triage this.
Well, it's like, here you go, tie those two together. So this lady's got the toys, and these ladies got the bullets. So it's like, I don't know where this is going.
So did they go after the batteries or the powder?
Was
just
this
to let
fixing
you
to
know,
be consensual?
a bullet is a toy.
Yeah.
Bullets and a toy.
I guess Rescue didn't realize a bullet is a toy.
Well, no, that was the bullets. They said bullets, not a bullet. So I assumed that they meant bullets, and since she has a carry of 380.
Well, there are bullets that are sex toys. They're just they're really small, like.
But wouldn't you still say
pocket.
Toys if you already addressed the other one as toys?
Yeah. But to be real, though, she could mean that kind of bullet, but I doubt it.
Okay. Well, yeah, because I mean, I know what you're talking about, and
Yeah.
I see that, but I just figured that she separated them since you know.
Right. I agree.
Damn it! Now, Summer, you got us in
Now we're all
suspense.
fantasizing about
Which way did this go? Exactly what was in your purse? Now we need to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
And the bullet that goes in a firearm?
Okay, does your bullet go in an object, or do batteries go in the bullet?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, does the bullet go in an object or does it go in a person?
Oh, damn, that's
No,
still leaves
it's
that an open-ended
it's just
question.
a
So that
zapper.
didn't work out.
It's just a zapper. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's. There are some that are shaped like strawberries. There are some that are shaped like. They're like super small. They're not the whole
Okay, well, there you go.
deal. All it is vibration, and they can be shaped like anything. They're very small. And one of
Well-
them is called a bullet, and it's kind of shaped like a carrot stick. Not like a baby carrot stick.
Well, that's a yes, just for the record. I'm talking about bullets that are toys. It was great. They were like, or you guys are all together. We were actually not together, so it was all pretty funny.
See, I told you. We assumed at first. I assumed it was a different kind of bullet, but no, it was bullets like the little.
I'm just so innocent.
Oh, yes.
See, that's the problem. I'm
Yes.
so innocent. I didn't even know.
Ding, ding, ding. I was right.
Yeah.
I had such a sheltered life. I did not do. I didn't know. Now I know.
I got one at my first bachelorette party. Someone planned it outside of my knowledge. It was a sex party, and I was really embarrassed, and I didn't want to get like a member, like a full thing. So I was like, okay, I'll just take and I grabbed like the smallest, simplest thing, and it was a bullet. So.
Well, see, now she says toys and silver bullets are the same. But see, now you changed the word, because now you said silver bullets. So now had you done that, then there would have been, okay, I get the identifier there. But
Well, it's just could be the color of it.
And I will say now, 2022, I think there's even like Bluetooth versions, so you don't even have a wire or nothing. So
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can have your
technology.
partner
hell, I think it even
put
Bluetooths
it,
to
and
your
then
phone.
you can do the remote yourself. You know, people do that. They'll
Oh,
put
yeah.
one of those wireless situations with their partner, and then they'll control the remote, like in the grocery store or walking around or in public or whatever. It's a thing. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to be gross. This is
Oh
a
no,
real thing.
I can believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Restaurants. Yeah.
What it does not. It definitely
Yeah, they got
does
them
not well.
Called butterflies or something now.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
that.
there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, Guardian, where are you at? What's up, buddy?
He says I'm not joining that conversation.
Yeah, I'm completely here. I've been here the whole time.
He had to unplug right quick before he came.
He's like, no, thank you.
Realistically, though, it's partly that, and then also partly that I've got guests coming around in about an hour or so. So I'm also like kind of tidying up at the same time, just listening in, and also waiting for somewhere where I would choose to add an opinion, but not anywhere near any of these ones.
He's got guests coming with his ear thing in. It's like, hey, welcome, whatever. And in his ear, we're all like, yeah, you can get the butterfly bullet, the silver bullet, the dragon bullet, you know?
I can hear him now. What the hell are you listening to?
Right.
No,
Oh,
the
that's
thing
what-
is, they can take sound bites, right? So, like, if I speak about any of this, like,
Oh,
it's also, yeah, they could easily just take sound bites is one thing,
no,
and
stay
then
silent. Silence is golden.
I know that you see, sometimes it is. And also, once I get started speaking on a conversation, I get like, I don't know, I get passionate about topics, and then I end up like speaking about random stuff. I don't know, it's weird. Specifically on this topic, right? Because there's a layer of cringe to it. Like almost if I had to just get too much down the deep in the rabbit hole, I'm not making a pun, but it's like it's very confusing.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, they're talking about going down that rabbit hole.
Nah.
You caught that wrong. That's great, bro.
They were talking about going down that rabbit hole, all right, with
We're just
butterflies.
talking about technology that exists, the Bluetooth. You know, Bluetooth technology. It really does. But that tells you too, if you want to look at investing in the future, I'm telling you what, the virtual.
No, you don't need to promote that.
Reality of that industry, it will be.
If anything, need to go the opposite direction.
Yeah, we can go the opposite. So, shit. Help me with
So what's your positioning, and where do you stand if we're allowed to?
Positioning and standing is not helping to go opposite from the issue.
Yeah, you see, there's a very specific. You can go down this conversation by speaking about innovation and technology and amusement, entertainment with technology, and where do the people stand on like the having like a. You see, even when I talk about this, I'm like, careful, buddy. Careful how I say this. Like,
well, the thing is augmented reality, like we were talking about video games earlier, augmented reality is amping up to where it already, this industry with augmented experiences, as we've discussed, is up and running. You can exist in whatever you want. It's already there. So how do we navigate it?
Well, that's the moral compass then.
Yeah.
That's the same thing as before. That's getting back and trying to, and it's leading by example. It's sending that message. It's kind of like all the stuff we talk about with what they hear, the inputs, the promotions.
Mm-hmm.
You got to kind of watch what leads that way.
I think the AR aspect of it as well, when it comes to technology, I think that having like AR can actually be a bad thing in certain situations. You see, because the I don't know. So the best way for me to actually explain what I'm trying to get to is that I think that robotics is taking leaps and bounds of it, like regarding the future, and I think that robots can be fun. That's what I'm saying. Is that that's all I'll say about it. Is that we're getting to a point where that could be interesting, but I don't mean like in a weird way. All right, I'm not speaking about this in a weird way.
Well, but see, the robotics have been there for a long time, though, as far as like in manufacturing and doing certain chores and objects. It's like the dog that everybody talks about, and you'll hear people kind of be like, "Oh man, there's like a dog that they've got." It's actually been around for the longest time. They've been using it in the mines. Oh, we lost him.
Come back.
This is all horse farms all the way across this road.
Oh, there you go.
Well, one way to introduce this to the masses is things they relate to, and unfortunately, sex is one of the most primal. You don't need to have any intelligence per se to feel the need to connect with something in some way. So it's a way for them to build up the industry in general, and investors mentally as well as monetarily. This is inevitable in our society. Augmented reality is inevitable.
The industry's already there, and it's like the VR. Yep. I mean, that's just another avenue. It's no different than like VHS tapes. You know, it was to do movies and pictures, but then there's always that market. That market exists for no matter what gets developed. hell, you could develop a water bottle, and if you'll do the right particular shape or size, it'll be used by that particular market. It's just because, and it's actually sad because that market is such a $1 billion market, and then it shows where the social fabric fell apart. To me, that's
Agreed.
because it's like, okay, so how did we get where we are? 2022. Wow, look how crazy this is. Well, wait a minute. What's one of the number $1 billion businesses? Oh yeah, that's right. It's that.
The primal shit.
Well, that's not even the primal. I mean, I don't know how that's where
Food, sex, addiction, drugs, whatever people need will sell first in all of these realities, replacing those in some way. People are drawn to an escape. We are here in this escape.
Well, you won't have food in virtual reality because it's just, I mean,
No, right, but
you'll starve to death.
oh, you'll see people rot away like they're on.
Well, they do that now, though. See, that's what I'm
Yep.
saying. It's not like new stuff. They do it. That's what we were talking about earlier with the whole World of Warcraft and those online games where people got into it. How their marriages fell apart. People just, their health decayed. They died from lack of stuff. And just, I mean, it just, you can actually probably Google that and see some of the horror stuff. And hell, that was what, almost 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We never correct the problem. All we do is just kick the idea around about the problem. And hopefully we figure something out either come November or in November if we survive that long. But
the reason we're being beat is because the enemy understands human nature.
I don't know. It's not my nature. So see, then I guess I'm not human because it's not mine.
No. Yeah, not all humans are the same, but it is a numbers game, and right now that's winning.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know about a number game. Because it's not human nature would mean that it's a human nature to breathe, because that's what you do. Human nature to eat food. But the human nature just to go at it. It's to reproduce. It's to repopulate. It's the family structure. It's also embracing your children and teaching them work skills and, empathy amongst family members and, compassion for fellow people, taking care of yourself and being able to sustain yourself. And it's all that. I mean, and so once you start collapsing, it's no different than a deck of cards. And that's where we're at the last card fixing to tip over, in my opinion, because they're trying to make everything federal. And the minute they do, well, it's all done. I mean, that's that.
Well, I think that's true for those of us on the more or less sane spectrum, but this is being conditioned and bred out with some of the social programs, let's just say, that people no longer have that drive for what you and I are calling perfectly sane. It's being conditioned out of people to even seek that.
Yeah. That's the scary part.
Right.
There's no desire to even seek that anymore, hardly. Well, there is, but not the pendulum swinging the other way. It's like there's because it's like having your property. There's a difference between owning your house and having that as your piece of the pie. I mean, I know that's been my bragging rights for decades. I might have to cross that ditch and put up with a bunch of shit, but on this side of the ditch, I don't have to, because this is my piece of the pie. And I know then you kind of get into you don't really own anything in it, but I don't care. I know that I own it, and I'm 60 years old, and for 40 plus years, it's been ours. So ain't nobody come to kind of kick me off of it in 40. I figure it's mine for now. So it's just, but there's something about that, and it's something about, that paid off vehicle that sits out there that you own. Or at least that's what it was for me. There was something about owning. You go out, you put in, you whine, you gripe about these hours, these days, whatever, but then you turn right around and you come out and you can feel better because of what you own. You know, it's kind of go out and you get on your bike and it's like, this is my bike, it's paid for, it's my shit, you know, and I'm going to go for a ride. And it's like, but it's somehow it's just like nowadays there's just people just want to go from, oh, hey, I think I want to have this life. And so now somebody provide this for me. Somebody give this to me. Hey, you owe me. It's, you know, hey, I'm so-and-so. It's my right. Well, no, don't you need to kind of go and put in a good day's work to actually produce something and be a productive part of society and kind of earn your keep kind of way? I don't know. Maybe I got just too old a way of looking at things.
No, that's a personal responsibility.
People need to be.
And some get sucked into the unreal side.
They need to be contributors for the ones that can't actually work.
Well, that's how it would work more smoother. And then, you know, it's like the elderly, man, you know, it's like, look at the crap shit shape of these homes that they end up in. And it's like, well, we could do a better job with that. But it's like, I don't know, we just walk by stuff on the sidewalk. You know, it's kind of not picking on California, but I mean, it's like, how do you walk by somebody that's doing dope, that's passed out, overdosing, taking a shit, pissing, all the stuff that they just do right out there in the open? How do you do that and either not care enough to either go say something about it or care enough to try to help, depending on the circumstance? I mean, nope, just go around it. You're not even going to complain about it. You really just don't care at all. And it's like, wow, that just blows my mind about the areas. And then you look at some of the cities and just how they've gone down to the point to where it's like, well, why did people just stop caring to the point to where it's like a neighborhood. Dude, you end up with about 3 meth heads around here within about 5-mile radius, and you're going to have 100 people pissed off wanting answers. And how come you're not dealing with that? So I don't understand. I guess that's my disconnect with the city.
People have not stopped caring. Their voices are not broadcast. Trust me, those of us that one of my specialists I haven't gone to for 2 years because she's in the city. I don't live in the city, but she does. It's 2 hours away. I won't go in there for the fact that you drive around and there are people sleeping in the doorways of shut down businesses and whatever. And it might seem like people don't care and aren't doing anything, but the ones who have been and always do, they are there. You will not see it broadcast. And the fact is the corruption in that local government absolutely, the proof is in the pudding with what they have done. That does not represent the people. As far as, not the people in the doorway. People started migrating here to the Northwest because of those policies. It was a disaster, right? The everyday person did not agree with that in this whole area. There's just enough of a concentration in the zoning that some of these policies were pushed through for some bleeding heart action, and all it did was backfire. So I guess my point is it does not represent the population. Like, it's not people just walking by letting it happen or not saying anything. Our voices are drowned out because money and corruption within that system of government in these cities that's what's winning. Is
One sec, Richard. Hey, Chuck.
The port towns.
Hey, Chuck, check your email. Okay, sorry, Virginia. I wanted to catch him because he said he was leaving. I wanted to just tell him check his email.
I was just going to close out with saying it's the port towns. Like, we see what going to shit? The port towns. Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles, San Francisco. Those are where goods and monies are exchanged at the highest frequency and look at what has been done to destroy them.
True. Yeah. Well,
But there's a lot of good people that live there as well that are screaming out, but their voices aren't being
Yes.
heard.
well, and
We
by the
are-
way, I wasn't trying to imply like that's, you know, that there's something wrong with people that do that. It's just, it's like, I guess, I don't know. I would picture if I was in that situation, it's like, well, okay, you take the protesting, however, whichever one of those you want to look at, the ones that they called peaceful, the ones that, you know, really are peaceful, but protesting in general, how come nobody gathers up to protest, you know, like that? That is the issue. Like, you know, you get half of a city that says, hey, this is BS. So it's,
If they do, you get another 1-6. You know what I'm saying? They do. People do go out trying to do the better thing. Like this, a lot of this area, and in fact, a lot of states, we are defined by our cancers. And each state has a tumor, you know, and some have bigger tumors than others, but it doesn't represent the whole mind, body, and spirit of that state, you know?
yeah.
Well, the biggest thing on that, Virginia, is also you're only going to see what they want us to see.
Yeah.
Well, but let's
So if
say
there
that's
is an actual protest,
well, that's talking about now
peaceful or
though.
whatever, they're not going to shut that.
You know, I mean, 20 years ago, how come when it, you know, was when things started turning that way, which I say the same thing about, right, you know, a couple hours down the road in Houston, I'd say the same thing. In certain areas of Houston, I've kind of always going, how come nobody ever bitches about that? How come the hell? Man, I'd be on somebody's ass to come clean that street up. And, you know, you
Right.
and so I remember saying that in different areas because you just kind of, I don't know, hell, I gripe at myself now because I can't do my yard the way I think I would prefer it. But so you kind of wonder, it's like, well, do you just stop caring? Is that when you like?
That's when you kind of hunker down and stay the hell out of the city, you know?
Well, that's, you know, and yeah.
I mean, think about it. How often do you go to Austin? How often do you go into the places that you know in the state you love, that most of it represents what you want to be in? There are still those metastasized centers that you're not going to go walk in there and get infected, right? So, and we all have those, you know.
Well, there's some spots where, you know, you don't drive into because, you know, it's, yeah, that's just not safe. It is what it is. But then there's spots you just kind of, I mean, you're going through them, you know, hell, you might end up having to go to this damn orthopedic clinic or some shit, and it happens to be over in this neighborhood that you go through. And actually, that's a point, is because you remember going through that neighborhood like 20 years ago, and it looked one way, and now you go through it, and now it's like, holy shit, did a bomb go off, or what the hell happened? And it's kind of like,
yep.
So it's like, well, how come nothing? I guess there's just, I don't know how to say that. And so if I try to jumble those words, it's definitely going to be butchered up and be taken all kinds of wrong. So
well,
it's just because
you can think out loud. What are you thinking?
Yeah, no, you don't want in that head, but it's just, I don't know, man. I guess being where I'm at and just who I am, I just don't know how you can walk by shit and I'm the dude that picks shit up out the parking lot, because it's like, matter of fact, I've actually done that in a Sonic one time. My wife thought I was crazy and thought, oh shit. And I was like, I don't give a shit if that dude likes it or not. But a dude literally threw the cup out. I looked over, got out, walked across the little opening right beside his truck, looked at him the whole time. I pinned down, picked the cup up, walked over to the trash can and threw it in there, looked back at him. Because it's just trying to like, dude, really? You just don't give a shit?
Where
You know-
you are, how often do you see what would occur in the cities that are the cancers to your state?
Wait a minute. Say now.
Well, in other words, those of us who live in the small towns surrounding these cancerous cities, we don't see the people in the sidewalk tenting out, etc. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see that where I live at all.
Oh well, no. Now the tents, yeah, that's I don't even see that down in the Houston part. That's pretty much, I think, right now, as far as over here, the best I can tell would be Austin is the main
Right. It
That's-
could be.
tent city, I think. And I wasn't aware of that until I think earlier this year or last year. But then I haven't been to Austin in years, so
Right.
I know it wasn't that way like 6 years ago or 7 years ago, 8 years ago, somewhere in there.
I think for a lot of people, it's out of sight, out of mind, especially when you're in rural areas. And I'm in a rural area. All around, most of the counties all around my state are rural. But we are defined in the media by those pockets of control, and it brings us all down. And that's not just my state; it's many. Let's say Texas is probably 4 or 5 times times the size of my state, and there's 1 or 2 pockets, Austin, let's say, and I don't know, maybe Dallas, that are kind of ingrained a certain way. I bet you pretty much never go there, but if you did, it'd be miserable. And that's how those of us feel. Like, there's one city in my state that ruins us for the entire country. There's one city in Oregon that ruins it for the entire country. Now, California, that's different. They've got fucked shit north to south, and it's like 700 miles long. But further up, it's one small spot that ruins the reputation for everyone else and what they really think. You'd be surprised how.
But see, I guess what I'm saying, okay, so if, say, next year, like, well, or by the end of the year, say the town that's closest to me ends up starting to show shades of Portland or Chicago even, or hell, they can even turn into Houston for that matter. I would probably because that would be such a change, to be honest, I would probably kind of start going, excuse me, what just happened? What are we doing? Because but if it just kind of didn't know those people, didn't know anybody in the town or nothing, so it was just kind of, you go in and you start noticing the change, to be honest, I'd move.
That's the thing. The change is so slow. I've been in this area for almost 20 years, and it has been really slow, but it has happened. And so I guess I'm.
And I mean, I know
trying to expand the thought that there's more people than you think who, even in places you think not, maybe certain states up here or over on the east or north or whatever, we're here. But the only thing in the media are the malignancies.
See, I guess I'm definitely totally naive to up there. I mean, I've drove around the country with a flatbed truck and equipment and shit. Did that years ago. So, I mean, I've seen it from just traveling through it. And most of the metropolitan cities do kind of look similar. I mean, they have their landmarks, but the overall layouts almost always look the same. And that's, I guess I never really thought of, but how different that might be from just a little ways away, you know? And which I've said this before, so it's not shocking, always, realizing the whole, just how different not only states were, but the counties within the states.
Yes, it's all about your county.
Yeah, but see, that was,
And that brings us to the solution. We talk about if you're going to vote and pull people up for certain positions, look at the people in your county. Because King County, where Seattle is fucked. You can't go in a restaurant without your papers right now. Where I live, masks are done. You're all good to go. You know? So it really does depend on your county.
Yeah, and I am grateful where I'm at. That's by all means, but
right.
And I don't know, man. I guess I'm an optimist because I don't know. You live on that side, and then I've kind of done my own little shit with the kids and my in-laws and this whole little life, and then now I'm kind of here in a different level, a different altitude, I guess, and you just kind of want to go, man, if I could just wave a wand, if people would just give a shit, you know, if you could just give a shit about the guy next to you like you want somebody to give a shit about you. And actually, I don't even know if that's safe to say anymore, because I think there's so many miserable people out here. It's just like they don't see any daylight. All they see is dark and more dark. And so I don't know if I'd want to.
That's from within. It wouldn't matter what was going on in the world. We could be in utopia and we could be in utter hell. And there are certain people who will always be in this miserable place in their minds.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I believe that. I think it's just actually escalated now, because now there's just, everything's the blame game, which that's one thing I've rapped about actually with my own kids and growing them up. That's been actually happening for about the last, 15, 18 years, it seems like. There's just all of a sudden there's reasons for everything. There's and I say excuse. I mean, I'm sure that's an offensive word for some, but there's always just there's a justification, a reasoning behind something happening. Always. It's just never that, damn, did I just screw up? It's like that simple phrase just went out, and it's kind of like, wait a minute, I remember having to say that quite a lot before I got my head out of my own ass. So how come I don't hear that much? But we're all, there's a lot of solutions, which I tell my kids, going, I'm sorry, I still haven't. How are you going to change unless you can identify and say, wow, okay, I'm part of the problem? Otherwise, how are you going to say that, oh, well, no, that I'll do different, or I'll think of that different, or I'm going to treat that different, if you don't even acknowledge what you did to begin with?
Well, it's also about identifying the people around you, what they perceive and what they think. Reflection.
Basic, just picking up after yourself, as far as like with my kids, why does that have to be your mother's job? At some point, this becomes obvious that that's your glass. It needs to go into that sink. So why does this take more steps to explain? Why does she have to keep stopping? Because see, she already has her routine she does.
Right.
And it's like that. It's, we kind of make fun of it, but when you stop, that's where I feel responsible in a way that which my son is. He's at least responsible. Of course, he doesn't talk to me as anymore, I guess, as like I was told by him, because I don't know, he got mad at me. So there you go. But my daughter, on the other hand, she always tests the line. She's one of those that she has to, man. If you draw a line in the sand in front of her, she just kind of looks at it, grins, and then here comes the foot. She can't resist. And that's, my wife accuses her of being like me, and I feel for her and told her, going, okay, look, if you're really going to be like me, you need to change that shit right now, because this is not going to end up good. But it's just because you got to know, and that's why I changed the way I talk, or I try to, because it's easy to be ugly. It's easy to just bark it out, and to be honest, it was easy to be loud because of my size and I can be loud. Just because you can doesn't always mean you should, I guess. And it took me a little while to realize where that fit in. And so that goes everywhere. It's just like, just because I can take it a little lighter on this job doesn't mean I should. I should still go ahead and put in. But it's like nowadays the easiest way is the most sought after path. And I get it, man, the path of least resistance, but it's so encouraged, I guess, is where my thing goes. I guess that's why I keep bringing it up, kind of deal. It's because it's almost like it's promoted now. And I'm sorry, but Food Joe Tater, dictatorship line, misinformation. This is real life. God bless you, Hurricane 21. Oh, what did I miss about Joe Tater? What did Joe Tater do? Oh, she was talking about her county as red. See, man. But she was talking about her sheriff. I think, isn't it your sheriff, Hurricane? That's all crap. My county is red and love the Constitution, but they already told us they ain't pushing the crap. When I walk outside, it seems like a red on. Oh, now who was it then? Somebody up there was saying how their sheriff was just a freaking nightmare.
Right. And again, like I was saying, comes down to your county. May I address TJ Rescue?
Oh, yes, ma'am. What'd you say? Oh, yeah, she got you something. There you go.
I have a canning question. I had a bunch of store-bought spaghetti sauce my neighbor gave me expiring this month. I put it in pints and
proceeded,
but do you mean processed? Will this extend the use by date? Okay, so I have a million questions, but I'll just say that yes, it will extend the use by date. You're good to go. I use store-bought sauce. If I make spaghetti sauce, I'll brown some hamburger. I'll use some store-bought stuff. I'll use other seasonings. My question is, did you add meat to it or did it have meat in it? Because that extends the processing time. So it's processing, I think. Okay, that extends the processing time. So as far as extending the use by extending the shelf life, as long as you processed it correctly for the meat in it, yes, it will.
No meat.
No meat? Okay. Yep, you're good. It will extend, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, there we go. And hey, Michelle, and I think I said morning, TJ. Now that we were talking to TJ, I can't remember.
Morning, Michelle.
We were
Good morning, American Warrior.
talking. I kind of got all caught up. Make sure I didn't. I guess. Anyway, if you're here, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Pull up a spot, kick back. Hopefully, you have a smile, or you'll end up with one. Whatever you do, don't be offended. Don't read more into stuff than that's there. Just kick back.
Right?
That's all I can say. Before you get mad, ask and just get clarification. Yeah, because I don't know. I guess that's because I really do. I'm a solution person. So that's there's a problem. Let's go here. Well, I see the country's going to shit, but I just see it on the basics, the economics, our economy, the trades, the education, basically all the fraud that's going on, all the corruption. And so it's like, okay, well, I believe in law and order. So in following that regime, it's like, okay, well, getting here. And then that's why it's like sometimes I get really, for me, that's my dark moment is I think about the very thing we were just talking about, how it's, people losing hope, not caring, however we want to look at it, but that there's things that are happening in the cities and there's a disconnect.
Yeah,
so
there is.
As if we don't reconnect somehow or some kind of at least start to shift the ball down that way, time's running out. So because I just think, man, if we collapse, it's just, we're not going to be just like a Venezuela kind of thing, because we're too rich in resources and stuff. And
when it comes to
landscape.
the big cities, I think that people get lost in their feelings and end up with bleeding hearts because there are so many people in a small space. It concentrates the groupthink and bias. You know what I'm saying? If you and I, we live in areas that are like small towns, and you don't have people on top of each other everywhere. And the places we see the problems are where people are layered one on top of the other, whether for work or to go and panhandle somewhere, or to take advantage of the loose policies for things like squatting and tenting and whatever. You're going to find that slide easily in places with large populations. Anywhere, any state.
Well, that's almost like the first layer of you'll own nothing and
Yes.
like it.
Yes.
So stack in on the concrete. You'll own nothing and like it. But you can rent this, you can lease this, you can just stay there. I mean, it's just, yeah, but that's...
Hundo. Yep. It's laying the foundation to metastasize that.
Rescue deserves support too.
I don't know. I guess I don't see it that way because I was born in the country, raised as a hillbilly, but yet now I live pretty much on the concrete. But as you can see, I'm never there, so I ask myself a lot of times, what am I doing? Why do I even have a place? But we all got to have that one place to go back to shower, to sleep, to eat, and go again.
Well, there's just something about, I don't know, man. We we had the house, and then my mom, she used to work down on the other side of Houston, so she worked a ways away, and then she decided to retire and come here. And about that time, I went ahead and we moved into town, and I took on more lineman work, and then ended up transferring to another town to redo that system. And so it kind of worked out. But that was I hadn't been in no kind of rental kind of thing until then for the longest. And it was different. I just didn't really, I don't know, it just didn't feel like a home type thing. I'd pull up and you go, but I gotta say, there's something about when I pull in my driveway here, it's just that
right.
I guess it's because it's your tree, it's your yard, it's your grass. If you want to plant that there, you can plant whatever, I can do whatever I want to. So there's something about
kind
that.
Of something like right between where you're at rescue and going to a hotel. It's something like right in between there. I mean, it's like, if that makes sense. But
yeah.
It's like it's not mine, but yet all my shit's there,
Right. Well, see, that's like rental property kind of thing to me, and that's what we move into. And it's like, I mow it, I weed eat it, and we barbecue and everything, but it's just, I can't just up and erect a fence if I wanted to. I couldn't just kind of go, I want a bigger porch, because, oh, nope, gotta ask.
You can dig a horseshoe pit or whatever you, I'll totally get it.
But where I'm at,
I'm not even allowed to have a barbecue.
Oh, see, I couldn't. Oh, damn, I lost Virginia.
Yeah, I can't even have a barbecue grill.
Sorry, V.
I'm not allowed to have a barbecue grill, nothing like that.
Oh, she's frying a steak.
I'm not allowed to grow any vegetables. But it kind of sucks.
Yeah, see, it's just like, my son stayed at an apartment. That used to crack me up, man, just going there, because I just was like, yeah, see, I get the practicality of them. I just can't fathom that. I mean, just not my forte. I was like, oh, yeah, no, this is just too stacked up. And it's ironic because now I grew up as a kid and we lived in apartments. Matter of fact, damn near right across the street from Gillies down in Pasadena. But that was my mom and dad's split. My dad had the horse farm, and then my mom was in the city, suburbs and stuff. We lived in an apartment, townhome. I think that's what the other thing was called a townhome. That was the 2-story thing.
Yeah. Townhouse. Yeah.
Yeah. And see, and I remember those days. I can't see living in one now. I'm too accustomed, I guess. But it's just, I don't know, man. I guess I get just kind of thinking about things sometimes, and then you wonder how you can get the message. And I get frustrated sometimes because you can tell the frustration in people, and kind of the, and no offense or disrespect to anybody listening, but you can hear the fear in some people sometimes about where we're headed, and you just kind of, I don't know, hell, I can't build nobody nothing. Otherwise, I'd build everybody a big old place to stay if that's what I could do. So it's just, and so I don't know. All I can do is sit here and try to encourage people to try to think positive, man. And it's, don't look 1,000 yards away. Just look right outside the front door and start there. If nothing else, you can back up as you go forward more if you just start right local, right outside your front yard.
Yeah.
Try to encourage a different way of thinking, a different way of doing. Kind of bring where people think about things before they do it, and where bring a self-accountability back, and kind of think about things. Are you part of the solution or part of the problem? When I do this, okay, I don't like what I saw. Now, when I go address this, can I do it in a way to where I can deliver my message where it stays on topic, on the actual issue? Or,
And it's positive, or do I have to be negative? And
yeah. Well, and think of a solution to the problem that you see, so that then that way it'll slow you down enough. But try to address something local. Think of it. Think of whatever the hell it is, even if it's a stupid street light and you want to go complain about the street light. Well, then start there, because it's easy to go into panic mode right now and kind of go, oh shit, we need to clean Washington up. This is true 110%. But we'll start right here, That's what, oh man, I tell you, right after that little thing last night, I even talked about, there's a representative in my local one that I want to ask questions about that Smith-Mundt, act, and kind of what the take of that is on, the crisis actors and shit. And because, it's like, start asking, if nothing else, they know some of those people still look at you as a constituent and you're a vote, because especially on the Republican side, so people that don't want to do the Republican Democrat, well, it is what it is, because right now, at least they'll worry about your vote, where the Democrat side doesn't give a shit, because if they get their way, they don't even need it. So,
Yeah.
and hey, have a good day at work. He said, thanks for the chat this morning.
Virginia?
She's frying a steak, she said. I think it's because I slowed down the conversation too much on a topic, but a steak also sounds good, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I just stopped and while you two was talking, I stopped and grabbed a biscuit and gravy and carved it down.
Oh, hey, there you go. Oh, hey, T-Girl just said, my sister surprised me and she's taking off work to hang out with me today and do all my appointments. Hey, that's awesome, T-Girl.
Nice.
Then,
I'm going past Clay City here in 1 mile.
Michelle said, hope I don't have years of hot flashes. Well, me too, ma'am. I'm glad I do not have that. And she just turned on the AC. So between, yes, years of hot flashes and turning on the AC unit, those would sound like they go hand in hand.
Yeah. Well.
There you go, Summer. Summer says, I say we should always start with local politics and government stuff and then go to the bigger stuff. That's it.
Yeah, start with your local government, but yeah, still do your emails to your congressman and that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. You did hit your representatives, but
Yeah.
you want to definitely start in your county, the city. Man, I don't know. That would take somebody with some more city knowledge with this whole council shit and everything. They break cities down. I like counties. You have a county judge, you have a county sheriff, you have a county clerk, and then you have like county roads and precincts and bridges. And so it's like shit's pretty real easy. Emergency management for any emergency stuff. So, but definitely
the mountains now, Red.
In the mountains. There you go. Hell yeah.
See the mountains ahead.
But you start local and look at it like this. If nothing else, when you start in local, if you can get 1 or 2, 5, 10, 20 people that are listening to you, then that's just amplifying your voice because there's strength in numbers. And so, and it was that social fabric was that fiber that was in that strength in numbers. And it was the moral compass that everybody, regardless of religion and anything, they focused on true north, and everybody had that moral compass and they focused on it and got the job done. And we're down to the 5-yard line. I can say that.
That's why you don't see one protester. You see, 20 or 30 at least.
Oh yeah, well, they'll intimidate their way through.
Yeah, strength in numbers.
Let's see, Summer says, because local stuff is what's really going to affect you, like right now, and then you can focus on the bigger stuff, because the bigger stuff's going to take forever to get changed. This is true.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, Michelle must be hot flashing, because now she's already starting. Men have it easier than women. We go through a lot. Everybody just goes through all kinds of stuff, and everything affects everybody in a different way.
Yep.
Let's see, Summer says, judges, sheriffs, metro council people, and any kind of local government. But yes, definitely send emails and phone calls to people that think they're the bigwigs. Well, and see, this is where, I don't know, this is where I go. If you're an elected official, then you are a public servant. And public servant is because, damn it, that means you work for me, a taxpayer. So, and instead of, now I'm not saying that to where I would approach them going, hey, you work for me, you know, but even though they do, so I'm not trying to say they don't either, but it's just, see, there's that level and that tone. But I think that if you remind them that they're an elected official and that their principle is to serve the public, you know, and to uphold the Constitution. So it's like, I don't even have to even be involved, you know, per se, identified in it, because it's your oath is to uphold and defend the Constitution, or that's what it's supposed to be, you know.
Yeah.
And so it's like, that's it. That's why you kind of have to look at them going, I'm sorry, it's not an argument. See, Constitution, look right here. Okay. See what you're doing? Yeah, wrong. There you go. You know, hey, morning, Amy. And Amy says, Ron, be safe and keep on trucking. Actually, Amy, he's on his way to camping because he's on vacay.
Yeah. On my way to Daniel Boone National Forest.
The Daniel Boone National Forest.
Yeah, a place they call the Red River Gorge.
Aha. Get washed down the river.
Yep.
Hey, morning, Benjamin. And damn, look at you. You brought the coffee and donuts. Man, oh man. Oh, damn. Summer says that she's making sunny side eggs. Wait a minute. Sunny side eggs are amazing. I like the yolk running with toast yummy. Okay. I think she just likes sunny side eggs to the point that she decided to type that twice. Because she just likes sunny side eggs.
I like sunny side. I like overeating too.
Shoot, yeah.
I like them better with bacon.
Man, with some toast, that's slopping material right there. Biscuits or toast.
Get that bacon in the yellow.
And take them biscuits or that toast wedge and scoop that yellow up. And yeah, that's slopping material.
That stuff killed Elvis, ain't it?
Oh, Scat Pack said, "Yoo-hoo, that will be awesome. Have fun, Ron." Oh, and Amy said, "Oh, nice. Be safe and don't become bear food." Yeah, definitely don't feed the bears. Especially with yourself. Morning,
they are
Wednesday.
down here.
Right. Hey, you go to cooking lunch or something and catch that right fish, and all of a sudden that smell, but man, they'd be like, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah.
Look, Uber showed up.
Right? Pizza delivery, man.
Well, yeah, isn't today, what is today? Like Thursday, right, or something? So yeah, it's Thursday. Oh yeah, it's a weekday.
Yeah, here's the Red River. I just crossed it.
Michelle was saying somehow the house is back, and it's like, oh yeah, it's during the week. That's why I didn't think it was weekend yet or nothing. Let's see, Summer. That sounds like it's going to be a really pretty. Sounds like it's going to be really pretty. Enjoy your vacation. There we go.
Thank you.
Oh, I know, man. That just sounds cool, dude. You're going to be out in just the weather and the wind and the sun and hell yeah. Oh, wait. Summer says, oh, wait. I know where that's at. That is an amazing place. Definitely enjoy your vacation. I know it is the Red River Gorge. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's where he's going.
Yep.
Now, if you start hearing banjos in the distance, turn around, Ron.
I pick one up, join them.
Oh, well, I bet Virginia Reach has a hell of a steak.
I'm like packing plenty of heat, so I'll be all right.
Packing the heat.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty down here.
Man, got 60 people in chat. Thank y'all very much for
Wow.
hanging out. I appreciate y'all being here.
It'd be nice if I had phone service all the way there, but I don't see that happening. There's this one mountain rescue. I'll be driving through it, and it's a tunnel that literally they just drilled it out of the mountain, and it's one lane. Only one car can go through there at a time, and it's probably 1/10 of a mile long, and it's all the way around it.
Oh, hell yeah. See, and that's those kind of places that I'd love to stop at the entrance, and you just kind of get out and kind of sit and be able to admire the entrance to it, just because when you start looking at the actual, that was labor did that shit.
Yeah.
That, you know,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that's
Well,
why.
it was done years ago too, so it wasn't done with just easy manual labor, just drilling a hole. I mean, it was.
Well, no, that's what I mean.
done with
Even way back in the day, man, them dudes they would took turns holding those shafts while they drove on them and shit and pounded holes for dynamite. So that was just, man, to be able to do that kind of stuff.
Ain't it crazy to think about though? It's like, man.
Oh, well, that's the stuff to be able to sit and just soak up, man. It just, you kind of can appreciate that's just why I said I don't know. I'm a mechanical, hands-on. I can appreciate the hard day's work of doing something, you know, it just.
Yeah.
Hope she's having some shrooms with that steak. Let's see. Connie says, we appreciate you being here. Oh, thank you. Thank you all for being here, Connie. And thank you, Miss V. Love you all too.
Good conversations that went on here in just the last few hours. Now, that live stream was a great stream.
Yeah. Had a good show there, then turn around and had a pretty good one this morning, or however that falls. For me, it's the morning time because I start at 2 a.m. So,
right.
Oh, 1A says time for a Walmart trip, going right into the belly of the beast. Well, if you see Winnie the Pooh, poke him in the belly.
Don't forget to wear your PJs.
Hey, what's up, Ray? Ray said steak. Steak? Did someone mention steak? Actually, yeah, Virginia's frying a steak. Yeah, there was some air traffic yesterday. Apparently, I was watching Monkey Works a little bit.
There's the sign.
There was.
Red River Gorge.
You never know why that air traffic, sometimes could be just typical and it's just weird times we're in right now, so.
Yeah.
Hey, what life? Oh, that's not yeah, that's not the real one. No. I don't think that's the right one. But hey, morning, What Life?
This is also Natural Bridge State Resort Park off this exit.
Hey, what's up, Mayhem? How are you, brother? Mayhem said, good morning, rescue panel and chat. I got to drive, but I want to say hi and send you my support.
Good morning, Mayhem.
You got it, man. Don't think so. Don't think so, Michelle. Yeah, there isn't one. Yeah, I don't. You see that guy caught a 300-pound alligator going to Texas yesterday rescue? No, I didn't. I didn't see that.
I don't know if Ron Darrell's the one that caught that or if he had held the record previously, but he's been into Zach's channel, Jeremy's channel. He's a guy by the name of Ron Darrell. He's got a YouTube channel.
Oh, I think I've
Yeah, you've seen him, I'm sure. You've seen him in chats and stuff.
Yeah, as soon as you said that name, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I know that name.
Yeah, he's held the record there in Texas, I know. And he actually lives right there close to where you're at, Rescue.
Okay, I think I have seen him, yeah, because he does it off the Trinity.
Yeah, and
he does a lot up and down on the Trinity.
Yeah, he's a little older, but he builds airboats and all kinds of stuff. I say a little older, I mean a lot older. He's probably in his 60s.
Hey, Ray, will you send me an email? Send me a quick email real quick, if you don't mind. Where you is, it's pretty there. Oh, Chrissy Cat. Where's Chrissy Cat? What'd she say?
About another mile up the road is real pretty, because this is about another mile up the road to where this tunnel's at. Might be a little further than that.
I think I'm
That'd be awesome. It'd be awesome if I held service all the way up to there. $60 people in chat will get to see a neat looking tunnel. See here, Rescue, they don't get very much daylight here in the mountains. They don't get very much sun.
Whoa. How come you're gray, Ray?
Ray.
Yeah, that's what kind of, and it's a trip because oh, I'm not gonna mod him because Ray was already, I think, modded, and this is one subscriber. He's using Ray's email as the return, but that's what's weird. The channel was just created February 10th of 2022.
Yeah.
I just don't. I mean, why? Why bother?
Yeah, here's coming up on it here in just a minute. There's a "Don't Feed the Bears" sign.
Well, actually, the action, how they say that term, actions speak louder than words, and you can actually tell by just the length of the conversation and that the responses and lack thereof, that I don't think that's actually Ray. So. For putting me up last week. What did I do, V?
Yeah. Might not be.
Well, I'll say it's pretty weird because I tell you what, let me do this. Oh yeah. Well, V, you're a V. Oh. I went wrong. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna find out. Let's see. I'm gonna look. That's why I'm going through the list because I could have sworn Ray was modded, so I don't know why all of a sudden he wouldn't be. there's probably other people. I don't know. That's why I did what I did. See what is it? Yeah, that's right. Actually, you're right, 1A. But it wasn't that name. It wasn't. Damn, now I got to remember which one it was because it'll be in this list. Sorry, and I'm not trying to ignore chat or nothing. Sorry, guys. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Well, I tell you what. Well, I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Oh, damn. Who did I? Oh, I lost Ron. Well, he lost signal. Now it's just my butt up to move. Hoorah. Well, I replied, so I guess we'll see. Well, and I will say this. I mean, if that was Ray, then if anybody would understand about trolls, it would be Ray. So I would think he would be understanding. Well, damn, Money, at least most people say hi first or morning or something. Well, that didn't last long. Ray, try that again if that was you. Okay, well, that doesn't count though, Money, because then you laid back down and went to sleep. So it's like new time. And damn, Michelle's, I guess, going to gripe me out about everything you say, Money. So look, she's saying he did earlier. I know. I was just picking with him. And I know he wanted the link. I'm actually waiting on Ray to come back. Somehow this person come up backstage, but then went away again. So it's like, oh. Yeah, I don't know. What's up? I know he came up, but didn't ever do the camera, so, and then just left. So I don't know what's up with all that. But it figures. Had a good show last night on Zach's. Had a pretty good deal so far today. So you get people that can't say, you know, they don't like it, and it's like, oh, so. No, I don't know, man. This is what's sad is because then you wonder where the hell the country's going to end up. It's funny, could have sworn. I could have sworn I had Mayhem's. Oh, you know what? I got Mayhem's email, I think is what it is. Yes. That's what it is. Okay. Mayhem. That's it, Wings of Faith. There's a whole bigger issue going on. Yeah, I thought I did that. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, see, and it's weird because now nothing from Ray. That's I don't know. I might even just shut the damn stream down and it'll be like, there you go, ain't nothing happening. Because I don't know what that's about. I guess it was just to get the link or something. But anyway, popped up and then left. Don't know what's up with all that. Yes, much bigger things that need to change. Yeah, I agree. If YouTube has issues, where does it leave our country? Exactly, man. I mean, it's just and it's just the focusing. Oh no, Bridget, you're fine. No, I was just picking. So anybody else listening besides Miss Bridget, I was just picking at Monty about that. So that was just picking with him. Well, there was nothing serious about that by any means.
What's up?
What's up, Mayhem?
Hey, how you doing, Rescue?
Oh, it's still sunny side up.
There you go. How's life treating you?
Holy moly, look at you. Yeah, okay, that's him.
That is him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goddamn, the possum's blocking my ass.
No, that was actually Mayhem.
That was me.
He
That
said
was me.
sorry.
My bad, dude. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. Don't lie.
Which I gotta
You
say,
did
dude,
because you
had me
enjoy
kinda
it.
going. It was like,
No,
wait
I
a minute.
don't.
You didn't even talk like your normal self.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up with you, man?
It's 5 o'clock in the goddamn morning.
So you usually are
So?
you come in anyway, but you didn't even respond in chat like you normally would. You're just like with this little goofy single word stuff.
Yeah. I've been a lot of BS. The apartment complex, their attorney reaches out to me yesterday. Oh, Mr. Leonard, I think we have a solution for the problem. We'll let you go ahead and move into this other unit, okay? I'm like, well, there's two things wrong with that. First of all, that unit is half the size in square foot as my current, so it's not even a match. I mean, my unit currently is like 1,100 square feet, and you want to put me in something 650 square feet? No, that ain't going to work. I said, second, I don't think the court will see it as in the spirit of the order to compel for you guys when the AC doesn't work. There's no AC in that unit. So I'm not going to exchange one problem for another problem. I'm like, I already told you guys last week that I was going to seek temporary residence somewhere else. You had all last week, and you had up until Monday morning to come up with a solution, and now you're going to call me on a Tuesday and say, oh, we got a solution for you? No, it don't work that way, guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't be looking for temporary. I would be looking for permanent.
Well, I plan
Away
to be
from that.
looking. I plan to look for permanent as soon as I sue their asses and get the money.
Right.
I actually had because I somehow misplaced that damn USB printer cord. I had to wait for Amazon to show up this morning with a new one so I can print up all the rest of the paperwork for the court case. But yeah, it's been interesting.
It's him, Ed.
It's me. It's really me.
Yeah, he's like always has a picture of his icon. That wasn't him. Yeah, it's him. See? I told you, you didn't act your normal self. Things just so it's, you know. Oh,
well then,
Virginia. So I guess the fried steak is now done and been consumed.
Oh, I hope it was rare steak with some eggs over easy.
Well, if it was fried, it couldn't have been rare.
Yeah.
No, you can fry it rare.
Well, how can you have fried and rare? Because if you fry it, it's now not rare anymore. It's now fried.
You're talented that way. That's just called talent.
Wildfire and Seed, the trolls are more like cyberbullying, cyber harassing, taking people away. Well, it's just people that have some very sad moments in their life, Wildflower. That's all. It's just, you know, this digital. Okay, there you are.
Hey guys.
Hey, Michelle.
Morning.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Mayhem. Rescue.
Yeah.
Mr. Money.
Oh, there's Monte.
Hello and morning again.
Yeah.
Hey,
Make
morning,
sure
Saul.
you say hi, Monty.
Monte, good morning.
Hello, Michelle. Hey, Ma'am. Hey, Ray.
Morning, Wizard.
I think Ray stepped away for a minute
Yeah, the dog.
Yankee?
with the dog.
Yeah, the dog was giving him a fit.
Well,
And
I'm
now-
giving in. I'm getting a kitten for my daughter, but we're gonna wait till another litter's born.
Oh, that's his
Uh-huh.
tripod.
Yeah, I think somehow we went on a weird camera ride trying to, I'm not quite sure what that's supposed to decipher to, but it's like, did we just land on Mars? Did we just take a ride with Elon? Did Elon just take it? Oh, hell, damn, the aliens are alive.
There we go. Oh.
The Martians are real.
There's Ray.
Yep. There's one right there. There's one right there.
What a beautiful
Outside the
dog.
window.
Hey, morning, Yankee.
Yeah, that blind's not going to last that long there.
No.
I'm telling you. Not with that watchdog.
Well, do you notice the blinds on the top right underneath the motorcycle
He's
guy?
barking.
That's why they look like that.
Who is he barking at?
Oh, no, look at that tail, though.
I don't know.
Right.
It might be a piece of paper blowing across the yard if it's anything like my dog. He gets excited at the goofy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
My dog Lucy will bark at squirrels that are in the other yard. It's like, you idiot.
Does that dog have husky in him? Because his tail curls all the way to his back.
Yeah.
So beautiful
Yeah.
dog though.
Oh yeah, I used to have a black lab. Hey Amy, Roberts.
Hey Mayhem, I want to try to. I think I want to talk to you about an intro video.
Okay. Yeah. Not a problem.
I don't suppose you're into computer stuff, are you? Like test
Like,
bench?
do I know how to code? No, I don't know how to code.
Well, or do you like any hardware stuff, like working on computers or building computers, or?
I've thought about doing it, but no, I've never really been into that.
Broken Patriot can build a computer.
Because I actually had sent a message to Dusty because I was going to see if he wanted to trade, because I can trade better than I can just pay, because, well, that's
Right.
disability for you. And but I didn't get a response, so I think he's just been busy with stuff. So I didn't know if you were. It's a test bench though, so you'd kind of have to be into tinkering with the computers and building them and messing with them, and motherboards and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Damn straight cats antagonizing dogs.
I'd like to try to. I might holler at you to get you, because it's, I don't want a complicated thing or nothing, but I guess I need to have to sit with you one day for a little bit and figure out what do I need to gather to then tell you, okay, well, this is what I'm looking for, because I kind of know what I kind of want. It's like clips out of a couple of songs. I know which parts of them and everything. But just got to figure out. Monty always cracks me up, because sometimes I feel like I have an air leak, because all of a sudden something happens and you hear
that's me laughing,
and it's like, damn,
I know.
is my chair leaking air or something? I didn't even realize it was air right there.
Yeah.
This dog's still growling. Here, I'll just mute. Here, how about this? I'll just jump down.
Yes, this dog sees a cat outside, and
did he just say I'll go down?
Yeah, that's Monty for
Okay,
you.
Gary, you can rage quit. It's okay. Rage quit. It's whatever, man.
Hey,
Hey,
Ray,
I
at
don't
least
know.
it's a cat. At least it's a cat. My dog barks at nothing.
Hey, Ray, I said hi earlier, but you ended up muting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Milo here was just going absolutely berserk.
It's okay.
No, yeah, we could see that. That was crazy.
What's funny is Monty muted his mic, and somehow by
thought it looked like
watching
Milo.
him still do the physical, I know he's laughing, so I can just still hear the. Because you just look at him and you can go, and you can hear that coming. It's like, I still hear it.
Right.
Does anybody recommend? I got a question real quick.
No.
Anybody have a kitten on the panel?
Do what, Michelle?
Anybody have a kitten? A kitty. I was looking at kitten food. What's
I
best
don't know
to
shit
buy
about
for
cats. I'm a dog
a
person.
kitten?
Who's a cat person up here?
I've had cats. When they're kittens, I tend to stick with soft foods, and then I mix in a little bit of hard food in time so that they get used to everything.
Okay. No problem.
That's just me personally.
Oh, Summer has kittens.
I like Imes brand. I was looking at their brand.
I think
To
she's
be
wondering
honest
what
with
to
you-
feed the kitten, Summer, is what she's
What? Go ahead. I'll take any advice.
In most brands, they're all the same shit. They're just different names, therefore requiring different prices just because of the name.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of times just cheap dollar store food is just fine for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's packaged at the same place as Friskies or whatever.
See, I never knew that.
Yeah, there's one
they're
company-
packaged at the same exact place.
One company will package like 30 or 40 different brands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Summer says I do the same thing. I'm dry food and wet cat food, and then I even treat them with a little bit of formula with it, and they
When they're really little.
How much amount? Like I know, like, you give a dog a different amount, and you always leave that dog food there, but you're supposed to take the cat food bowl away, correct?
Well, you can free bowl them, or you can, if they're used to being free bowled, they're just going to eat what they need to eat and leave it alone.
Okay.
But it's going to be dependent upon the animal itself. I mean, like Milo here wouldn't be able to free bowl him because he'll devour everything.
Well, that's what dogs usually do.
Mayday, I can free bowl.
Now, TJ says it all depends on what they're already used to, too, because you wouldn't want to upset their stomach. I know with dogs, it's that way. You don't want to just up and quick change foods because it can cause them to have the diarrhea, it can have them have an upset stomach. It can jack
Well, the litter will be born in 3 weeks. I'm sure I won't be getting it until it's about 8 weeks, correct? When does it usually leave the mother?
6 to 8 I think it's 6 to 8, like a puppy.
Yeah.
I'm glad because I can prepare now to save because I wanted to get that surgery so I don't get pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want a cat with a period, no offense.
Yeah.
I
couldn't help you. I couldn't help you. I make my own dog food.
Yeah. I see
That's
people.
what we do.
There's a YouTuber that does that.
Usually, to get them spayed, you have to wait till they go through at least one heat cycle.
Yeah. Summer said my
for a
favorite kitten
cat?
food besides arms is Rachel Ray. They love Rachel Ray's food, and you can buy it even wet food with that.
Yeah, I've seen the Rachel
Actually,
Rays, yeah.
We did our
Monty,
dog ate Rachel Ray's for a while.
I didn't even know Rachel Ray's did cat food.
Oh, yeah.
To spay and neuter now, they actually don't go by heat cycles. They go by actual weight now. So you could, as long as they're at a certain weight, then they can spay and neuter them. They won't. They don't care about the what cycle that they're on.
That's a Desperate Person song itself.
Like, is it really expensive? Because I know the dog cost me what?
I don't know
$350
what
at
it
least?
is up there. I'm not sure, Michelle, up there.
No, yeah. I mean, generally you can find spay and neuter clinics for $40.
Oh, fixing them. Yeah, I don't. That's around here. Hell, you can even get it done free around here if you just wait for the cycle as they come around.
I know what kind of clinics you're talking about, I think.
They'll do it to help try to keep the population, the feral population, down nowadays around here.
Yeah.
They got tours. Usually, let's see. Summer said, where'd that go? Usually the kittens eat all their stuff in the first setting. And so I feed them 3 times a day, just like I do my kids. Not everybody does that, but I do. There you go.
I'm taking a big chance with my dog Lucy because she's not a cat lover, but it's not up.
As long as you get them, as long as you get the cat when it's a kitten, and be very careful with the introduction. She'll probably get used to it.
All right. Praying. I can't believe I'm giving in.
Well, I can.
Guess who's gonna end up taking and changing the litter?
Of course you are.
You? Yeah.
Yep. Sarah,
Just promise me, Michelle, you won't become the crazy cat lady.
No, I can only do one. You're lucky I'm giving into one. I'm not a cat person at all. Sorry.
No, they're spoffs, really.
Hey,
stupid pieces of fur.
Mayhem, on a side note, have you ever heard of Flex Clip?
Flex Clip? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I've tried messing with that, and I don't know, dude. I lose my train of thought partway into that. So, but I can kind of show little clips of what I've tried.
What's up, Possum?
Yeah.
Oh, did you just lag out?
Who?
Mayhem, I thought, he's pausing or else I'm lagging. Hell, I don't know.
Yeah, signal. Nah. I'm probably coming in robotic.
Oh, okay.
You must be traveling through the north or the panhandle of Texas. Very spotty service there.
I wasn't sure because earlier, like on, I think it was Zach's show, matter of fact, everybody was talking and I froze up. Oh, yep, there, lost Mayhem.
Quack-a-lackin'.
Matter of fact, speaking of possum, you're debating if I was me. I'm sitting there looking through my phone trying to find the damn opossum's phone number so I could send him a text. Yes, it's truly me. Couldn't find him.
The day before
Like, damn it.
yesterday, I seen you pop up in chat, Gray, and I'm like, I checked the count. I'm like, So then I messaged 1A. I'm like, is that really him or what? He goes, I don't know, but his channel is gone. And then
No, it's not
on,
gone. It's hidden.
And then later on, I see you up on panel with Rescue and a few others, and I'm like, okay, so that is him. And then this morning, I see you pop up, and then you get timed out. I'm like,
well, and I will say I don't understand how come this one, but so you're not on the other account.
Well, I made some changes in error to my actual Google account, so it comes up different here. And also, I hid my YouTube account while I deal with this court bullshit because I'm not letting these trolls and stuff take it, take away from my attention.
Before, though. That's why I'm wondering.
But
you were. I mean, it was
because I messed with my Google settings.
So
I think it took away that wrench.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let me scroll up and.
Okay, so I have to wrench you when you come over.
Probably.
Whatever.
Or not wrench me. I don't
just
mind.
let you know, I'm not going to be going live as much. It's just because I've explained why. But I'm going to be doing movie nights a lot, like I've done.
Hey, I like the movie nights. That's just kind of nice to sit back, relax.
Yeah, and let me know any ideas that you can think of, like, us
What's
ladies want your input too.
What's up, Monty?
I said Ray doesn't mind being timed out. Trust me.
Shut up.
Well, I was listening to Mayhem. Mayhem told me you were a troll, so I thought.
Me and 1A's typing
blame
out.
him.
Oh,
matter of fact,
bouncing around.
Monty and 1A, they timed me out so much, I still can't get on that one chat. I'm still timed out on it.
Oh,
that was
damn.
Midwest Survivors, I think.
Oh, you just bam, 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 bam.
I mean, I think I won't be able to get on for another year and a half.
It was only 3,100 seconds.
3,100 seconds. Oh, is that all?
Stop.
Sick of chopper.
Let's see.
A couple more weeks of
I'm gonna
homeschooling.
do a quick update on the marine traffic so we can see what's going on. Like show everybody in.
My American Bulldog was doing that off my bed one time. Next door neighbor, they saw someone or something they didn't like. He headbutted the window a couple times, right? Well, this particular time, I heard it. I heard him go up to the window and start barking his butt off. And all of a sudden, I heard this window crack, and I'm like, oh.
I'm afraid this one.
Oh, wow.
Milo's going to end up going right through the damn window. I mean, he don't know his own strength.
My dog chewed his way through a multiple pane, like a screen door, only it was glass, multiple pane, exterior door. He ate his way through the bottom glass panel, wood and all.
Wow.
I come home and I'm like, did someone break in the house? I'm like, where's my dog? I find him like 3 or 4 blocks down the road trying to cross the main highway. And I'm like,
oh, God.
Someone had come up to the door and he got spooked and he tried going after him.
Damn, all those ships are anchored out there.
Dude, I went to Walmart the other day and I forgot
all those anchored, all those supplies that aren't going to be coming. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. Give me just a moment. I was trying to tell everybody in chat about the marine traffic.
I just looked up. I'm sorry.
So we got all these anchored ships that are all outside the ports of Shanghai. This is Shanghai. And then we have the canal going in, and I'll zoom in a little bit more of all these anchored ships. Because if you're new and you haven't heard me say it before, so the round dots are when the ships are actually anchored. So like when you see all these round dots right here, those ships are actually anchored. They're not moving. They're if they have a direction like one, and for some people can be able to see that. I don't know. I wish I could zoom in a little bit more. So when they have a point to them, that's the direction that they're traveling. So the nose boats are in travel, but all these round ones are all anchored waiting. And this is the canal, and you can see that here's a herd up in here. And if you look at it on your screen, like where the mouse is popping up, like right there, you can see where the mouse is popping. That's zoomed out. Now, when I zoom in, that's a lot more than you think. That just keeps getting bigger. Those are all ships. And the green are the cargo containers, and the red are the tankers. Well, we don't worry about the tankers so much from over there as we do all this cargo, because this is all our stuff that's going to take a month and a half to 2 months to make this travel all the way across. And you have all these thousands of boats just sitting out anchored.
Well, don't forget about the ones that, fall over the edge for those flat earthers.
You're right.
Good golly.
Then you have all these round dots, round dots, round dots. And remember, these are cargo. These aren't just like any old ships. The green are cargo, red are tankers. I got everything else turned off. So, and these are all round dots, round dots. Anchored, anchored, anchored. And then I'm going to zoom back out so everybody will know. So you can see the bigger picture.
Looks like ants.
Yep. This is what people probably need to understand a little bit more, and then you kind of see, this is the trade route. So this is, this is how we get our products. So we kind of say, outsource to China, this, that, and the other, but oh damn Mayhem just can't make up his mind.
Could you text me that link to that site?
Yeah, or I can put it in chat. It's marinetraffic.com.
Yeah, I'm not on my computer because I'll save it. I was just trying to show my daughter this is the reason why the shelves are empty and they have no formula, but she didn't want to listen to me. So
yeah, Michelle, anytime you see me over there, just let me know. I've got the link.
I know. Yeah.
Well, and I'll actually text it to you because I forgot how I just got that. Yeah. But you can see that, normally there should be a thicker stream of ships coming back and forth from the States over there, and it's not. And then you look at where the red is now. When we go over this way, just remember the red.
Full crowd.
The red is tankers. And guess where those tankers are coming from? Venezuela area down here.
It's really
bad. Into the port of Texas. Yep.
It's really bad when you order something from Amazon and it pulls up this map and says your package is here on this ship.
The ships had to take a number. I was just thinking, theoretically, not really theoretically, I was just possibly thinking, what would happen if someone would happen to send a hydrogen or whatever boom boom big thing that has an EMP shockwave or all that nastiness to a group of ships out there? What would happen? I mean, really? Besides everybody still waiting on their stuff to get there. I mean, they wouldn't, but I mean, holy cow.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me. Do I have signal? Good? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. What's even funnier, Ray, when you were talking about the Amazon package and all that, like, I find it interesting whenever I'm tracking my package, and it literally goes to a facility like an hour away from my house, and then it goes to another facility that's like 4 or 5 hours away from my house.
Yeah.
I'm like, I could have just went in there and picked it up myself.
It's like, hey, it's close by. An hour later, what the hell? It's 300 miles away now.
Let's see, who asked that? Oh, Bridget. Hey, Miss Bridget. Well, I looked at some of the ones offshore. They were anchored up yesterday, those, and I was going to go in and check on these. Some of these you can pull up. Okay, this, like, here you go. So the ships I just put right in here to the left of the blue box that you see on your screen. So those ships, it's been sitting there since March 29th.
Holy crap.
Let's zoom in. We'll grab another one. Let's see. Let's grab this one. That one's been there since May 9th. Let's grab another one. This one here since May 10th. Let's grab another one of these. May 10th.
Now, is this real-time tracking, or is there like a delay?
Well, no, there's a delay, but I mean, like this one I'm going to check on. The position was received 3 minutes ago. So then that was,
okay.
Sometimes the update can be a little longer. See, that boat's been sitting there since April 30th.
Oh.
Yep. Since May 9th. Yeah, it was supposed to leave out on the 17th, apparently. May 8th.
So in other words, if you ordered something from Amazon, they put it on a ship with regular old sails, it would probably get here quicker than the ones that's sitting in the sea right now.
Well, and some things you're going to order and you can get. I mean, I'm not trying to do no fear thing, because you can get them, because there's DHL flights that are leaving out. So there's some air cargo that's coming over, but
yeah,
I bet you that's very limited, and that's probably selective customers. See, now, like this position was received 2 hours 3 minutes ago. So
see, I don't buy anything as much through Amazon anymore. What I do get though, I'll get the kids snacks if I can't get them at the store. But most of the time, that's just coming from the local Amazon warehouse.
Yeah.
But stuff that's coming imported from out of the country right now. I don't know if you noticed, Amazon jacked up their shipping prices if it's a third party. So be careful what you're buying, because the one time Sarah ordered this lotion that was coming from Japan, it was $38 and total was $105.
Wow.
That's how much they jacked up the shipping. Yeah.
Wow.
105 total. I told Sarah, "Oh hell no!"
And some of it is the third party shipper that's trying to add shipping charges so that they can, like they do on eBay, they'll say, "Hey, it's only $9.99," but then they want to charge you $70 to ship it. It's like, no, I don't need it that damn bad.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed eBay's done that.
Oh, that was common. Even when before eBay became this corporate enterprise and is just a reseller now for big companies.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about selling my hats over there too now. I don't know if I'm going to do that though.
Well, a lot of people, that's how they were trying to get that low price so that you would bid on it and win it, is they would set the prices so low but set the shipping outrageously high.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And those are the ones that I completely avoid. I'm like, you're a scumbag. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Michelle, where all do you sell your hats?
That one arrived in April.
Just online when I'm streaming, I'll advertise, and someone usually that's it. I don't have a website yet.
April 21st.
My sister, my daughter said she's gonna help me with that, but I have to see it deleted.
April 6th. So those boats in Long Beach have been there since last month.
I'm not good at all that.
And see, that's pretty sad how that's all the damn supplies. It's all our shit.
Yeah, I would look into, trying to sell it on like Amazon and eBay, and that way you can expand more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's at least.
Yeah, because I'm not going to sell it here in the community. I'm too conservative
April
for
12th
everybody.
on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still need you to email me, Michelle, so I can work on.
I know. I apologize.
No, you're fine. Just whenever you can.
Yeah, I've been back and forth trying to find another lawyer.
7th.
So a lot of lawyers that I speak to over the phone, they're such liars. I have no trust in a lot of lawyers, and I don't need another lawyer to lie to me if I'm going to hire another lawyer.
Well, I speaking of movie night, I guess you've never seen Liar Liar, right?
Oh yeah, Jim Carrey, right?
Yeah. Might have to liar.
I was just asking what would be a good comedy to watch.
Yeah.
I'll watch his old movies, but it's kind of hard to watch him now. There's something wrong with him. Even Hollywood don't hire him as much. Have you heard the way he speaks about anything?
Yeah. He's
not
weird.
the Jim Carrey we all know.
Yeah, he went a little bit psycho after, what was it? I think he lost his wife or something. He had a
girlfriend,
big loss.
Yeah,
lost his girlfriend.
He went
a little.
Ed, the processing of that isn't even up as clean either. They don't process even half the quality we do up here.
Yeah.
They don't have as tight as
I thought it was when his dad passed away is when Jim Carrey kind of went off the deep end.
Well, that's some of that, taking that advantage, but forever. Not all them other countries have the same processing that we do.
Right.
Yeah, he was pretty close to his dad.
I think maybe that was because didn't he lose his dad before he lost his girlfriend?
I think so.
Yeah, so that was where it started to decline for him, and then.
Let's see, don't be barefoot. It's not healthy.
Right. Yeah, he kind of redeemed himself though after the
Sonic movie.
The Will Smith incident. He kind of redeemed himself with me. I was like, that's good. He's like, you shouldn't. He got onto Will Smith. He's like, you don't do that. Don't do that.
I know.
You have to be professional.
I was surprised how many people came out and spoke out against that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you watched it, even Will Smith was laughing about the joke. So then Jada, apparently, the power of women, and they put that, she put that fear of God that you ain't getting no nookie unless you stand up for me.
That's just a bunch of that whole Hollywood shit. That's all distraction shit.
Oh, I know.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I said this past week the House Judiciary Committee has been going back and forth on very serious issues and things that's going on with the border. And then meanwhile, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are the biggest topic the past 2 weeks. They said more people were watching that trial than the OJ
But that's
trial.
actually what makes them the most talked about topic is people are saying that they're the most talked about topic because they're the most talked about topic because they're the most talked about. And it's like, well, wait a minute. When did we become the dog chasing the tail?
Right.
That is true. That way, but
that's why you got to just.
That reminds me of back in the
that's why
middle school where you had the piece of paper that piece of paper that says how to make an idiot look like an idiot, flip over. How to make an idiot look like an idiot, flip over.
That's it. Yeah. And that's kind of what you do when you're kind of it's like we don't want to talk about it because I can't believe it. But then again, I mean, I'm still kind of shocked how the Real Housewives we actually became a legitimate show and actually got airtime.
I mean, keeping up with more people care about keeping up with the Kardashians.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, it's like I don't care about the Kardashians. Who the hell is that?
Keeping up with the Joneses.
No, I was
that
about
too.
The supply chain coming in, them supplies that are fixing to come in July and August when that heat wave hits and fuel prices at their highest that they've ever been, and the shortage of foods and the baby formula that we don't have.
Yeah,
that's why now's the time to you got to get involved.
I talked about that yesterday.
And it's local. You got to start local. You got to get involved. You got to become part of the solution.
Right.
I talked about it last night.
Another distraction is the whole Roe v. Wade leak.
Talked about that
dude,
last
that
night
was like
too.
minutes before the end of the theater ending of 2000.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's
yeah.
And then they've been sitting on it since February. But
yeah.
you're not, that way you don't pay attention to some of the bullshit that's coming out of Ukraine, because you're supposed to be being told one thing out of there too, even though shit just shows you the opposite.
100%.
It's all by design.
Wizard, I forgot to say hi. I saw you in chat.
Yeah. Yeah, don't forget to say hi when you come in.
And everybody else in chat, I forgot hi as well.
Hi. Hi, everybody in chat.
That's it.
Hi, I'm Fat Man Prepper. I'm a rescue panel addict. I've been clean for...
Hi, Fat Man Prepper.
Hey, morning, Josh. Usually you're the first person, Josh, whenever I go to start my stream, you're already saying morning. So it's kind of weird because now you're on the other end of it. And now it's morning. You kind of throw me off today. Yeah, because usually Josh, their gaming channel, he's usually the first one. Hell, he's actually telling me, hey, rescue before an hour and a half before I even start. And it's kind of weird now all of a sudden seeing a thing.
Hola, ¿cómo está? Buenos días, mi amigos, mi amigas.
Well, it's another beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Would you be mine? Would you be mine?
Nope. I'm not going to be. I know I won't be Michelle's neighbor because she lives way up in the Northeast. So if anything, she needs to move down to the South part. So I ain't going up there.
Down by y'all, but
Ray can't figure out where he's actually going to stop just yet. So can't move in next to him. Mayhem, he's only doing like 70 miles an hour. So it's not like I can move in next to him.
Well, I'll have more information come the 17th of June.
Thank you for reminding me that I live in New York.
Oh, you mean you actually had a moment to forget that?
I tried to.
Sounds like Kansas is your answer, buddy.
No.
I hate it.
Tent right down here in the pine trees.
I want to leave.
Because I ain't in Kansas anymore, Toto.
Yeah, next time I'm in Kansas, I'll come by and say hi, old Monty.
Hey, I'll have to do my little Steven Crowder thing in the morning now. I forgot I got my coffee cup. I'll just sit here and
I love Steven Crowder.
Me too. He's good.
Dude,
oh my
you
gosh.
know, that's like it's a cool way to kind of get the news, but in a humorous way.
Right.
I will say now, sometimes he does get a little rougher than I think. It's like, damn, Steven, I know.
Right,
but
yeah.
boy, you kind of get a little hard there, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you? Did you see the one where he was going around asking people if they knew what the Roe v. Wade was?
Yes.
You seen that?
You know.
And that awkward moment, though, that was so funny. When the black girl was like, "Yeah, I've had enough," you know, and she just walks away. Steven Crowder just stands there like,
"Oh yeah, California, the racism in California. There's no racism in California."
Yeah, there's no racism in California, and she just walks away like didn't want to answer the question. Yeah. He stands there like, "Okay, this is odd."
Actually, I thought that the dude that had I don't know, man, was that supposed to be like long hair pulled up in a partial bun or something that was spread out like a palm tree across his head?
Yeah,
or what?
The dude that was like, I'm just having a conversation with you. Like, no,
dude,
you're not,
you could
dude.
tell that dude kept doing his little hands like that, and it's like,
yeah, and plus, like, I the whole time I was watching, I was like, why is the girl, while she's talking, looking at him? Like, is it okay for her to say this?
Well, it's almost like, she was looking for approval. It's like,
right.
So and then I love the one moment when she looked just looked at him and goes, "What am I trying to say here?" It's like, right. I'm sorry. Wait, what?
Right. And then like he was all about women's rights and everything, but wouldn't allow her to speak. Like every time Steven was trying to talk to her, he was like, like, dude, you're all for women's rights, but you won't let that woman speak.
Yeah. No, that was. It was kind of funny, but I will say I was kind of disappointed if I had to be honest, just because I was kind of hoping it would have more content like his Change My Mind stuff does.
Mm-hmm.
And because he kind of even promoted it the day before as how, tomorrow you'll see more footage. And I'm thinking, okay, so he's going to be hitting some people and we'll see some. And it was kind of like, damn, man, that was like, what, 4 people or some shit? And it's kind of like, wait,
yeah.
So,
right.
It's kind of a little let down, but I still enjoy it, and it's
valid,
yeah.
So, I think that one, the craziest though was that one woman that was like, like, oh, she didn't even really want to talk about it. She wanted to talk, but at the same time, she was like, oh, yeah, I'm late for a meeting. And he was like, oh, is it run by a bunch of white guys?
Oh, yeah. Oh, and then she wanted, can you just cut this part out? Because they don't need to know. And it's like, you hadn't even said anything yet.
I was like, what the hell? The best conversation was the 4 in the beginning. That was the best conversation.
I like when he does Change My Mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
See, those are always good, and that's what I was hoping this one was going to be along that format. Instead, this one was kind of like it was definitely winging it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, not everyone is going to, let's face it, in this country, not everyone's going to agree with each other. We have to be adults to say agree to disagree, and sometimes walk away from those conversations, because sometimes you're just not going to change those minds.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I appreciate you, Josh, hanging out, and I'm glad that you can rest. I get a kick out of when people tell me how they fall asleep to the background music and talking, and then they wake up to it. I get a kick out of it. I appreciate it. At least I know I'm adding something positive to the mix.
Hey, the best part of my day is waking up to rescue.
Best
with
part of
Folgers in my
waking
cup.
up is rescue on live stream.
I like that. That's the intro you need to make.
No. There you go. We could do kind of like the coffee cup falling down and morning with rescue and have it.
I gotta say, dude, I do love that animation. I love the cut on the beans.
Yeah.
And love that.
Oh yeah, that is awesome. Yeah, another animation I like too is Education. His Sunday morning, where he's got the sun and Nancy Pelosi. He goes, "Good morning, Sunday morning."
Right.
He's like, "Happy Sunday morning, everybody."
Let's see. Oh, Kong said, I thought it was supporting veterans. Well, I'm not sure what you mean, Kong. If you mean my channel, brother, all I can tell you is I mean, you can support me by just being here hanging out, but I'm a vet. I'm a firefighter. I'm also an ex-felon, so I'm also a recovered drug addict, alcoholic, dad, husband, friend. I'm just kind of everything. So I don't wear that title.
Jack of all trades.
I'm an American. My name's Rescue, and I do this so that I can talk and interact with people, and it helps me learn ways to talk calmer and to think things through before I just kind of react to stuff. So it's just kind of a hangout place. I mean, I do support veterans,
100%.
Veterans that need help. I know I'm all for there. I don't pump, other channels per se, unless I were to know it for a fact, just simply because I don't know. I figure that's, if we can ever get back to where our word actually means something, then we'll be somewhere. And so,
amen.
If I recommend somebody, it's because I have 100% faith in them. That I've seen the character in them. I will say there is a vet that I do support, and I wish Indy was here because Indy has the links to drop like a bomb. But his name is Brian Lupo. His YouTube name is CanCon Live, is his new YouTube channel because he had to recreate it after the whole election crap. But his on Locals, he's called Cannabis Conservative. He's on Rumble. He's on Locals. I think he does Telegram. I just don't do any of those. I pretty much just interact with him through the local side, and then YouTube when he does it. But he's a retired Marine, and he got really involved with the election, and kind of how all that went down. He was actually one of the articles that got written in the main channels that got first censored on YouTube
No
and
way.
taken
Wow.
down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he was one of those guys, and he still does it. He went over to locals, and everything he does on locals, even though people freak out over locals because they see paid, you don't have to pay. Everything he does on the paid side, he opens out on the front for everybody. So, and the man has facts. So if you do really want to dig in,
It's called Locals.
he's the guy
Hold
to
on.
follow.
Okay, I'm on my phone still, and my AirPods. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, possibly money.
Yeah, I
Okay.
support myself, veterans. My grandfather
There you go.
served in.
Oh, Wizards, you never heard of locals? It was oh shit, what's that guy's name? He was over on Blaze. He's the journalist guy. Let's see what and I hate to say it like this, and I hate to use that as the identifier, so I apologize, and hell, I'm sure somebody will rip the audio to shreds, but he's the guy that the gay journalist that was actually very vocal on everything. He was a very active conservative constitutionalist. David Rubin.
David Rubin, yep.
That's his name. He's the guy that had locals, but now that it's been bought out by Rumbles, so now locals is part of Rumbles. So, but at locals, I personally love locals myself. I think it's actually better than even YouTube as far as the streaming wise. The only drawback is they have a chat that's a little different. You can't do it, and when you're over there, that's to interact with the chat on the streams. Then you have to be a paid subscription, and that's yeah. If they ever change that, but see, other than that, you can watch the streams. So like when he does the videos to show show what's going on, then everybody can watch them. You don't have to pay.
Right. But in order to interact with them, you have to pay.
Yeah, but see, that's why he intentionally does it on YouTube when he can, but he just doesn't store anything on YouTube because YouTube looks for him. I mean, they wait, so it's just he'll stream it, but he won't save it on YouTube. It'll be saved on locals, but then you can view it there too for free.
Yeah.
Well, V, you don't have to do the $5 a month though. That's only if you want to interact on the chat. Now, a lot of people on locals, what they do is, to break it down, the content on locals is you do a general kind of content. It's kind of like what Crowder does actually when he does YouTube and then Mug Club.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's locals. There's the open locals or the paid. So you can make Mug Club the paid side. So they want to sign up on your sub, then okay, there you go. But he doesn't, is all I'm trying to say. With him, he's open about everything. So he only went there because they took his shit down on YouTube. So that was the place to go at the time.
Right. Wow. Yeah.
And it's not pay for your First Amendment. I don't know. I won't bother. I'm not. All I could just, man, if somebody want to take 10 minutes and look into it, it's worth it. You don't, then it really wasn't going to be worth it anyway, because it's
right.
Benjamin brought the donuts.
Yeah, awkward texting. Yeah, I got a little fuzzy there for a second. Furry. Not fuzzy, furry. I got furry.
Morning, Dean.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a woman?
Well, Mayhem, if you would shave your palms, you wouldn't have to worry about being so furry.
Hi, I'm Harry Palm.
Hi, I'm Harry Palmer.
The Fuzzy Wuzzy was a woman was a quote from the movie See No Evil, Hear No Evil.
Yeah.
Hey, morning, Rob P. And yes, Ed, congratulations, sir. Very proud of you. Think that's a very awesome accomplishment. Ed said he's 30 years clean and sober last February.
Oh,
Congrats.
nice. Congrats.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That is a heck of a accomplishment.
He's driving, Wizard. That would be a hazard.
But
Wizard said,
Put
put
some
some
milk
milk on
on
your
your
chin
chin.
and let the cat lick it off. And it's like, that would be a driving hazard. Some
Yep.
poor four-wheeler would pay the price.
Yeah.
Huh.
Poor Mayhem. He can barely drive as it is, you know.
That's an automatic.
hey,
All you have
don't
to
be
do is
making.
turn
Oh,
the wheel.
yeah. Yeah, all I gotta do is turn the wheel.
He's just a truck driver. You act like it's a real hard job or something.
Right. I mean, good
Man, all
Lord,
he
man.
does is drive a truck. Ooh.
Hey, you know, my teacher in high school said I would never make a living just staring out the window. Boy, was she wrong.
Yeah.
I think I won that argument.
Right. Actually, there's a lot of people around here that say that too about when they're up on the pole. They're like, that's funny because I was told if I took a trade job, I wouldn't be making this kind of money, but here I am.
Right? Oh, man.
People need to remember the backbone of this country. It is the drivers, it's the plumbers, it's the electricians.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the air conditioning people, the heat guys. It's that
Yeah.
little shit that you take for granted. You know, the automotive guy that keeps your tires aired up and shit for you or mounted and balanced. And yeah, it's those people.
Right? Yeah, they don't care about the AC guy until it's the middle of the summer and their AC unit goes out.
Dude, that's
then-
nobody thinks about a paramedic until they're in deep shit.
Right, yeah.
Nobody thinks twice about a firefighter till your shit's on fire.
Right?
Nobody gives a shit about a cop till you're being robbed.
Right? Yep.
And it's just, it's
Yep,
crazy.
That's why when they say like defund the police, I'm like, okay, don't call 911 when you're in trouble.
Hey, you will have to hear my second intro song because that's part of it actually is I don't call 911. I was raised with the guns and I like to shoot.
There you go. There you go.
I agree.
And plus, I do live in Texas, so if there is some kind of castle doctrine version, we have them all here. So
Yeah.
don't touch my shit. I think the same.
Yeah, you know, I'm surprised Texas took so long to actually become a constitutional carry. I always thought they were.
Well, see,
Yeah.
I guess we never
I
really
thought
looked
so
at
too.
it because, well, you were already covered to begin with.
Right? Yeah.
Now you really
like,
are.
yeah.
I think we did it as a statement just because it's like, okay, so other states are going to get on board and y'all are going to take this constitution. Okay, fine, we'll be constitutional carry.
Right.
We also
Right.
enacted all these other laws that cover all that shit pretty much. But
Forget
Right.
about New York. We'll never do that.
Oh no, yeah, you know, you need to move out of New York. New York's ooh.
As soon
New
as
York,
my state lawyer gives me
Chicago,
that paperwork,
California.
I'm out. As soon as my
Yeah.
state lawyer gets me that paperwork, I can list it for sale by owner, and I can start
Mhm.
looking.
there you go. Give me one sec.
Question is,
Connie, what do you
what's-
mean? You said, where's Ron?
Where
It's
to?
dark there. Ron's
know?
not up here no more. Ron lost his connection. So he fell down. The driver that's up right now, that's Mayhem with Mayhem Studios.
I don't even know what
he's
state
our other
to move
driver.
to. That's the problem.
And it's dark just because the sun's not shining in yet.
Yeah, it's not shining. I'm
Let's-
in Nebraska right now.
Song of the South says, rescue, I found an old newspaper about the nuclear submarine Thresher disaster. Oh, cool.
What state are everybody's fleeing
What's
to?
the date? Do what, Michelle?
What state is everybody moving to?
Texas.
Apparently, Florida and Texas seem to be the
Yeah.
two main states that everybody wants to flock to. Although
Yeah.
I think there's people in Georgia that are content right where they are. So.
See, I just don't think I can move to Texas. It's just, I looked into it. It's just expensive.
You should go to Florida then. Florida's
Really?
pretty good.
Oh, hell no.
Okay. Out of curiosity, Michelle, what's your electricity bill?
I just paid $179 last month.
Cool.
Yeah.
We paid 140. So it's like what's your do you own your home?
Yes, I do. After Tom passed away,
What's your
I paid
taxes?
it off. 4,200, 4,200.
Holy shit. See,
Yep.
and I'm sorry, and so wait a minute, and Texas is more expensive because see, my taxes were only like 500 or something bucks. So
Yeah, he never
I mean, granted, my
escrowed
house
it
is
in
only
with
like
the mortgage.
a $50,000 house, so nothing
A lot
fancy.
of people escrow their taxes where they pay it with their mortgage, but my husband paid it separate. So
Oh yeah, but no, I was just going with the balance of the values and looking at the
Right.
price of in the thousands versus less than the thousands. And because I gotta say, I don't see. I mean, how most things. I ain't never heard that before. As far as Texas being more
Yeah.
expensive than New York.
Well, we built this house that got finished in 2008, so it's
What's
a
the average
newer
rent
home.
for an apartment up there?
Oh, you don't even
Like
want
500
I gotta,
bucks?
I gotta hop off. I'm gonna hop off.
For-
I gotta
Okay,
go
man.
get my
Take care,
truck.
brother.
I would say
Keep
See
the
you
rubber
guys.
on the road, brother.
I will, bro.
600 bucks, and that's just for a studio.
Oh yeah, see, you could rent a house down here for $600-700. You can get you the house, yard, the whole.
Yeah.
It depends on where in Texas. See, there's the thing. As far as we're so big down here in Texas, you can't just say the state like you could Illinois or maybe Georgia or some other state.
Well, I definitely
Because it depends
wouldn't
on
wanna
where. Because you can go up north and get around like Austin or Dallas, and oh yeah, them people are so proud of their concrete. Somehow they think their shit is perfect. But
move. Right. No,
then you
I
get down
wouldn't
here in the
move.
piney woods, and we kind of got gravel roads, and we're cool with the country living, so it's a little cheaper on the cost of living.
Yeah. Well, that's where my daughter said she would be willing to move. I'm like, yeah, well, you're only 15. It ain't about. Yeah, but I don't know. My heart hasn't decided yet.
Oh, Scat Pack, that's true. Scat Pack, just remember, if you're in a big city, during shift, everyone will be walking out. Traffic will be jammed up, so nobody goes anywhere. Oh man, that's what I said one night. I forgot how long back, but I was thinking of the floods in Houston just during that storm event, and then thinking of all the traffic and all the vehicles that ran out of gas along the highway and then got stuck behind others and ran out of gas, and just the pile of the vehicles. And it's like, yeah, that's not going to be good by any means.
I looked at Kentucky.
That's why it's good to have a 4-wheel drive vehicle.
Oh yeah, I got one.
Okay, V said, rescue, here's how I know I'm getting old. I told an EMT I was feeling faint because he was a hottie. And he said, are you okay, ma'am? The ma'am was a deal breaker. Just being respectful. You should have gone by that. Hell, I say ma'am to my granddaughter.
You know, good spot to move, Hodgeville, Kentucky.
I say ma'am to any female, ma'am.
Now, you want to know a good spot to move to?
Morning, Nikki.
What?
Alaska.
Yeah, right. I don't think I could do that. My uncle lives in Kodiak.
Unless this all goes to shit and then Russia comes back to get it back. Then it's like, oops.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think there's much to worry about that with the amount of military bases that are not defensive in nature in Alaska.
That's maintaining who we are. But if we aren't who we are anymore, then that now becomes just an open asset to whoever. It's kind of like whenever they collapsed and all their little suitcase things just kind of went scattered across the market, because that's kind of what happens when these governments collapse. Their toys go out on the market all of a sudden. What's up, Marty?
Or the climate changes and cold Alaska becomes really hot and deserts like.
Hey, Iceland might actually get some ice. Greenland might actually thaw out.
Before that happens, though,
Ray will be up there all with winter clothes and everything. Goes, I didn't even pack up one pair of shorts.
Before that happens, it'll go subtropic. So, I don't mind the subtropics. Actually, Alaska used to have palm trees and used to be a subtropic.
See?
Well, I just saw that. I saw that, Deanne, and you're right. She said it depends on location, because you can't rent a shack around where she's at for less than 1,000 C. But I think Deanne's up maybe around the Dallas, up to the northern part of Texas, isn't it, Deanne?
Don't move to Phoenix. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh no, they're too hot. I don't think I could do Arizona.
Oh, not only too hot, but rental prices are going nuts.
Yeah.
I was just reading an article this morning about the Zone, which is kind of like Phoenix's Skid Row, and that's increased in population from a few hundred to several thousand.
Mm-hmm.
Within a 4-block radius.
Ed, you said a lot of these governors are passing constitutional carry with an emergency order as soon as he's gone. So, but see, not ours. I mean, I don't know about the other states. So I
Definitely
can't
want to
say
move
for
to
them,
a
but I
state.
know on ours is an executive order. It's actually it got passed, so it's a done deal.
Mayhem's actually traveling through one of the best states, and it's got a good state motto, the good life, Nebraska. I mean, it was fairly reasonable for living out there.
I don't want to just see. The problem is, if I move to like states like that, I don't know anybody, like absolutely nobody. But is that such a bad thing? No.
No.
Oh no, not at all. Oh well, wingnut, yeah. I would think that, man, with all the other activity DeSantis is doing over there, that he would have picked that up. I don't know who that is.
I don't know. Maybe we won't get enough money during the lawsuit where my best choice is to stay here. I have no idea. The lawyer still has not settled with Progressive, which is the lady who killed Tom and Anna Insurance. I was told
You got
it
some
could
breathing
take
noise,
years.
Ray.
What's that?
Move your mic maybe down just a little bit or up just a little bit. So I think it's in direct breathing path, because every now and then you can just hear the. That's a sensitive one.
Yeah, this is the one issued by work.
Hey, if it works.
Ray uses that headset phrase 1-900 numbers.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta make my money one way or another.
Mayor says the rental prices are high everywhere, and this is true, and they're just going to do nothing but get higher because BlackRock is going around buying up as much as they can every time they see property.
Yep.
Oh no, Milkmaid, go right ahead if you want. That's totally cool. So Milkmaid said she actually watched a really good video on this topic, so she's going to post the link.
Okay. I'm on my phone. I have to go to the computer to save stuff like that.
And yeah, rental prices, because that's what BlackRock wants to do. That's part of that whole
I don't want to rent,
buy up the stuff,
yeah.
and then what they'll do is now they own the stuff. And so when they own it, then they can rent it out, or they can just go ahead and keep that area blank if they want. And they can I pretty much view it like in the rural areas, if they buy this shit up, they'll force you, they won't rent it out. They'll force people to move slowly into the city, because now there won't be land here until they can get people. And then these will become, for the people a little bit more up the food chain, can come stay out in the rural areas.
Under my thumb.
Well, you get around the city, that's where the cities are, where all the programs are. And the word programs mean that it's supposedly government help. Well, then it never is help. All it ever does is dig the hole deeper. So you move to these locations for help, but you really don't get it. You just get put into a lower level. Mm-hmm. And they go, we'll take care of you. Here's this. We'll give you a deal on this. We'll make this less. It's kind of like the rent for in the housing thing, that are supposed to help people, but yet they base that rent off of your income. Well, guess what that does? That means when you finally bust your ass at work and you get that promotion and that raise, well, now you have reported new income. So now your rent just went up a few more bucks. So you really didn't gain shit. All you did was spin in place. It's kind of like when they give you $15 an hour because you want higher minimum wage, and then they just turn around and raise inflation rate. Well, you really didn't get shit.
Right.
But you got it out your system, I guess.
Well, yeah, you did get something. You got taken off of all the government assistance that you were getting because now you make more than what you're allowed to be on the government assistance.
Oh, well, see that, yeah, probably
see.
In a lot of them other places. See, here, a lot of the people, we didn't do the $15 an hour wage yet. Most of our problem around here are people that fell into that whole COVID paycheck shit for not working. Because, see, they base that pay off of these city things. So when you dump that money into these people around here, oh, these people had, man, that's the one drawback to the younger generation around here is getting most of them back to work, because most of them are actually still sitting on money. Because that was more money than they made at their damn job.
Yeah.
By a lot, too. And I don't mean by just like, $100 or $2. I'm talking about like around here, that was like, what's the point? Shit. I just got a month of pay in a week.
Right.
Hey, brother, thanks for having me up on panel.
You got it, Monty. Thanks, brother, for being up here. Yeah. I might actually be fixing to call it, I think.
Goodness. That's scary.
I think I might just get me a bowl. Oh, was that you, Monty?
Yeah, the coffee kind of towards the keyboard.
Oh.
It was good seeing you.
No,
Monty.
not the keyboard.
Yeah. Good seeing y'all.
Hey, Monty.
Chat.
No.
That's what I was going
to
No. Why'd you got to run it? Chat.
No.
No. Later, y'all.
No.
Love you, Monty.
Love you.
So Milkmaid said, basically, because I can see this area going south eventually, I'd rather be more strategic in where I live in the coming decades. There you go, Milkmaid. Oh, yeah. But, but I got to say now, to be honest, Milkmaid, it's like, given the current status and as crazy as things are, how can you actually determine where the place would be? Because we don't even know where we might end up come November. So you say a place here, but then November, there's nothing. We actually get 1,000 times worse. All of a sudden, that area doesn't going to look like you thought it was going to look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that whole thought about November is getting scarier and scarier for me.
It's reality. I mean, I wish more people would talk about the vote and starting local and encouraging to vote. Even if you don't like a two-party system, we still ought to stick with the Republican side for at least till November, because that's our only option. It's, just, and I'm just like being a solution person. I just don't, I want to know the reality. And
I'm
the
just
reality
frustrated.
says if we're going to have a sustainable, survivable outcome of this and maintain law and order, then we're going to have to do it through the election, through November, and we're going to have to push through that. If we don't, then I don't, it'll just be what it is. And hell, I'm old enough, I can throw down for a while. So I mean, it's whatever, but that's all I can say. The world will go to shit, and it's just the whole world will go to shit. And I just wish everybody realized that.
Oh, 100%.
And I don't mean you or anybody here. I just meant overall, because.
Yeah, I know, brother. It's okay. I agree.
It's like, I mean, all the people that just, you get focused on something, and it's like, man, it's really now time to focus that on the election, and actually we can try to weed out the ones we can if we think they're rhinos right now. But at the end of the day, we just need to at least take the vote control away from them freaking people. And the only way we can do that right now is to get control of the House and the Senate, and that's November.
The problem is we're not going to get rid of all the rhinos, but some of them
can't get rid of all of them.
Some of them I call what you call the Republican cannot. Republican cannot.
But you can. I mean, eventually we can clean house, so there's no point in looking at it like we can't. But it's like when you roll up to a fire. You roll up to a fire, you don't just kind of either I can put this all out at once or I don't attend it. You start, if it's at one corner, if it's at a window, if it's at a door, wherever, you start there, and then you start working that fire. Well, if this dude's kind of like all iffy rhino dude, but he's not one of the leader ones, he's not the Mitch McConnells or a Romney kind of dude, well, then, you might, if the alternative is a Democrat that's going to just go yes to whatever they want. See, because that's why I say people might not like the concept of the two-party system, and I get that. But right here, right now, it's important, because if you don't vote Republican, damn it, if you don't vote Republican, then that means there'll be a Democrat in there. Well, I've watched these people on this House floor. They don't even give a shit what's on the floor. If it's a Democrat that offered it, all they do is to intentionally go, I. They have no intent. They don't even know what the hell it is that they're voting. It's a Democrat option? Yes. Yeah. Republican option? No. And that's it, man. They don't even show up. They do this shit remotely.
Right.
I watch this every day, all week. I don't watch any of these shows and shit. That's what I do. I watch actually the House and Senate floor a lot in these committee hearings directly, because I don't need reporter intake. Hell, I can see what I see. That's why I say, man, the elections, and it's important. It's if we can get through this, then we can start kind of figuring what to do, when and how and all that. But if we can't even survive through this election, then they're taking control. It's shit's going federal. Won't have a say. Right. That's that, period.
Yeah, I live streamed yesterday the Senate's decision on federal abortion. And I'm just watching these Republicans come in, and vote, and the Democrats come in and out of the room, like in and out, in and out.
Oh, yeah. Hit Gal says, I'm a vote. I have some hardcore Dem friends. They said even they don't agree with what rumblings are. Is if Republicans should be able to win, then to keep them from installing national emergency. That's it. I hate to say vote party lines, but in all honesty, no bullshit, just cutting to the truth, you really kind of need to vote party lines in November, just simply because you've got to match fire with fire in a way. Well, right now they have the numbers and they have no problem. They don't care what Democrat comes out and offers what. They'll just give it the thumbs up because it's a Democrat. So that principle alone means that you need to take away whatever Democrat you can. And if that means voting Republican, then there you go. You vote Republican. Is the dude a dipshit? Is he going to be all beneficial and helpful? Probably not, but he's not a Democrat. So at least he's partially way to saying no to something. And that's better than what we have now. See, so you can, it's so important. And it's important to try to encourage people to pay attention to local, pay attention to local, and man, stay focused on November, because if we lose it this time, it's gone for good. I'm afraid that most people aren't going to take that as serious as it really is. But these people have tried to pass that HR1 in so many ways. Oh man. Mm-hmm. If we don't succeed, we're shit. We're toast.
You're talking about the People Act bill?
The federal election, HR, what is it? Was it? Well, no, maybe
HR
was it one? Yeah, one.
HR1, yeah.
They tucked it under they tried to pass it. It didn't go. Then they tucked it under, I think, the transportation. It didn't go. Right. Then they tucked it under the space bill. It didn't go. I don't know where it's actually at now.
Yeah.
So, because it basically, dude, it pays them for the elections, so they make money off the elections, and the states don't get a say anymore. So, and I guess what gets me is if people are going to gripe about how corrupt they are right now, then why give them the power to take everything away? Because that's what it'll do. If that's everything will just go to shit.
I'm not ready for that yet. Biblically speaking, I know what will happen, but not yet.
I don't. Well, and I'll say Wingnut, because Wingnut said, so I'm still curious why have faith in elections? Because, and I know I'm talking to an audience and it'll probably tear this apart, but I'm just going to do this is my redneck layman way of saying it, but the country was founded, and I know, there we go. I said, founded, and then there goes all those rabbit holes. But I'm just saying that we were founded, law and order, elections are the process. if the elections weren't so important, then they wouldn't be trying to take them over. If elections didn't mean anything, then they wouldn't be having votes where they all just gave all thumbs up. So there is a, while the outcome totally sucks right now, and we're all in despair and anger and frustration and some fear probably. But the reality is that we're a law and order society, and elections are our legal way to do this. And so, without drawing, because I say the world stage because we're on the world stage. And why do you think all these people play the games in the way that they do? It's because of the world stage, and that's why China doesn't go over there and just kick Taiwan's ass and go ahead and throw down with us. It's because the world stage. It's just that we all know that once you start rolling this ball down that hill, that it can go to non-existence anymore. So I mean, so everybody plays by a certain general consensus, and for us it's a law and order. And so if we can fight this, that's why I think you see protesting outside the Supreme Court.
Right.
They wouldn't be fighting against elections so much if elections really didn't matter. They really do. It only won't matter if they can convince you that they don't matter anymore. If they can convince enough people through all the smoke and mirrors that, it was really irrelevant, then you just don't show up. Well, then they can actually go in and go, nope, see, we won. Look, here's all the votes. And if any outside country wanted to try to defend or come and going, well, I don't know, it wouldn't matter because it would be valid. Why? Because, well, we didn't do anything. So, and, I don't know. So I'm going to put it like this, because I see Wizard here with Read HR 170. That's a good start to the decades of fraud. What has fraud got to do with it? Hell, we already knew they were there. I still use a debit card, but there's been bank robberies for 100 years. But why do we still use a bank? Because we know that there can be better just because there's bad circumstances. This election went to total shit. Here's our chance to get our collective shit together and wake up and then take control over that. Or we wake up and go, wow, that was stolen. Oh, shit. Well, elections don't matter, and I'm going fishing. So I don't know. And I guess when the Venezuelans and Honduras want you to get out of your house so that they can move in, well, then I guess y'all can have that conversation. But
well said, Rescue. Well, guys, I have to go. Sarah's up homeschooling. I got to start the homeschooling, but I love you guys. It's nice seeing you.
Okie doke, Michelle.
And have yourselves, guys, a great day. And well said, Rescue. Couldn't say it better.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, have a good day.
Good day.
Love you. Take care. Really, anything after Lincoln is why we're in this. No, we're in this because we got complacent and we got lazy and we got distracted with all this fancy foo-ha-ha. Or I guess I'll put it like this. That's how I got in this mess. Because I know down here, hell, I had a rock solid growing up. Had all kinds of fun, fished, rode motorcycles, did all kinds of cool shit, learned all kinds of education. I just didn't bother to retain it. But it was all there offered for me. I know that as I grew up, that there were a lot of options that were at my feet, and that I kind of pissed them off because I made bad choices as I grew up and took a rougher path. And I just know that you've got to work at it a little at a time. We didn't get in it overnight. We won't get out over it overnight, but we got to at least save November, because if we don't, well, then it's kind of like watching the last 2x4 fall on the wall of a house that was on fire. You kind of at least hope you can save the fireplace, even though you know that the people are probably going to destroy it all. But for you at the moment fighting a fire, it just represents something to save that. At least you accomplish something. And so that's how I view things. I can't. I'm not a throw in the towel kind of guy.
No, just gotta fight a little bit harder. No, just gotta fight a little bit harder.
Well, that's it. You just don't give up, man. I know that there's been corruptions. I mean, I grew up listening to the whole politicians are snake oil salesmen. They hug babies and shake hands. and you just kind of would laugh and you'd go to work and do your thing. But see, that's what I'm trying to say. It was that, and like I think Wizard said that since Lincoln, so the fraud's been going on, but then that's how we got there. It's not like all of a sudden we jump and go, aha, they're all bad. We kind of also got to look at things and going, aha, they're bad, and I should have caught this a whole lot sooner.
Right?
You know, that's because I don't know, man. And that's my biggest fear. If I had to fess up, my biggest fear is that so many people are going to just kind of go, what's the point? And they're actually going to have full control. And we won't ever see another election again. And the world's going to go to shit because people are then going to realize what all the changes that we brought to the world when we created this country of God-given rights and freedom, because it's been so downplayed now and word salad to death that it's lost its impact, it's lost its meaning. But we're fixing to feel it if we lose it, because the whole world's going to feel it, because then it's going back to the tyrannical rule, because we will no longer mean shit. So well, and that's fine, Scat Pack. I mean, I get it. See, and that's the part that just scares me. If enough people go there, then we're definitely done. Because it's just, I don't. I don't know what the definition of the evil part is. I mean, yes, definitely. If they're like blatantly evil, then yeah, I don't. But that dude got 2 DWIs back in college, and I don't know, and he scammed on this college loan, and he did this, and he voted. I just see that. I don't know. It depends on where the line of evilness, I guess, is, because one, it's not my place to judge nobody. So to condemn somebody to be evil or not, it's all I can do is comment on their actions. Yeah, Wizard, and I get you the economy. And I forgot, if Bug Out was here, he'll remember that shit, because he's just one of them guys, the historian guy. We were talking about that the other day, and it was somebody else, and with him, and then if we could come through this and then kicking over, I can't remember if that was, I don't know, there was something to that, but it's recoverable, not as the way it is, but it's redoable under another term. I forgot how that went. Hell, I ain't gonna pollute it. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again and expecting different results. Voting. Yeah, well, see, there's just. I mean, I guess we can all just sit home, and then I don't know what's next. Do we just kind of go, well, yeah, they said that the game was voting, but I just, think that that's crazy as shit, so I didn't do it. I mean, we voted all the time, so that would, I don't know. See, this is where it's like, I don't know if it's just, this is where the world is for some people, that it's just so dark that it's just there. But I don't know. My life was rough for sure, but it was only by my choices. But so, I don't think that my grandparents or great grandparents or parents were like crazy. They voted and shit, but no, I didn't participate because, well, I made bad choices, and then I didn't think I had a right to vote. See, but I never even really went, oh, am I right? Because I got it. I broke the rules. I just didn't stop me from being a productive part of society. I went on and did firefighting more. I did more wildland firefighting, raising my kids. I tried to find the real good solid balance with morals and values, instill them in my kids, worked, saved them, paid into my Social Security and all the stuff that I guess was bad, although it sure is saving my ass right now, I gotta say. So I don't know. I guess I just have a different perspective. I mean, I've seen the shitty side of things. I've lived under the bridge, literally. And, so I've been the troll under the bridge, and I'm now the decrepit fool in the piece of shit decrepit house, But I don't blame anybody for my condition other than myself and not seeing things through. And so it's on me, and I'm still going to vote. It's my second time. Hell, I even took pride when I went in and told them people I went in rolling in my wheelchair, and they're like, oh, well, we can bring it out to you. I said, hell no, woman, this is the first time I voted in my life. I'm rolling all the way up into that machine. And there I went.
Well, Rescue, I'm going to drop down. I got to get ready for work and get this other monitor up and running. So hopefully I'll be back in an hour or so if you're still around.
I'll probably just go ahead and call it. I don't know. I might go ahead and get me some chicken noodle soup rolling.
There you go. Nothing better than a bowl of chicken noodle.
That's it.
All right, brother. Chat, take care. Yes, I am actually me, so talk to y'all later.
Later, buddy. Venezuela, China, India, Russia, Korea all have gold-backed currency as of yesterday, not the U.S. The one is on top of it. Yeah, that's the scary part. When are we coming soon? Well, can't wait. Yeah, well, yeah, and I appreciate, I'm not trying to judge nobody or nothing. I just it's sometimes hard to say something without using just like the standard, people or they, and just because it really feels weird if I keep sitting up here going, I. It's like, damn, that dude's confused as shit. He keeps talking to himself, so I didn't want to freak nobody out that way. Hey, Kiss Off. Good morning. Hey, man. There you go. Scat Pack from his cell. What? What have we got now? Black Watch Rescue. I have a friend, a young man, 29, has CP. Anyways, has 49 sub, needs 50 to stream from the cell. May I post his link? Perhaps someone will sub. Well, Black Watch, I normally would. I just kind of like to kick our community guys around. I don't know who you're talking about, to be honest, brother. He only needs one more sub. Wait, you can stream with. You don't even have to have any subs, and you can stream through StreamYard. So, hell, you don't have to have 50 subs to stream through StreamYard. And you can stream through StreamYard for free. You can have up to 6 people on your panel. Oh, Summer's back. Look, you're in the bed eating biscuits and gravy again. This shit's just getting repetitive, Summer. I'm telling you, woman. All right, Tony, have a good day. Smile or be the reason somebody smiles. You're good. Okay, cool. Thank you. Wizard. We get your vernacular. Yeah, y'all are kind of starting to learn and adapt to me, so that's cool. That way I didn't chase everybody away. It's kind of like a wart. You kind of adapt to it and you just get used to it. And you adjust. Now, what the hell you mean, Black Watch? No, 50 for OBS. What? OBS is free, brother. What's happening? What are they doing to y'all over there in the UK? Or you're in Canada, that's right. What the hell's happening in Canada? Is Trudeau done jacking everything up? Later, Song of the South. Brother, have a great day. Smile or be the reason somebody smiles. There we go. Oh, man. Yeah, and I hate to cut this one kind of short the way I am, but hey, Devil Dog. You too, sir. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it. It's been a long day, man. I've been up since yesterday, kind of looked over stuff, and then had Zach's show, and then just kind of came over to this one and didn't want to leave nobody hanging. Glad I didn't, too, because I've enjoyed it. Kind of glad I got some of that off my chest just then, because man, sometimes I feel like I need to vent about the voting thing, because that's my biggest fear, is just that not enough people are going to show up for the job. We can build the coolest house on the block, but if nobody shows up to help build it, well, it still ain't nothing. So we got the greatest country on this ball of dirt. We've got 3 cool documents. We have this one cool document that even gives kind of the rules on how we would choose to be governed. We just have to get people to follow that shit. And it's called the Constitution. And then we have the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. Pretty awesome things. And all we have to do is get it back. Yeah. But anyway, I'm glad you guys listened to me. You let me get it off my chest. I feel better. Please try to pay attention. Please get involved. Man, even if you don't know nothing, just know we got to at least get a Republican enough say so. Just help out the rest of us. Do me a favor. How's that? Do me a favor. And just vote the day we need to. Anyway, with that, guys, man, I'm tired, but I really want my chicken noodle soup. What did Summer say? You got your chicken noodle soup. I got these biscuits and gravy. We both hug you from the inside out. There you go, Summer. You know they're planning on cheating again, Scat Pack. That's why we need to show up in mass numbers, and ain't no putting pizza boxes on the window this time around. That shit ain't gonna fly. That's why we need to start working on our local people. See, like our local sheriffs, we just go ahead and start working that now. We learn who's who. We start figuring out where our weak spots are. And then when we find our non-constitutional sheriffs, well, then maybe we need to make sure we get more numbers in that county for voting time. We got counties with good constitutional sheriffs. Maybe we make sure that we're in good talks with them. So when that election shit comes and homeboy tries to put that pizza box up on the window, we say, no, 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 no. And then the sheriff comes in here and somebody else goes to jail, and then we can go ahead and count the legitimate constitutional votes. So see, there's stuff, man. You gotta see it. Don't fall for the dark cloud. There is light in there. Trust me. Right now, the smoke's so thick, you can't see your hand in front of your face. But there's a door. You just got to get low and crawl. So there you go. Okay, guys. I'm out of here. Much love to everybody. I want everybody to have an awesome day. Smile or be the reason somebody else smiles. And remember, America is the greatest country in the world. And it's our home. Booyah. Much love, guys. I'll try to see y'all later tonight. Shouldn't have a problem. This is late enough. Should be able to get some rest. So we'll be on a roll. I'll see you at 2 a.m. Central. Alrighty. Much love, guys. Later.